Chapter 22 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark TWAIN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This Venice, which was a haughty, invincible, magnificent republic for nearly 1,400 years, whose armies compelled the world's applause whenever and wherever they battled, whose navies well nigh held dominion of the seas, and whose merchant fleets whitened the remotest oceans with their sails, and loaded these piers with the products of every clime, is fallen a prey to poverty, neglect, and melancholy decay. 600 years ago, Venice was the autocrat of commerce. Her mart was the great commercial center, the distributing house from whence the enormous trade of the Orient was spread abroad over the Western world. Today her piers are deserted, her warehouses are empty, her merchant fleets are vanished, her armies and her navies are but memories, her glory is departed, and with her crumbling grandeur of wharves and palaces about her, she sits among her stagnant lagoons, forlorn and beggared, forgotten of the world. She had in her balmy days commanded the commerce of a hemisphere, and made the weal and woe of nations with a beck of her puissant finger, has become the humblest among the peoples of the earth, a peddler of glass beads for women, and trifling toys and trinkets for schoolgirls and children. The venerable Mother of the Republics is scarce a fit subject for flippant speech or the idle gossiping of tourists. It seems a sort of sacrilege to disturb the glamour of old romance that pictures her to us softly from afar off, as though a tinted mist and curtains her ruin and her desolation from our view. One ought indeed to turn away from her rags, her poverty, and her humiliation, and think of her only as she was when she sunk the fleets of Charlemagne, when she humbled Frederick Barbarossa, or waved her victorious banners above the battlements of Constantinople. We reached Venice at 8 in the evening, and entered a hearse belonging to the Grand Hotel d'Europe. At any rate, it was more like a hearse than anything else, though to speak by the card it was a gondola. And this was the storied gondola of Venice, the ferry boat in which the princely cavaliers of the olden time were wont to cleave the waters of the moonlit canals and look the eloquence of love into the soft eyes of patrician beauties, while the gay gondolier in silken doublet touched his guitar and sang as only gondoliers can sing. This the famed gondola, and this the gorgeous gondolier, the one an inky, rusty old canoe with a sable hearse body clapped onto the middle of it, and the other a mangy, barefooted gutter snipe with a portion of his raiment on exhibition which should have been sacred from public scrutiny. Presently, as we turned a corner and shot his hearse into a dismal ditch between two long rows of towering, untenanted buildings, the gay gondolier began to sing, true to the traditions of his race. I stood it a little while, and then I said, "Now here, Rodrigo Gonzalez Michelangelo, I'm a pilgrim, I'm a stranger, but I'm not going to have my feelings lacerated by any such caterwauling as that. If that goes on, one of us has got to take water. It's enough that my cherished dreams of Venice have been blighted forever as to the romantic gondola and the gorgeous gondolier. This system of destruction shall go no further. I will accept the hearse under protest, and you may fly your flag of truce in peace, but here I register a dark and bloody oath that you shan't sing. Another yelp and overboard you go." I began to feel that the old Venice of song and story had departed forever, but I was too hasty. In a few minutes we swept gracefully out into the Grand Canal, and under the mellow moonlight the Venice of poetry and romance stood revealed. Right from the water's edge rose long lines of stately palaces of marble. Gondolas were gliding swiftly hither and thither and disappearing suddenly through unsuspected gates and alleys. Ponderous stone bridges threw their shadows athwart the glittering waves. There was life and motion everywhere, and yet everywhere there was a hush, a stealthy sort of stillness that was suggestive of secret enterprises, of bravos and of lovers, and clad half in moonbeams and half in mysterious shadows, and grim old mansions of the Republic seemed to have an expression about them of having an eye out for just such enterprises as these at the same moment. Music came floating over the waters. Venice was complete. It was a beautiful picture, very soft and dreamy and beautiful. But what was this Venice to compare with the Venice of midnight? Nothing. There was a fete, a grand fete, in honor of some saint who had been instrumental in checking the cholera 300 years ago. And all Venice was abroad on the water. It was no common affair, for the Venetians did not know how soon they might need the saint's services again, now that the cholera was spreading everywhere. So in one vast space, say a third of a mile wide and 2 miles long, were collected 2,000 gondolas, and every one of them had from 2 to 10, 20, or even 30 colored lanterns suspended above it, and from 4 to a dozen occupants. Just as far as the eye could reach, these painted lights were massed together like a vast garden of many colored flowers, except that these blossoms were never still. They were ceaselessly gliding in and out and mingling together and seducing you into bewildering attempts to follow their mazy evolutions. Here and there a strong red, green, or blue glare from a rocket that was struggling to get away splendidly illuminated all the boats around it. Every gondola that swam by us, with its crescents and pyramids and circles of colored lamps hung aloft and lighting up the faces of the young and the sweet-scented and lovely below, was a picture, and the reflections of those lights, so long, so slender, so numberless, so many-colored, and so distorted and wrinkled by the waves, was a picture likewise, and one that was enchantingly beautiful. Many and many a party of young ladies and gentlemen had their state gondolas handsomely decorated, and ate supper on board, bringing their swallow-tailed, white-cravatted varlets to wait upon them, and having their tables tricked out as if for a bridal supper. They had brought along costly globe lamps from their drawing rooms, and the lace and silken curtains from the same places, I suppose. And they had also brought pianos and guitars, and they played and sang operas, while the plebeian paper lantern gondolas from the suburbs and the back alleys crowded around to stare and listen. There was music everywhere, choruses, string bands, brass bands, flutes, everything. I was so surrounded, walled in with music, magnificence, and loveliness, that I became inspired with the spirit of the scene and sang one tune myself. However, when I observed that the other gondolas had sailed away and my gondolier was preparing to go overboard, I stopped. The feat was magnificent. They kept it up the whole night long, and I never enjoyed myself better than I did while it lasted. What a funny old city this Queen of the Adriatic is! Narrow streets, vast, gloomy marble palaces, black with the corroding damps of centuries, and all partly submerged. No dry land visible anywhere, and no sidewalks worth mentioning. If you want to go to church, to the theater, or to the restaurant, you must call a gondola. It must be a paradise for cripples, for verily a man has no use for legs here. For a day or two the place looked so like an overflowed Arkansas town because of its currentless waters laving the very doorstep of all the houses, and the cluster of boats made fast under the windows or skimming in and out of the alleys and byways, that I could not get rid of the impression that there was nothing the matter here but a spring freshet, and that the water would fall in a few weeks and leave a dirty high water mark on the houses and the streets full of mud and rubbish. In the glare of day there is little poetry about Venice, but under the charitable moon her stained palaces are white again. Their battered sculptures are hidden in shadows, and the old city seems crowned once more in the grandeur that was hers 500 years ago. It is easy, then, in fancy, to people these silent canals with plumed gallants and fair ladies, with Shylocks in gaberdine and sandals, venturing loans upon the rich argosies of Venetian commerce, with Othellos and Desdemonas, with Iagios and Rodrigos, with noble fleets and victorious legions returning from the wars. In the treacherous sunlight we see Venice decayed, forlorn, poverty-stricken, and commerceless, forgotten and utterly insignificant. But in the moonlight her 14 centuries of greatness fling their glories about her, and once more she is the princeliest among the nations of the earth. There is a glorious city in the sea. The sea is in the broad, the narrow streets, ebbing and flowing, and the salt seaweed clings to the marble of her palaces. No track of men, no footsteps to and fro lead to her gates. The path lies o'er the sea, invisible, and from the land we went, as to a floating city, steering in and gliding up her streets as in a dream, so smoothly, silently, by many a dome, mosque-like, and many a stately portico. The statues ranged along the azure sky, but many a pile in more than Eastern pride of old, the residence of merchant kings, the fronts of some, though time has shattered them, still glowing with the richest hues of art, as though the wealth within them had run over. What would one naturally wish to see first in Venice? The Bridge of Sighs, of course, and next the church and the great square of St. Mark, the bronze horses, and the famous lion of St. Mark. We intended to go to the Bridge of Sighs, but happened upon the Ducal Palace first, a building which necessarily figures largely in Venetian poetry and tradition. In the Senate chamber of the ancient Republic we wearied our eyes with staring at acres of historical paintings by Tintoretto and Paul Veronese, but nothing struck us more forcibly except the one that strikes all strangers forcibly, a black square in the midst of a gallery of portraits. In one long row around the great hall were painted the portraits of the Doges of Venice, venerable fellows with flowing white beards. For of the 300 senators eligible to the office, the oldest was usually chosen Doge, and each had his complimentary inscription attached, till you came to the place that should have had Marino Falero's picture in it, and that was blank and black. Blank, except that it bore a terse inscription saying that the conspirator had died for his crime. It seemed cruel to keep that pitiless inscription still staring from the walls after the unhappy wretch had been in his grave 500 years. At the head of the giant staircase where Marino Falero was beheaded and where the Doges were crowned in ancient times, two small slits in the stone wall were pointed out. two harmless, insignificant orifices that would never attract a stranger's attention. Yet these were the terrible lions' mouths. The heads were gone, knocked off by the French during their occupation of Venice, but these were the throats down which went the anonymous accusation, thrust in secretly at dead of night by an enemy, that doomed many an innocent man to walk the Bridge of Sighs and descend into the dungeon which none entered and hoped to see the sun again. This was in the old days when the patricians alone governed Venice. The common herd had no vote and no voice. There were 1,500 patricians. From these, 300 senators were chosen. From the senators, a doge and a council of 10 were selected, and by secret ballot the 10 chose from their own number a council of 3. All these were government spies then, and every spy was under surveillance himself. Men spoke in whispers in Venice, and no man trusted his neighbor, and not always his own brother. No man knew who the council of 3 were, not even the Senate, not even the Doge. The members of that dread tribunal met at night in a chamber to themselves, masked and robed from head to foot in scarlet cloaks, and did not even know each other unless by voice. It was their duty to judge the heinous political crimes, and from their sentence there was no appeal. A nod to the executioner was sufficient. The doomed man was marched down a hall and out a doorway and into the covered Bridge of Sighs, through it and into the dungeon and unto his death. At no time in his transit was he visible to any save his conductor. And if a man had an enemy in those old days, the cleverest thing he could do was slip a note to the council of 3 into the lion's mouth, saying, "This man is plotting against the government." If the awful 3 found no proof, 10 to 1 they would drown him anyhow, because he was a deep rascal, since his plots were unsolvable. Masked judges and masked executioners, with unlimited power and no appeal from their judgments, in that hard, cruel age, were not likely to be lenient with men they suspected yet could not convict. We walked through the hall of the Council of 10 and presently entered the infernal den of the Council of 3. The table around which they had sat was still there, and likewise the stations where the masked inquisitors and executioners formerly stood, frozen upright and silent, till they received a bloody order, and then without a word moved off like the inexorable machines they were, to carry it out. The frescoes on the walls were startlingly suited to the place, and all the other saloons, the halls, the great state chambers of the palace. The walls and ceilings were bright with gilding, rich with elaborate carving, and resplendent with gallant pictures of Venetian victories at war, and Venetian displays in foreign courts, and hallowed with portraits of the Virgin, the Savior of men, and the holy saints that preached the gospel of peace upon earth. But here, in dismal contrast, were none but pictures of death and dreadful suffering. Not a living figure but was writhing in torture, not a dead one but was smeared with blood and gashed with wounds and distorted with the agonies that had taken away its life. From the palace to the gloomy prison is but a step. One might almost jump across the narrow canal that intervenes. The ponderous stone Bridge of Sighs crosses it at the second story, a bridge that is a covered tunnel. You cannot be seen when you walk in it. It is partitioned lengthwise, and through one compartment walked such as bore light sentences in ancient times, and through the other marched sadly the wretches whom the 3 had doomed to lingering misery and utter oblivion in the dungeons, or to sudden and mysterious death. Down below the level of the water, by the light of smoking torches, we were shown the damp, thick walled cells where many a proud patrician's life was eaten away by the long drawn miseries of solitary imprisonment, without light, air, books, naked, unshaven, uncombed, covered with vermin, his useless tongue forgetting its office, with none to speak to, the days and nights of his life no longer marked, but merged into one eternal, eventless night, far away from all cheerful sounds, buried in the silence of a tomb, forgotten by his helpless friends, and his fate a dark mystery to them forever, losing his own memory at last, and knowing no more who he was or how he came there, devouring the loaf of bread and drinking the water that were thrust in the cell by unseen hands, and troubling his worn spirit no more with hopes and fears and doubts and longings to be free, ceasing to scratch vain prayers and complainings on the walls where none, not even himself, could see them, and resigning himself to hopeless apathy and driveling childishness, lunacy. Many and many a sorrowful story like these stony walls could tell if they could speak. In a little narrow corridor near by, they showed us where many a prisoner, after lying in the dungeons until he was forgotten by all save his persecutors, was brought by masked executioners and garroted or sewed up in a sack, passed through a little window to a boat at dead of night, and taken to some remote spot and drowned. They used to show to visitors the implements of torture wherewith the three were wont to worm secrets out of the accused, villainous machines for crushing thumbs, the stocks where prisoners sat immovable while water fell drop by drop upon his head, till the torture was more than humanity could bear, and a devilish contrivance of steel which enclosed the prisoner's head like a shell and crushed it slowly by means of a screw. It bore the stains of blood that had trickled through its joints long ago, and on one side it had a projection whereupon the torturer rested his elbow comfortably and bent down his ear to catch the moanings of the sufferer perishing within. Of course, we went to see the venerable relic of the ancient glory of Venice, with its pavements worn and broken by the passing feet of 1,000 years of plebeians and patricians, the Cathedral of St. Mark. It is built entirely of precious marbles brought from the Orient. Nothing in its composition is domestic. Its hoary traditions make it an object of absorbing interest to even the most careless stranger. And thus far it had interest for me, but no further. I could not go into ecstasies over its coarse mosaics, its unlovely Byzantine architecture, or its 500 curious interior columns from as many distant quarries. Everything was worn out. Every block of stone was smooth and almost shapeless with the polishing hands and shoulders of loungers who devoutly idled here in bygone centuries and have died and gone to the devil. No, I mean simply died, Under the altar repose the ashes of St. Mark and Matthew, Luke, and John, too, for all I know. Venice reveres those relics above all things earthly. For 1,400 years St. Mark has been her patron saint. Everything about the city seems to be named after him, or so named as to refer to him in some way, so named, or some purchase rigged in some way to scrape a sort of hurrahing acquaintance with him. That seems to be the idea. To be on good terms with St. Mark seems to be the very summit of Venetian ambition. They say St. Mark had a tame lion. I used to travel with him, and everywhere that St. Mark went the lion was sure to go. It was his protector, his friend, his librarian. So the winged lion of St. Mark, with the open Bible under its paw, is a favorite emblem in the grand old city. It casts its shadow from the most ancient pillar in Venice. In the grand square of St. Mark, upon the throngs of free citizens below, and has done so for many a long century. The winged lion is found everywhere, and doubtless here where the winged lion is, no harm can come. St. Mark died in Alexandria in Egypt. He was martyred, I think. However, it has nothing to do with my legend about the founding of the city of Venice, say 450 years after Christ, for Venice is much younger than any other Italian city. A priest dreamed that an angel told him that until the remains of St. Mark were brought to Venice, the city could never rise to high distinction among the nations, that the body must be captured, brought to the city, and a magnificent church built over it, and that if ever the Venetians allowed the saint to be removed from his new resting place in that day, Venice would perish from off the face of the earth. The priest proclaimed his dream, and forthwith Venice set about procuring the corpse of St. Mark. One expedition after another tried and failed, but the project was never abandoned during 400 years. At last it was secured by stratagem in the year 800 and something. The commander of a Venetian expedition disguised himself, stole the bones, separated them, and packed them in vessels filled with lard. The religion of Mohammed causes its devotees to abhor anything that is in the nature of pork. And so, when the Christian was stopped by the officers at the gate of the city, they only glanced once into the precious baskets, and then turned up their noses at the unholy lard and let him go. The bones were buried in the vaults of the Grand Cathedral, which have been waiting long years to receive them, and thus the safety and the greatness of Venice were secured, and to this day there be those in Venice who believe that if those holy ashes were stolen away, the ancient city would vanish like a dream, and its foundations be buried forever in the unremembering sea.
End of chapter 22. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com.
Chapter 23 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark TWAIN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Venetian gondola is as free and graceful in its gliding movement as a serpent. It is 20 or 30 feet long and is narrow and deep like a canoe. Its sharp bow and stern sweep upward from the water like the horns of a crescent, with the abruptness of the curve slightly modified. The bow is ornamented with a steel comb with a battle axe attachment, which threatens to cut passing boats in two occasionally, but never does. The gondola is painted black because in the zenith of Venetian magnificence the gondolas became too gorgeous altogether, and the Senate decreed that all such display must cease and a solemn, unembellished black be substituted. If the truth were known, it would doubtless appear that rich plebeians grew too prominent in their affectation of patrician show on the Grand Canal and required a wholesome snubbing. Reverence for the hallowed past and its traditions keeps the dismal fashion in force now that the compulsion exists no longer, so let it remain. It is the color of mourning. Venice mourns. The stern of the boat is decked over, and the gondolier stands there. He uses a single oar, a long blade, of course, for he stands nearly erect. A wooden peg, a foot and a half high, and with two slight crooks or curves on one side of it and one in the other, projects above the starboard gunwale. Against that peg the gondolier takes a purchase with his oar, changing it at intervals to the other side of the peg, or dropping it into another of the crooks as the steering of the craft may demand. And how in the world he can back and fill, shoot straight ahead, or flirt suddenly around a corner and make the oar stay in those insignificant notches is a problem to me, and a never diminishing matter of interest. I am afraid I study the gondolier's marvelous skill more than I do the sculptured palaces we glide among. He cuts a corner so closely, now and then, or misses another gondola by such an imperceptible hairbreadth, that I feel myself scrooching, as the children say, just as one does when a buggy wheel grazes his elbow. But he makes all his calculations with the nicest precision, and goes darting in and out among a Broadway confusion of busy craft with the easy confidence of the educated hackman. He never makes a mistake. Sometimes we go flying down the great canals at such a gait that we can get only the merest glimpses into front doors, and again, in obscure alleys in the suburbs, we put on a solemnity suited to the silence, the mildew, the stagnant waters, the clinging weeds, the deserted houses, and the general lifelessness of the place, and move to the spirit of grave meditation. The gondolier is a picturesque rascal. For all he wears no satin harness, no plumed bonnet, no silken tights. His attitude is stately, he is lithe and supple. All his movements are full of grace. When his long canoe and his fine figure, towering from its high perch on the stern, are cut against the evening sky, they make a picture that is very novel and striking to a foreign eye. We sit in the cushioned carriage body of a cabin, with the curtains drawn, and smoke, or read, or look out upon the passing boats, the houses, the bridges, the people, and enjoy ourselves much more than we could in a buggy jolting over cobblestone pavements at home. This is the gentlest, pleasantest locomotion we have ever known. But it seems queer, ever so queer, to see a boat doing duty as a private carriage. We see businessmen come to the front door, step into a gondola instead of a street car, and go off downtown to the counting room. We see visiting young ladies stand on the stoop and laugh and kiss good-bye and flirt their fans and say, "Come soon, now do. You've been just as mean as ever you can be. Mother's dying to see you, and we've moved into the new house. Oh, such a love of a place, so convenient to the post office and the church and the Young Men's Christian Association, and we do have such fishing and such carrying on and such swimming matches in the backyard. Oh, you must come, no distance at all, and if you go down through by St. Mark's and the Bridge of Sighs, and cut through the alley and come up by the church of Santa Maria de Frere and into the Grand Canal, there isn't a bit of current. Now do come, Sally Maria, good-bye." And then the little humbug trips down the steps, jumps into the gondola, and says under her breath, "Disagreeable old thing, I hope she won't." Goes skimming away around the corner, and the other girl slams the street door and says, "Well, that infliction's over, anyway, but I suppose I've got to go and see her. Tiresome, stuck-up thing." Human nature appears to be just the same all over the world. We see the diffident young man, mild of mustache, affluent of hair, indigent of brain, elegant of costume, drive up to her father's mansion, tell his hackman to bail out and wait, start fearfully up the steps and meet the old gentleman right on the threshold, hear him ask what street the new British Bank is in, as if that were what he came for, and then bounce into his boat and scurry away with his coward heart in his boots, See him come sneaking around the corner again, directly with a crack of the curtain open toward the old gentleman's disappearing gondola, and out scampers his Susan with a flock of little Italian endearments fluttering from her lips, and goes to drive with him in the watery avenues down towards the Rialto. We see the ladies go out shopping in the most natural way, and flit from street to street and from store to store, just in the good old fashion, except that they leave the gondola instead of a private carriage waiting at the curbstone a couple of hours for them, waiting while they make the nice young clerks pull down tons and tons of silks and velvets and Moor antiques and those things, and then they buy a paper of pins and go paddling away to confer the rest of their disastrous patronage on some other firm. And they always have their purchases sent home just in a good old way. Human nature is very much the same all over the world, and it's so like my dear native home to see a Venetian lady go into a store and buy 10 cents worth of the blue ribbon and have it sent home in a scow. Ah, it is these little touches of nature that move one to tears in these far-off foreign lands. We see little girls and boys go out in gondolas with their nurses for an airing. We see staid families with prayer book and beads enter the gondola dressed in their Sunday best and float away to church. And at midnight we see the theater break up and discharge its swarm of hilarious youth and beauty, and hear the cries of the hackman gondoliers, and behold the struggling crowd jump aboard, and the black multitude of boats go skimming down the moonlit avenues. We see them separate here and there and disappear up divergent streets. We hear the faint sounds of laughter and of shouted farewells floating up out of the distance, and then, the strange pageant being gone, we have lonely stretches of glittering water, of stately buildings, of blotting shadows, of weird stone faces creeping into the moonlight, of deserted bridges, of motionless boats at anchor, and over all broods that mysterious stillness, that stealthy quiet that befits so well this old dreaming Venice. We've been pretty much everywhere in our gondola. We have bought beads and photographs in the stores, and wax matches in the great square of St. Mark. The last remark suggests a digression. Everybody goes to this vast square in the evening. The military bands play in the center of it, and countless couples of ladies and gentlemen promenade up and down on either side, and platoons of them are constantly drifting away toward the old cathedral, and by the venerable column with the winged lion of St. Mark on its top, and out to where the boats lie moored, and other platoons are constantly arriving from the gondolas and joining the great throng. Between the promenaders and the sidewalks are seated hundreds and hundreds of people at small tables, smoking and taking granita, a first cousin to ice cream. On the sidewalks are employing themselves in the same way. The shops in the first floor of the tall rows of buildings that wall in 3 sides of the square are brilliantly lighted. The air is filled with music and merry voices, and altogether the scene is as bright and spirited and full of cheerfulness as any man could desire. We enjoy it thoroughly. Very many of the young women are exceedingly pretty and dressed with rare good taste. We are gradually and laboriously learning the ill manners of staring at them unflinchingly in the face, not because such conduct is agreeable to us, but because it is the custom of the country, and they say the girls like it. We wish to learn all the curious, outlandish ways of all the different countries so we can show off and astonish people when we get home. We wish to excite the envy of our untraveled friends with our strange foreign fashions which we can't shake off. All our passengers are paying strict attention to this thing with the end in view which I have mentioned. The gentle reader will never, never know what a consummate ass he can be until he goes abroad. I speak now, of course, in the supposition that the gentle reader has not been abroad, and therefore is not already a consummate ass. If the case may be otherwise, I beg his pardon, and extend to him the cordial hand of fellowship, and call him brother. I shall always delight to meet an ass after my own heart, when I shall have finished my travels. On this subject, let me remark that there are Americans abroad in Italy who have actually forgotten their mother tongue in 3 months, forgot it in France. They cannot even write their address in English in a hotel register. I append these evidences, which I have copied verbatim from the register of a hotel in a certain Italian city. John P. Whitcomb, Etats Unis. William L. Ainsworth, Travailleur. He meant traveler, I suppose. Etats Unis. George P. Morton et Fils d'Amerique. Lloyd B. Williams et Troy Amis, Villa de Boston, Amérique. J. Ellsworth Baker, Tout de Suite de France, Place des Nations Amériques. Destination La Grande Bretagne. I love this sort of people. A lady passenger of ours tells of a fellow citizen of hers who spent 8 weeks in Paris, then returned home and addressed his dearest old bosom friend Herbert as Mr. Herbert. He apologized, though, and said, "Upon my soul, it is aggravating, but I can't help it. I have got so used to speaking nothing but French, my dear Herbert Dame, there it goes again, got so used to French pronunciation that I can't get rid of it. It is positively annoying, I assure you." This entertaining idiot, whose name was Gordon, allowed himself to be hailed 3 times in the street before he paid any attention, and then begged 1,000 pardons and said he had grown so accustomed to hearing himself addressed as Monsieur Gordon, with a roll of the R, that he had forgotten the legitimate sound of his name. He wore a rose in his buttonhole. He gave the French salutation 2 flips of the hand in front of the face. He called Paris Paris in ordinary English conversation. He carried envelopes bearing foreign postmarks protruding from his breast pocket. He cultivated a mustache and imperial, and did what else he could to suggest to the beholder his pet fancy that he resembled Louis Napoleon. And in the spirit of thankfulness, which is entirely unaccountable considering the slim foundation there was for it, he praised his Maker that he was as he was, and went on enjoying his little life just the same as if he really had been deliberately designed and erected by the great Architect of the universe. Think of our Whitcombs and our Ainsworths and our Williamses writing themselves down in dilapidated French in foreign hotel registers. We laugh at Englishmen when we are at home for sticking so sturdily to their national ways and customs, but we look back upon it from abroad very forgivingly. It is not pleasant to see an American thrusting his nationality forward obtrusively in a foreign land, but oh, it is pitiable to see him making of himself a thing that is neither male nor female, neither fish, flesh, nor fowl, a poor, miserable, hermaphrodite Frenchman. Among a long list of churches, art galleries, and such things visited by us in Venice, I shall mention only one, the Church of Santa Maria dei Frari. It is about 500 years old, I believe, and stands on 1,200,000 piles. In it lie the body of Canova and the heart of Titian, under magnificent monuments. Titian died at the age of almost 100 years. A plague which swept away 50,000 lives was raging at the time, and there is notable evidence in the reverence in which the great painter was held, in the fact that to him alone the state permitted a public funeral in all that season of terror and death. In this church also is a monument to the Doge Foscari, whose name a once resident of Venice, Lord Byron, has made permanently famous. The monument to the Doge Giovanni Pissarro in this church is a curiosity in the way of mortuary adornment. It is 80 feet high, is fronted like some fantastic pagan temple. Against it stand 4 colossal Nubians, as black as night, dressed in white marble garments. The black legs are bare, and through rents in sleeves and breeches, the skin of shiny black marble shows. The artist was as ingenious as his funeral designs were absurd. There are 2 bronze skeletons bearing scrolls, and 2 great dragons uphold the sarcophagus. On high, amid all this grotesqueness, sits the departed Doge. In the conventional buildings attached to this church are the state archives of Venice. We did not see them, but they are said to number millions of documents. They are the records of centuries of the most watchful, observant, and suspicious government that ever existed, in which everything was written down and nothing spoken out. They fill nearly 300 rooms. Among them are manuscripts from the archives of nearly 2,000 families, monasteries, and convents. The secret history of Venice for 1,000 years is here, its plots, its hidden trials, its assassinations, its commissions of hireling spies and masked bravos, food ready to hand for a world of dark and mysterious romances. Yes, I think we have seen all of Venice. We have seen in these old churches a profusion of costly and elaborate sepulchre, ornamentation such as we never dreamt of before. We have stood in the dim religious light of these hoary sanctuaries, in the midst of long ranks of dusty monuments and effigies of the great dead of Venice, until we seemed drifting back and back and back into the solemn past, and looking upon the scenes and mingling with peoples of remote antiquity. We have been in a half waking sort of dream all the time. I do not know how else to describe the feeling. A part of our being has remained still in the 19th century, while another part of it has seemed in some unaccountable way walking among the phantoms of the 10th. We have seen famous pictures until our eyes are weary with looking at them, and refuse to find interest in them any longer. And what wonder when there are 1,200 pictures by Palma the Younger in Venice, and 1,500 by Tintoretto, and behold, there are Titians and the work of other artists in proportion. We have seen Titian's celebrated Cain and Abel, his David and Goliath, his Abraham's sacrifice. We have seen Tintoretto's monster picture, which is 74 feet long, and I do not know how many feet high, and thought it a very commodious picture. We have seen pictures of martyrs enough and saints enough to regenerate the world. I ought not to confess it, but still, since one has no opportunity in America to acquire a critical judgment in art, and since I could not hope to become educated in it in Europe in a few short weeks, I may therefore as well acknowledge, with such apologies as may be due, that to me it seemed that when I had seen one of these martyrs, I had seen them all. They all have a marked family resemblance to each other. They dress alike, in coarse monkish robes and sandals. They are all bald-headed. They all stand in about the same attitude, and without exception they are gazing heavenward with countenances which the Ainsworths, the Mortons, and the Williamses at Phil's inform me are full of expression. To me there is nothing tangible about these imaginary portraits, nothing that I can grasp and take a living interest in. If great Titian had only been gifted with prophecy, and skipped a martyr and gone over to England and painted a portrait of Shakespeare, even as a youth, which we could all have confidence in now, the world down to the latest generations would have forgiven him the lost martyr and the rescued seer. I think posterity could have spared one more martyr for the sake of a great historical picture and of Titian's time and painted by his brush, such as Columbus returning in chains from the discovery of a world, for instance. The old masters did paint some Venetian historical pictures, and these we did not tire of looking at, notwithstanding representations of the formal introduction of defunct doges to the Virgin Mary in regions beyond the clouds, clashed rather harshly with the proprieties, it seemed to us. But humble as we are, and unpretending in the matter of art, our researches among the painted monks and martyrs have not been wholly in vain. We have striven hard to learn. We have had some success. We have mastered some things, possibly of trifling import in the eyes of the learned, but to us they give pleasure, and we take as much pride in our little acquirements as do others who have learned far more, and we love to display them full as well. When we see a monk going about with a lion and looking tranquilly up to the heaven, we know that that is St. Mark. When we see a monk with a book and a pen, looking tranquilly up to heaven, trying to think of a word, we know that is St. Matthew. When we see a monk sitting on a rock, looking tranquilly up to heaven, with a human skull beside him and without other baggage, we know that is St. Jerome, because we know that he's always went flying light in the matter of baggage. When we see a party looking tranquilly up to heaven, unconscious that his body is shot through and through with arrows, we know that that is St. Sebastian. When we see other monks looking tranquilly up to heaven, but having no trademark, we always ask who those parties are. We do this because we humbly wish to learn. We have seen 13,000 St. Jeromes, and 22,000 St. Marks, and 16,000 St. Matthews, and 60,000 St. Sebastians, and 4 millions of assorted monks and undesignated, and we feel encouraged to believe that when we have seen some more of these various pictures and had a larger experience, we shall begin to take an absorbing interest in them like our cultivated countrymen from Amerique. Now, it does give me real pain to speak in this almost unappreciative way of the old masters and their martyrs, because good friends of mine in the ship, friends who do thoroughly and conscientiously appreciate them, and are in every way competent to discriminate between good pictures and inferior ones, have urged me, for my own sake, not to make public the fact that I lack this appreciation and this critical discrimination myself. I believe that what I have written and may still write about pictures will give them pain, and I'm honestly sorry for it. I even promised that I would hide my uncouth sentiments in my own breast, but alas, I never could keep a promise. I do not blame myself for this weakness, because the fault must lie in my physical organization. It is likely that such a very liberal amount of space was given to the organ which enables me to make promises, that the organ which would enable me to keep them was crowded out. But I grieve not. I like no halfway things. I had rather have one faculty nobly developed than two faculties of mere ordinary capacity. I certainly meant to keep that promise, but I find I cannot do it. It is impossible to travel through Italy without speaking of pictures, and can I see them through others' eyes? If I did not so delight in the grand pictures that are spread before me every day of my life by that monarch of old masters, Nature, I should come to believe sometimes that I had in me no appreciation of the beautiful whatsoever. It seems to me that whenever I glory to think that for once I have discovered an ancient painting that is beautiful and worthy of all praise, the pleasure it gives me is an infallible proof that it is not a beautiful picture and not in any wise worthy of commendation. This very thing has occurred more times than I can mention in Venice. In every single instance, the guide has crushed out my swelling enthusiasm with the remark, "It is nothing. It is of the Renaissance." I did not know what the mischief the Renaissance was, and so always I had to simply say, "Ah, so it is. I had not observed it before." I could not bear to be ignorant before a cultivated negro, the offspring of a South Carolina slave, but it occurred too often for even my self complacency. Did that exasperating, "It is nothing, it is of the Renaissance." I said at last, "Who is this Renaissance? Where did he come from? Who gave him permission to cram the Republic with his execrable daubs?" We learned then that the Renaissance was not a man. That Renaissance was a term used to signify what was at best but an imperfect rejuvenation of art. The guide said that after Titian's time and the time of the other great names we had grown so familiar with, high art declined, and then it partially rose again. An inferior sort of painters sprang up, and these shabby pictures were the work of their hands. Then I said in my heart that I wished to goodness high art had declined 500 years sooner. The Renaissance pictures suit me very well, though, sooth to say, its school were too much given to painting real men and did not indulge enough in martyrs. The guide I had spoken of is the only one we have had yet who knew anything. He was born in South Carolina of slave parents. They came to Venice while he was an infant. He has grown up here. He is well educated. He reads and writes and speaks English, Italian, Spanish, and French with perfect facility, is a worshiper of art and thoroughly conversant with it, knows the history of Venice by heart, and never tires of talking of her illustrious career. He dresses better than any of us, I think, and is daintily polite. Negroes are deemed as good as white people in Venice, and so this man feels no desire to go back to his native land. His judgment is correct. I have had another shave. I was writing in our front room this afternoon and trying hard to keep attention on my work and refrain from looking out upon the canal. I was resisting the soft influences of the climate as well as I could, and endeavoring to overcome the desire to be indolent and happy. The boys sent for a barber. They asked me if I would have a shave. I reminded them of my tortures in Genoa, Milan, Como, and of my declaration that I would suffer no more on Italian soil. I said, "Not any for me, if you please." I rode on. The barber began on the doctor. I heard him say, "Dan, this is the easiest shave I've had since we left the ship." He said again presently, "Why, Dan, a man could go to sleep with this man shaving him." Dan took the chair. Then he said, "Why, this is Taichen. This is one of the old masters." I rode on. Directly Dan said, "Doctor, it's perfect luxury. The ship's barber isn't anything to him." My rough beard was distressing me beyond measure. The barber was rolling up his apparatus. The temptation was too strong. I said, "Hold on, please. Shave me also." I sat down in the chair and closed my eyes. The barber soaped my face and then took his razor and gave me a rake that well nigh threw me into convulsions. I jumped out of the chair. Dan and the doctor were both wiping blood off their faces and laughing. I said it was a mean, disgraceful fraud. They said that the misery of this shave had gone so far beyond anything they had ever experienced before that they could not bear the idea of losing such a chance of hearing a cordial opinion from me on the subject. It was shameful. There was no help for it. The skinning was begun and had to be finished. The tears flowed with every rake, and so did the fervent execrations. The barber grew confused and brought blood every time. I think the boys enjoyed it better than anything they have seen or heard since they left home. Well, we have seen Campanile and Byron's house and Balbi's, the geographer, and the palaces of the ancient dukes and the doges of Venice, and we have seen the effeminate descendants airing their nobility in fashionable French attire in the grand square of St. Mark, and eating ices and drinking cheap wines, instead of wearing gallant coats of mail and destroying fleets and armies as their great ancestors did in the days of Venetian glory. We have seen no bravos with poisoned stilettos, no masks, no wild carnival, but we have seen the ancient pride of Venice, the grim bronze horses that figure in 1,000 legends. Venice may well cherish them, for they are the only horses she ever had. It is said there are hundreds of people in this curious city who have never seen a living horse in their lives. This is entirely true, no doubt. And so, having satisfied ourselves, we depart tomorrow and leave the venerable Queen of the Republics to summon her vanished ships and marshal her shadowy armies and know again in dreams the pride of her old renown. End of chapter 23. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 24 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some of the Quaker City's passengers had arrived in Venice from Switzerland and other lands before we left there, and others were expected every day. We heard of no casualties among them, and no sickness. We were a little fatigued with sightseeing, and so we rattled through a good deal of country by rail without caring to stop. I took few notes. I find no mention of Bologna in my memorandum book, except that we arrived there in good season, but saw none of the sausages for which the place is so justly celebrated. Pistoia woke but a passing interest. Florence pleased us for a while. I think we appreciated the great figure of David in the grand square, and the sculptured group they call the Rape of the Sabines. We wandered through the endless collections of paintings and statues of the Pitti and Uffizi galleries, of course. I make that statement in self-defense, and there let it stop. I could not rest under the imputation that I'd visited Florence and did not traverse its weary miles of picture galleries. We tried indolently to recollect something about the Guelphs and the Ghibellines and the other historical cutthroats whose quarrels and assassinations make up so large a share of Florentine history, but the subject was not attractive. We had been robbed of all the fine mountain scenery on our little journey by a system of railroading that had 3 miles of tunnel to 100 yards of daylight, and we were not inclined to be sociable with Florence. We had seen the spot outside the city somewhere where these people had allowed the bones of Galileo to rest in an unconsecrated ground for an age, because his great discovery that the world turned around was regarded as a damning heresy by the Church. And we know that long after the world had accepted this theory and raised his name high in the list of its great men, they had still let him rot there. That we had lived to see his dust in honored sepulchre in the church of Santa Croce, we owe to a society of literati, and not to Florence or her rulers. We saw Dante's tomb in that church also, but we were glad to know that his body was not in it, that the ungrateful city that had exiled him and persecuted him would give much to have it there, but need not hope to ever secure that high honor for herself. Medicis are good enough for Florence. Let her plant Medicis and build grand monuments over them to testify how gratefully she was wont to lick the hand that scourged her. Magnanimous Florence. Her jewelry marts are filled with artists in mosaic. Florentine mosaics are the choicest in the world. Florence loves to have that said. Florence is proud of it. Florence would foster this specialty of hers. She is grateful to the artists that bring to her this high credit and fill her coffers with foreign money, and so she encourages them with pensions. With pensions! Think of the lavishness of it. She knows that people who piece together the beautiful trifles die early, because the labor is so confining and so exhausting to hand and brain, and so she has decreed that all these people who reach the age of 60 shall have a pension after that. I have not heard that any of them have called for their dividends yet. One man did fight along till he was 60 and started after his pension, but it appeared that there had been a mistake of a year in his family record, and so he gave it up and died. These artists will take particles of stone or glass no larger than a mustard seed and piece them together on a sleeve button or a shirt stud so smoothly and with such adjustment of the delicate shades of color, the pieces bare, as to form a pygmy rose with a stem, thorn, leaves, petals complete, and all as softly and as truthfully tinted as though Nature had builded it herself. They will counterfeit a fly or a high-toned bug, or the ruined Colosseum within the cramped circle of a breastpin, and do it so deftly and so neatly that any man might think a master painted it. I saw a little table in the great mosaic school in Florence, a little trifle of a center table, whose top was made of some sort of precious polished stone, and in the stone was inlaid the figure of a flute, with bell mouth, with a mazy complication of keys. No painting in the world could have been softer or richer. No shading out of one tint into another could have been more perfect. No work of art of any kind could have been more faultless than this flute. And yet, to count the multitude of little fragments of stone of which they swore it was formed would bankrupt any man's arithmetic. I do not think one could have seen where two particles joined each other with eyes of ordinary shrewdness. Certainly we could detect no such blemish. This tabletop cost the labor of one man for 10 long years, so they said, and was for sale for $35,000. We went to the church of Santa Croce from time to time in Florence to weep over the tombs of Michelangelo, Raphael, and Machiavelli. I suppose they are buried there, but it may be that they reside elsewhere and rent their tombs to other parties, such being the fashion in Italy. And between times we used to go and stand on the bridges and admire the Arno. It is popular to admire the Arno. It is a great historical creek with 4 feet in the channel and some scows floating in it. It would be a very plausible river if they would pump some water into it. They all call it a river, and they honestly think it is a river, do these dark and bloody Florentines. They even help out the delusion by building bridges over it. I do not see why they are too good to wade. How the fatigues and annoyances of travel fill one with bitter prejudices sometimes. I might enter Florence under happier auspices a month hence, and find it all beautiful, all attractive, but I do not care to think of it now at all, nor of its roomy shops, filled to the ceiling with snowy marble and alabaster copies of all the celebrated sculptures in Europe, copies so enchanting to the eye that I wonder how they can really be shaped like the dingy, petrified nightmares they are portraits of. I got lost in Florence at 9 o'clock one night, and stayed lost in that labyrinth of narrow streets and long rows of vast buildings that all look alike until towards 3 o'clock in the morning. It was a pleasant night, and at first there was a good many people abroad. There were cheerful lights about. Later I grew accustomed to prowling about mysterious drifts and tunnels, and astonishing and interesting myself with coming around corners expecting to find the hotel staring me in the face, and not finding it doing anything of the kind. Later still I felt tired. I soon felt remarkably tired, but there was no one abroad now, not even a policeman. I walked till I was out of all patience and very hot and thirsty. At last, somewhere after 1 o'clock, I came unexpectedly onto one of the city gates. I knew then that I was very far from the hotel. The soldiers thought I wanted to leave the city, and they sprang up and barred the way with their muskets. I said, "Hotel d'Europe." It was all the Italian I knew, and I was not certain whether that was Italian or French. The soldiers looked stupidly at each other and at me, and shook their heads and took me into custody. I said I wanted to go home. They did not understand me. They took me into the guardhouse and searched me, but they found no sedition on me. They found a small piece of soap. We carry soap with us now, and I made them a present of it, seeing that they regarded it as a curiosity. I continued to say Hotel d'Europe, and they continued to shake their heads until at last a young soldier nodding in the corner roused up and said something. He said he knew where the hotel was, I suppose, for the officer of the guard sent him away with me. We walked 100 or 150 miles, it appeared, And then he got lost. He turned this way and that, and finally gave it up and signified that he was going to spend the remainder of the morning trying to find the city gate again. At that moment it struck me that there was something familiar about the house over the way. It was the hotel. It was a happy thing for me that there happened to be a soldier there that knew even as much as he did, for they say that the policy of the government is to change the soldiery from one place to another constantly, and from country to city, so that they cannot become acquainted with the people and grow lax in their duties and enter into plots and conspiracies with friends. My experiences of Florence were chiefly unpleasant, and I will change the subject. At Pisa, we climbed up to the top of the strangest structure the world has any knowledge of, the Leaning Tower. As everyone knows, it is in the neighborhood of 180 feet high, and I beg to observe that 180 feet reach to about the height of 4 ordinary three-story buildings piled one on top of the other, and is a very considerable altitude for a tower of uniform thickness to aspire to, even when it stands upright. Yet this one leans more than 13 feet out of the perpendicular. It is 700 years old, but neither history nor tradition say whether it was built as it is purposely or whether one of its sides is settled. There is no record that it ever stood straight up. It is built of marble. It is an airy and beautiful structure, and each of its 8 stories is encircled by fluted columns, some of marble and some of granite, with Corinthian capitals that were handsome when they were new. It is a bell tower, and in its top hangs a chime of ancient bells. The winding staircase within is dark, but one always knows which side of the tower he is on because of his naturally gravitating from one side to the other of the staircase with the rise or dip of the tower. Some of the stone steps are foot worn only on one end, others on the other end, others only in the middle. To look down into the tower from the top is like looking down into a tilted well. A rope that hangs from the center of the top touches the wall before it reaches the bottom. Standing on the summit, one does not feel altogether comfortable when he looks down from the high side, but to crawl on your breast to the verge of the lower side and try to stretch your neck out far enough to see the base of the tower makes your flesh creep, and convinces you in a single moment, in spite of all your philosophy, that the building is falling. You handle yourself very carefully all the time, under the silly impression that if it is not falling, your trifling weight will start it unless you are particular not to bear down on it. The Duomo, close at hand, is one of the finest cathedrals in Europe. It is 800 years old. Its grandeur has outlived the high commercial prosperity and the political importance that made it a necessity, or rather a possibility. Surrounded by poverty, decay, and ruin, it conveys to us a more tangible impression of the former greatness of Pisa than books could give us. The baptistry, which is a few years older than the Leaning Tower, is a stately rotunda of huge dimensions, and was a costly structure. In it hangs the lamp whose measured swing suggested to Galileo the pendulum. It looked an insignificant thing to have conferred upon the world of science and mechanics such a mighty extension of their dominions as it has. Pondering in its suggestive presence, I seemed to see a crazy universe of swinging discs, the toiling children of this sedate parent. He appeared to have an intelligent expression about him of knowing that he was not a lamp at all, that he was a pendulum disguised for prodigious and inscrutable purposes of his own deep devising, and not a common pendulum either, but the old, original, patriarchal pendulum, the Abraham pendulum of the world. This baptistry is endowed with the most pleasing echo of all the echoes we have read of. The guide sounded two sonorous notes about half an octave apart. The echo answered with the most enchanting, the most melodious, the richest blending of sweet sounds that one can imagine. It was like a long drawn chord of a church organ, infinitely softened by distance. I may be extravagant in this matter, but if this be the case, my ear is to blame, not my pen. I am describing a memory, and one that will remain long with me. The peculiar devotional spirit of the olden time, which placed a higher confidence in outward forms of worship than in the watchful guarding of the heart against sinful thoughts and the hands against sinful deeds, and which believed in the protecting virtues of inanimate objects made holy by contact with holy things, is illustrated in a striking manner in one of these cemeteries of Pisa. The tombs are all set in soil brought in ships from the Holy Land ages ago. To be buried in such ground was regarded by the ancient Pisans as being more potent for salvation than many masses purchased of the church and the vowing of many candles to the Virgin. Pisa is believed to be about 3,000 years old. It was one of the 12 great cities of ancient Etruria, that commonwealth which has left so many monuments in testimony of its extraordinary advancement and so little history of itself that is tangible and comprehensible. A Pisan antiquarian gave me an ancient tear jug which he averred was full 4,000 years old. It was found among the ruins of one of the oldest of the Etruscan cities. He said it came from a tomb and was used by some bereaved family in that remote age when even the pyramids of Egypt were young. Damascus a village, Abraham a prattling infant, and ancient Troy not yet dreamt of, to receive the tears wept for some lost idol of a household. It spoke to us in a language of its own and with a pathos more tender than any words might bring. Its mute eloquence swept down the long roll of the centuries, with its tale of a vacant chair, a familiar footstep missed from the threshold, a pleasant voice gone from the chorus, a vanished form. A tale which is always so new to us, so startling, so terrible, so benumbing to the senses, and behold how threadbare and old it is. No shrewdly worded history could have brought the myths and shadows of that old dreamy age before us, clothed with human flesh and warmed with human sympathies so vividly as did this poor little unsentient vessel of pottery. Pisa was a republic in the Middle Ages, with a government of her own, armies and navies of her own, and a great commerce. She was a warlike power, and inscribed upon her banners many a brilliant fight with Genoese and Turks. It is said that the city once numbered a population of 400,000, for her scepter has passed from her grasp now. Her ships and her armies are gone, her commerce is dead, her battle flags bear the mold and the dust of centuries, her marts are deserted. She has shrunken far within her crumbling walls, and her great population has diminished to 20,000 souls. She has but one thing left to boast of, and that's not much, vis-a-vis. She is the second city of Tuscany. We reached Leghorn in time to see all we wished to see of it, long before the city gates were closed for the evening, and then came on board the ship. We felt as though we'd been away from home an age. We never entirely appreciated before what a very pleasant den our stateroom is, nor how jolly it is to sit at dinner in one's own seat in one's own cabin and hold familiar conversation with friends in one's own language. Oh, the rare happiness of comprehending every single word that is said, and knowing that every word one says in return will be understood as well. We would talk ourselves to death now, only there were only about 10 passengers out of the 65 to talk to. The others are wandering, we hardly know where. We shall not go ashore in Leghorn. We are surfeited with Italian cities for the present, and much prefer to walk the familiar quarterdeck and view this one from a distance. The stupid magnates of this Leghorn government cannot understand that so large a steamer as ours could cross the broad Atlantic with no other purpose than to indulge a party of ladies and gentlemen in a pleasure excursion. It looks too improbable. It is suspicious, they think. Something more important must be hidden behind it all. They cannot understand it, and they scorn the evidence of the ship's papers. They have decided at last that we are a battalion of incendiary, bloodthirsty Garibaldians in disguise, and in all seriousness they have set a gunboat to watch the vessel night and day, with orders to close down on any revolutionary movement in a twinkling. Police boats are on patrol duty about us all the time, and it is as much a sailor's liberty is worth to show himself in a red shirt. These policemen follow the executive officer's boat from shore to ship and from ship to shore, and watch his dark maneuvers with a vigilant eye. They will arrest him yet unless he assumes an expression of countenance that shall have less of carnage and insurrection and sedition in it. A visit paid in a friendly way to the General Garibaldi yesterday, by cordial invitation, by some of our passengers, has gone far to confirm the dread suspicions the government harbors towards us. It is thought the friendly visit was only the cloak of a bloody conspiracy. These people draw near and watch us when we bathe in the sea from the ship's side. Do they think we are communing with a reserve force of rascals at the bottom? It is said that we shall probably be quarantined at Naples. 2 or 3 of us prefer not to run this risk. Therefore, when we are rested, we propose to go in a French steamer to Civita, and thence to Rome, and by rail to Naples. They do not quarantine the cars, no matter where they got their passengers from.
End of chapter 24. Recording by bscottholmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 25 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark TWAIN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There are a good many things about this Italy which I do not understand, and more especially I cannot understand how a bankrupt government can have such palatial railroad depots and such marvels of turnpikes. Why, these latter are as hard as adamant, and straight as a line, as smooth as a floor, and as white as snow. When it is too dark to see any other object, one can still see the white turnpikes of France and Italy, and they are clean enough to eat from without a tablecloth, and yet no tolls are charged. As for the railways, we have none like them. The cars slide as smoothly along as if they were on runners. The depots are vast palaces of cut marble with stately colonnades of the same royal stone traversing them from end to end, and with ample walls and ceilings richly decorated with frescoes. The lofty gateways are graced with statues, and the broad floors are laid in polished flags of marble. These things win me more than Italy's 100 galleries of priceless art treasures, because I can understand the one and I am not competent to appreciate the other. In the turnpikes, the railways, the depots, and the new boulevards of uniform houses in Florence and other cities here, I see the genius of Louis Napoleon, or rather, I see the works of that statesman imitated. But Louis had taken care of that in France, where shall be a foundation for these improvements money. He has always the wherewithal to back up his projects. They strengthen France and never weaken her. Her material prosperity is genuine, but here the case is different. This country is bankrupt. There is no real foundation for these great works. The prosperity they would seem to indicate is a pretense. There is no money in the treasury, and so they enfeeble her instead of strengthening. Italy has achieved the dearest wish of her heart and become an independent state, and in doing so she has drawn an elephant in the political lottery. She has nothing to feed it on. Inexperienced in government, she plunged into all manner of useless expenditure and swamped her treasury almost in a day. She squandered millions of francs on a navy which she did not need, and the first time she took her new toy into action, she got it knocked higher than Gilderoy's kite, to use the language of the pilgrims. But it is an ill wind that blows nobody good. A year ago, when Italy saw utter ruin staring her in the face, and her greenbacks hardly worth the paper they were printed on, her Parliament ventured upon a coup de main that would have appalled the stoutest of her statesmen under less desperate circumstances. They, in a manner, confiscated the domains of the Church. This in a priest ridden Italy, this in a land which has groped in the midnight of priestly superstition for 1,600 years. It was rare good fortune for Italy, the stress of weather that drove her to break from this prison house. They do not call it confiscating the church property, that would sound too harshly yet, but it amounts to that. There are thousands of churches in Italy, each with untold millions of treasures stored away in its closet, and each with its battalion of priests to be supported. And then there are the estates of the church, league on league of the richest lands and the noblest forests in all Italy, all yielding immense revenues to the church, and none paying a cent in taxes to the state. In some great districts, the church owns all the property lands, watercourses, woods, mills, and factories. They buy, they sell, they manufacture, and since they pay no taxes, who can hope to compete with them? Well, the government has seized all this in effect, and it will yet seize it in rigid and unpoetical reality, no doubt. Something must be done to feed the starving treasury, and there is no other resource in all Italy, none but the riches of the church. So the government intends to take to itself a great portion of the revenues arising from priestly farms, factories, etc., and also intends to take possession of the churches and carry them on, after its own fashion and upon its own responsibility. In a few instances it will leave the establishments of great pet churches undisturbed, but in all others only a handful of priests will be retained to preach and pray, a few will be pensioned, and the balance turned adrift. Pray glance at some of these churches and their embellishments, and see whether the government is doing a righteous thing or not. In Venice, today,
a city of 100,000 inhabitants, there are 1,200 priests. Heaven only knows how many there were before the Parliament reduced their numbers. There was the great Jesuit church. Under the old regime it required 60 priests to engineer it. The government does it with 5 now, and the others are discharged from service. All about that church wretchedness and poverty abound. At its door a dozen hats and bonnets were doffed to us, as many heads were humbly bowed, and as many hands extended, appealing for pennies, appealing with foreign words we could not understand, but appealing mutely with sad eyes and sunken cheeks and ragged raiment, and that no words were needed to translate. Then we passed within the great doors, and it seemed that the riches of the world were before us. Huge columns carved out of single masses of marble, and inlaid from top to bottom with 100 intricate figures wrought in costly Verdi antique, pulpits of the same rich materials, whose draperies hung down in many a pictured fold, the stony fabric counterfeiting the delicate work of the loom, the grand altar brilliant with polished facings and balustrades of oriental agate, jasper, verde antique, and other precious stones, whose names even we seldom hear, and slabs of priceless lapis lazuli, lavished everywhere as recklessly as if the church had owned a quarry of it. In the midst of all this magnificence, the solid gold and silver furniture of the altar seemed cheap and trivial. Even the floors and the ceilings cost a princely fortune. Now, where is the use of allowing all those riches to lie idle while half of that community hardly know from day to day how they are going to keep body and soul together? And where is the wisdom in permitting hundreds upon hundreds of millions of francs to be locked up in the useless trumpery of churches all over Italy, and the people ground to death with taxation to uphold a perishing government? As far as I can see, Italy for 1,500 years has turned all her energies, all her finances, and all her industry to the building up of a vast array of wonderful church edifices, and starving half her citizens to accomplish it. She is to day one vast museum of magnificence and misery. All the churches in an ordinary American city put together could hardly buy the jeweled frippery in one of her 100 cathedrals. And for every beggar in America, Italy can show 100, and rags and vermin to match. It is the wretchedest, princeliest land on earth. Look at the Grand Duomo of Florence, a vast pile that has been sapping the purses of her citizens for 500 years, and is not nearly finished yet. Like all other men, I fell down and worshipped it, but when the filthy beggars swarmed around me, the contrast was too striking, too suggestive, and I said, O sons of classic Italy, is the spirit of enterprise, of self reliance, of noble endeavor, utterly dead within ye? Curse your indolent worthlessness. Why don't you rob your church? 300 happy and comfortable priests are employed in that cathedral. And now that my temper is up, I may as well go on and abuse everybody I can think of. They have a grand mausoleum in Florence, which they built to bury our Lord and Savior and the Medici family in. It sounds blasphemous, but it's true, and here they act blasphemy. The dead and damned Medicis, who cruelly tyrannized over Florence and were her curse for over 200 years, are salted away in a circle of costly vaults, and in their midst the Holy Sepulchre was to have been set up. The expedition sent to Jerusalem to seize it got into trouble and could not accomplish the burglary, and so the center of the mausoleum is vacant now. They say the entire mausoleum was intended for the Holy Sepulchre and was only turned into a family burying place after the Jerusalem expedition failed. But you will excuse me. Some of these Medicis would have smuggled themselves in, sure. What they had not the effrontery to do was not worth doing. Why, they had their trivial, forgotten exploits on land and sea pictured out in grand frescoes, as did also the ancient doges of Venice, with the Savior and the Virgin throwing bouquets to them out of the clouds, and the Deity himself applauding them from his throne in heaven. And who painted these things? Why, Titian, Tintoretto, Paul Veronese, Raphael, none other than the world's idols, the old masters. Andrea del Sarto glorified his princes in pictures that must save them forever from the oblivion they merited, and they let him starve. Served him right. Raphael pictured such infernal villains as Catherine and Marie de Medicis, and seated in heaven and conversing familiarly with the Virgin Mary and the angels, to say nothing of higher personages. And yet my friends abuse me because I am a little prejudiced against the old masters, because I fail sometimes to see the beauty that is in their productions. I cannot help but see it now and then, but I keep on protesting against the groveling spirit that could persuade those masters to prostitute their noble talents to the adulation of such monsters as the French, Venetian, and Florentine princes of 200 and 300 years ago, all the same. I am told that the old masters had to do these shameful things for bread, the princes and the potentates being the only patrons of art. If a grandly gifted man may drag his pride and his manhood in the dirt for bread rather than starve with the nobility that is in him untainted, the excuse is a valid one. It would excuse theft in Washingtons and Wellingtons and unchastity in women as well. But somehow I cannot keep that Medici mausoleum out of my memory. It is as large as a church. Its pavement is rich enough for the pavement of a king's palace. Its great dome is gorgeous with frescoes. Its walls are made of what? Marble, plaster, wood, paper? No. Red porphyry, verde antique, jasper, oriental agate, alabaster, mother of pearl, chalcedony, red coral, lapis lazuli. All the vast walls are made wholly of these precious stones, worked in and in and in together in elaborate patterns and figures, and polished till they glow like great mirrors, with the pictured splendors reflected from the dome overhead. And before a statue of one of those dead Medicis reposes a crown that blazes with diamonds and emeralds, enough to buy a ship of the line almost. These are the things the government has its evil eye upon, and a happy thing it will be for Italy when they melt away in the public treasury. And now, however, another beggar approaches. I will go out and destroy him, and then come back and write another chapter of vituperation. Well, having eaten the friendless orphan, having driven away his comrades, having grown calm and reflective at length, I now feel in a kindlier mood. I feel that after talking so freely about the priests and the churches, justice demands that if I know anything good about either, I ought to say it. I have heard of many things that redound to the credit of the priesthood, but the most notable matter that occurs to me now is the devotion of mendicant orders, showed during the prevalence of the cholera last year. I speak of the Dominican friars, men who wear coarse, heavy brown robe and a cowl in this hot climate and go barefoot. They live on alms altogether, I believe. They must unquestionably love their religion to suffer so much for it. When the cholera was raging in Naples, when the people were dying by hundreds and hundreds every day, when every concern for the public welfare was swallowed up in the selfish private interests, and every citizen made the taking care of himself his sole object, these men banded themselves together and went about nursing the sick and burying the dead. Their noble efforts cost many of them their lives. They laid them down cheerfully, and well they might. Creeds mathematically precise and hair-splitting niceties of doctrine are absolutely necessary for the salvation of some kinds of souls, but surely the charity, the purity, the unselfishness that are in the hearts of men like these would save their souls, though they were bankrupt in the true religion which is ours. One of these fat, barefooted rascals came here to Civita Vecchia with us in the little French steamer. There were only half a dozen of us in the cabin. He belonged in the steerage and was the life of the ship, the bloody-minded son of the Inquisition. He and the leader of the marine band of a French man-of-war played on the piano and sang opera turnabout and sang duets together. They rigged impromptu theatrical costumes and gave us extravagant farces and pantomimes. We got along first rate with the friar and were excessively conversational, albeit he could not understand what we said, and we certainly never uttered a word that he would guess the meaning of. This Civita Vecchia is the finest nest of dirt, vermin, and ignorance we have found yet, except the African perdition they call Tangier, which is just like it. The people here live in alleys 2 yards wide, which have a smell about them which is peculiar but not entertaining. It is well the alleys are not wider, because they hold as much smell now as a person can stand, and of course if they were wider they would hold more, and then the people would die. These alleys are paved with stone and carpeted with deceased cats and decayed rags and decomposed vegetable tops and remnants of old boots, all soaked with dishwater, and the people sit around on stools and enjoy it. They are indolent as a general thing, and yet have few pastimes. They work 2 or 3 hours at a time, but not hard. Then they knock off and catch flies. This does not require any talent, because they only have to grab. If they do not get the one they are after, they get another. It's all the same to them. They have no partialities. Whichever one they get is the one they want. They have other kinds of insects, but it does not make them arrogant. They are very quiet, unpretending people. They have more of these kind of things than other communities, but they do not boast. They are very uncleanly, these people, in face and person and dress. When they see anybody with a clean shirt on, it arouses their scorn. The women wash clothes half the day at the public tanks in the street, but they're probably somebody else's. Or may be they keep one set to wear and another to wash, because they never put on any that have ever been washed, and when they get done washing they sit in the alleys and nurse their cubs. They nurse one ash cat at a time, and the others scratch their backs against the doorpost and are happy. All this country belongs to the Papal States. They do not appear to have any schools here, and only one billiard table. Their education is a very low stage. One portion of the men go into the military, another into the priesthood, and the rest into shoemaking business. They keep up the passport system here, but so they do in Turkey. This shows that the Papal States are as as far advanced as Turkey. This fact will be alone sufficient to silence the tongues of malignant calumniators. I had to get my passport visaed for Rome in Florence, and when they would not let me come ashore here until a policeman had examined it on the wharf and sent me a permit, they did not even dare to let me take my passport in my hands for 12 hours. I looked so formidable. They judged it best to let me cool down. They thought I wanted to take the town. Likely. Little did they know me. I wouldn't have it. They examined my baggage at the depot. They took one of my ablest jokes, read it over carefully twice, then read it backwards. But it was too deep for them. They passed it around, and everybody speculated on it a while, but it mastered them all. It was no common joke. At length a veteran officer spelled it over deliberately and shook his head 3 or 4 times and said that in his opinion it was seditious. That was the first time I felt alarmed. I immediately said I would explain the document, and they crowded around, and so I explained and explained and explained, and they took notes of all I said. But the more I explained, the more they could not understand it, and when they desisted at last, I could not even understand it myself. They said they believed it was an incendiary document leveled at the government. I declared solemnly that it was not, but they only shook their heads and would not be satisfied. Then they consulted a good while, and finally they confiscated it. I was very sorry for this, because I had worked a long time on that joke and took a good deal of pride in it. Now I suppose I shall never see it any more. I suppose it will be sent up and filed away among the criminal archives of Rome, and will always be regarded as a mysterious infernal machine which would have blown up like a mine and scattered the good Pope all around, but for a miraculous providential interference. And I suppose that all the time I am in Rome the police will dog me about from place to place because they think I am a dangerous character. It is fearfully hot in Civita Vecchia. The streets are made very narrow, and the houses built very solid and heavy and high, as a protection against the heat. This is the first Italian town I have seen which does not appear to have a patron saint. I suppose no saint but the one that went up in the chariot of fire could withstand the climate. There is nothing here to see. They have not even a cathedral, with 11 tons of solid silver archbishops in the back room, and they do not show you any moldy buildings that are 7,000 years old, nor any smoke-dried old fire screens which are chef hors d'oeuvres of Rubens or Simpsons or Titian or Ferguson or any of those parties. And they haven't any bottled fragments of saints, and not even a nail from the true cross. We are going to Rome. There's nothing to see here. End of chapter 25. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 26 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What is it that confers the noblest delight? What is it which swells a man's breast with pride above that which any other experience can bring to him? Discovery. To know that you are walking where none others have walked, that you are beholding what human eye has not seen before, and that you are breathing a virgin atmosphere. To give birth to an idea, to discover a great thought, an intellectual nugget,
right under the dust of a field that many a brain plow had gone over before, to find a new planet, to invent a new hinge, to find the way to make the lightnings carry your messages, to be the first. That is the idea, to do something, say something, see something before anybody else. These are the things that confer a pleasure compared with which other pleasures are tame and commonplace, other ecstasies cheap and trivial. Morse, with his first message, brought by his servant the lightning. Fulton, in that long-drawn century of suspense, when he placed his hand upon the throttle valve, and lo, the steamboat moved. Jenner, when his patient with the cow's virus in his blood walked through the smallpox hospitals unscathed. Howe, when the idea shot through his brain that for 120 generations the eye had been bored through the wrong end of the needle. The nameless lord of art who laid down his chisel in some old age that is forgotten now, and gloated upon the finished Laocoon, Daguerre, when he commanded the sun, riding in the zenith, to print a landscape upon his insignificant silver plate, and he obeyed. Columbus, in the Pinta shrouds, when he swung his hat above a fabled sea and gazed abroad upon an unknown world. These are the men who have really lived, who have actually comprehended what pleasure is, who have crowded long lifetimes of ecstasy into a single moment. What is there in Rome for me to see that others have not seen before me? What is there for me to touch that others have not touched? What is there for me to feel, to learn, to hear, to know, that shall thrill me before I pass it to others? What can I discover? Nothing, nothing whatsoever. One charm of travel dies here. If I were only a Roman, if added to my own, I could be gifted with modern Roman sloth, modern Roman superstition, and modern Roman boundlessness of ignorance, what bewildering worlds of unsuspected wonders I would discover. Ah, if I were only an inhabitant of the Campagna 25 miles from Rome, then I would travel. I would go to America and see and learn, and return to the Campagna, stand before my countrymen an illustrious discoverer. I would say, I saw there a country which has no overshadowing Mother Church, and yet the people survive. I saw a government which never was protected by foreign soldiers at a cost greater than that required to carry on the government itself. I saw common men and common women who could read. I even saw small children of common country people reading from books. If I dared think you'd believe it, I would say they could write also. In the cities, I saw people drinking a delicious beverage made of chalk and water, but never once saw goats driven through their Broadway, or their Pennsylvania Avenue, or their Montgomery Street, and milked at the doors of the houses. I saw real glass windows in the houses of even the commonest people. Some of the houses are not of stone, nor yet of bricks. I solemnly swear they were made of wood. Houses there will take fire and burn sometimes, actually burn entirely down and not leave a single vestige behind. I could state that for a truth upon my deathbed. And as a proof the circumstance is not rare, I aver that they have a thing which they call a fire engine, which vomits forth great streams of water and is kept always in readiness, by night and by day, to rush to houses that are burning. You would think one engine would be sufficient,
But some great cities have 100. They keep men hired. They pay them by the month to do nothing but put out fires. For a certain sum of money, other men will ensure that your house shall not burn down, and if it burns, they will pay you for it. There are hundreds and thousands of schools, and anybody may go and learn to be wise like a priest. In that singular country, if a rich man dies a sinner, he is damned. He cannot buy salvation with money for masses. There's really not much use in being rich there, not much use as far as the other world is concerned, but much, very much use as concerns this, because there, if a man be rich, he is very greatly honored, and he can become a legislator, a governor, a general, a senator, no matter how ignorant an ass he is. Just as in our lovely Italy, the nobles hold all the great places, even though sometimes they are born noble idiots. There, if a man be rich, they give him costly presents. They ask him to feasts. They invite him to drink complicated beverages. But if he be poor and in debt, they require him to do that which they term to settle. The women put on a different dress almost every day. The dress is usually fine but absurd in shape. The very shape and fashion of it changes twice in 100 years, and did I but covet to be called an extravagant falsifier, I would say it changed even oftener. Hair does not grow upon American women's heads. It is made for them by cunning workmen in the shops, and is curled and frizzled into scandalous and ungodly forms. Some persons wear eyes of glass which they see through with facility, perhaps, else they would not use them. And in the mouths of some are teeth made by the sacrilegious hand of man. The dress of the men is laughably grotesque. They carry no musket in ordinary life, nor no long pointed pole. They wear no wide green lined cloak. They wear no peaked black felt hat, no leathern gaiters reaching to the knee, no goatskin breeches with the hair side out, no hobnailed shoes, no prodigious spurs. They wear a conical hat termed a nail keg, a coat of saddest black, a shirt which shows dirt so easily that it has to be changed every month and is very troublesome, things called pantaloons, which are held up by shoulder straps, and on their feet they wear boots which are ridiculous in pattern and can stand no wear. Yet, dressed in this fantastic garb, these people laughed at my costume. In that country, books are so common that it is really no curiosity to see one, newspapers also. They have a great machine which prints such things by thousands every hour. I saw common men who were neither priests nor princes, who yet absolutely owned the land they tilled. It was not rented from the church nor from the nobles. I am ready to take my oath of this. In that country you might fall from a third-story window several times and not mash either a soldier or a priest. The scarcity of such people is astonishing. In the cities you will see a dozen civilians for every soldier, and as many for every priest or preacher. Jews there are treated just like human beings instead of dogs. They can work at any business they please. They can sell brand new goods if they want to. They can keep drug stores. They can practice medicine along with Christians. They can even shake hands with Christians if they choose. They can associate with them just the same as one human being does with another human being. They don't have to stay shut up in one corner of the towns. They can live in any part of the town they like best. It is said they even have the privilege of buying land and houses and owning them themselves. though I doubt that myself. They never have had to run races naked through the public streets against jackasses to please the people in carnival time. There they have never been driven by the soldiers into a church every Sunday for hundreds of years to hear themselves and their religion especially and particularly cursed at this very day. In that curious country, a Jew is allowed to vote, hold office, yea, get up on a rostrum in a public street and express his opinion of the government, if the government don't suit him. Ah, it is wonderful. The common people there know a great deal. They even have the effrontery to complain if they are not properly governed, and to take hold and help conduct the government themselves. If they had laws like ours, which give one $1 for every 3 a crop produces to the government for taxes, they would have that law altered. Instead of paying $33 in taxes out of every 100 they receive, they complain if they have to pay 7. They are curious people. They do not know when they are well off. Mendicant priests do not prowl among them with baskets begging for the church and eating up their substance. One hardly ever sees a minister of the gospel going around there in his bare feet with a basket begging for subsistence. In that country, the preachers are not like our mendicant order of friars. They have 2 or 3 suits of clothing, and they wash sometimes. In that land are mountains far higher than the Alban Mountains. The vast Roman Campagna, 100 miles long and full 40 broad, is really small compared to the United States of America. The Tiber, that celebrated river of ours, which stretches its mighty course almost 200 miles, and which a lad can scarcely throw a stone across at Rome, is not so long nor yet so wide as the American Mississippi, nor yet the Ohio, nor even the Hudson. In America, the people are absolutely wiser and know much more than their grandfathers did. They do not plow with a sharpened stick, nor yet with a 3-cornered block of wood that merely scratches the top of the ground. We do that because our fathers did 3,000 years ago, I suppose. But those people have no holy reverence for their ancestors. They plow with a plow that is a sharp, curved blade of iron, and it cuts into the earth full 5 inches. And this is not all. They cut their grain with horrid machine that mows down whole fields in a day. If I dared, I would say that sometimes they use a blasphemous plow that works by fire and vapor and tears up an acre of ground in a single hour. But I see by your looks that you do not believe the things I am telling you. Alas, my character is ruined, and I am branded speaker of untruths. Well, of course, we have been to the monster church of St. Peter frequently. I knew its dimensions. I knew it was a prodigious structure. I knew it was just about the length of the Capitol at Washington, say 730 feet. I knew it was 364 feet wide and consequently wider than the Capitol. I knew that the cross on the top of the dome of the church was 438 feet above the ground, and therefore about 100 or maybe 125 feet higher than the dome of the Capitol. Thus I had one gauge. I wished to come as near forming a correct idea of how it was going to look as possible. I had a curiosity to see how much I would err. I erred considerably. St. Peter's did not look nearly so large as the Capitol, and certainly not a 20th part as beautiful from the outside. When we reached the door and stood fairly within the church, it was impossible to comprehend that it was a very large building. I had to cipher a comprehension of it. I had to ransack my memory for some more similes. St. Peter's is bulky. Its height and size would represent two of the Washington Capitals, set one on top of the other. If the Capitol were wider, or two blocks and a half of ordinary buildings set one on top of the other, St. Peter's was that large. But it could and would not look so. The trouble was that everything in it and about it was on such a scale of uniform vastness that there were no contrasts to judge by. None but the people, and I had not noticed them. They were insects. The statues of children holding vases of holy water were immense, according to the table of figures, but so was everything else around them. The mosaic pictures in the dome were huge and were made of thousands and thousands of cubes of glass, as large as the end of my little finger, but those pictures looked smooth and gaudy of color and in good proportion to the dome. Evidently, they would not answer to measure by. Away down toward the far end of the church, I thought was really clear at the far end, but discovered afterwards that it was in the center under the dome, stood the thing they called the baldacchino, a great bronze pyramidal framework like that which holds up a mosquito bar. It only looked like a considerably magnified bedstead, nothing more. Yet I knew it was a good deal more than half as high as Niagara Falls. It was overshadowed by a dome so mighty that its own height was snubbed. The four great square piers or pillars that stand equidistant from each other in the church and support the roof, I could not work up to their real dimensions by any method of comparison. I knew that the faces of each were about the width of a very large dwelling house front, 50 or 60 feet, and that they were twice as high as an ordinary three-story dwelling, but still they looked small. I tried all the different ways I could think of to compel myself to understand how large St. Peter's was, but with small success. The mosaic portrait of an apostle who was writing with a pen 6 feet long seemed only an ordinary apostle. But the people attracted my attention after a while. To stand in the door of St. Peter's and look at men down toward the further extremity 2 blocks away has a diminishing effect on them. Surrounded by the prodigious pictures and statues and lost in the vast spaces, they look very much smaller than they would if they stood 2 blocks away in the open air. I averaged a man as he passed me and watched him as he drifted far down by the Baldacchino and beyond, watched him dwindle to an insignificant schoolboy, and then in the midst of the silent throng of human pygmies gliding about him, I lost him. The church had lately been decorated on the occasion of a great ceremony in honor of St. Peter, and men were engaged now in removing the flowers and gilt paper from the walls and pillars. As no ladders could reach the great heights, the men swung themselves down from balustrades and the capitals of the pilasters by ropes to do this work. The upper gallery, which encircles the inner sweep of the dome, is 240 feet above the floor of the church. Very few steeples in America could reach up to it. Visitors always go up there to look down into the church because one gets the best idea of some of the heights and distances from that point. While we stood on the floor, one of the workmen swung loose from that gallery at the end of a long rope. I had not supposed before that a man could look so much like a spider. He was insignificant in size, and his rope seemed only a thread, seeing that he took up so little space. I could believe the story then that 10,000 troops went to St. Peter's once to hear Mass. Their commanding officer came afterward, and not finding them, supposed they had not yet arrived. But they were in the church, nevertheless. They were in one of the transepts. Nearly 50,000 persons assembled in St. Peter's to hear the publishing of the dogma of the Immaculate Conception. It is estimated that the floor of the church affords standing room for a large number of people. I have forgotten the exact figures, but it's no matter. It's near enough. They have 12 small pillars in St. Peter's, which came from Solomon's temple. They have also, which was far more interesting to me, a piece of the true cross and some nails and a part of the crown of thorns. Of course, we ascended to the summit of the dome, and of course we went up into the gilt copper ball which is above it. There was room there for a dozen persons with a little crowding, and it was as close and hot as an oven. Some of those people who are so fond of writing their names in prominent places had been there before us, 1,000,000 or two, I should think. From the dome of St. Peter's one can see every notable object in Rome, from the castle of St. Angelo to the Colosseum. He can discern the 7 hills upon which Rome is built. He can see the Tiber and the locality of the bridge which Horatius kept in the brave days of old, when Lars Porsena attempted to cross it with his invading host. He can see the spot where the Horatii and the Curatii fought their famous battle. He can see the broad green Campagna stretching away towards the mountains, and its scattered arches and broken aqueducts of the olden time, so picturesque in their gray ruin and so daintily festooned with vines. You can see the Alban Mountains, the Apennines, the Sabine Hills, and the blue Mediterranean. You can see a panorama that is varied, extensive, beautiful to the eye, and more illustrious in history than any other in Europe. About his feet is spread the remnant of a city that once had a population of 4,000,000 souls, and among its massed edifices stood the ruins of temples, columns, and triumphal arches that knew the Caesars and the noonday of Roman splendor. And close by them, in unimpaired strength, is a drain of arched and heavy masonry that belonged to that older city which stood here before Romulus and Remus were born, or Rome thought of. The Appian Way is here yet, and looking much as it did, perhaps, when the triumphal processions of the emperors moved over it in other days, bringing fettered princes from the confines of the earth. We cannot see the long array of chariots and mail-clad men laden with the spoils of conquest, but we can imagine the pageant after a fashion. We look out upon many objects of interest from the dome of St. Peter's, and last of all, almost at our feet, our eyes resting upon the building which was once the Inquisition. How times changed between the older ages and the new. Some 17 or 18 centuries ago, the ignorant men of Rome were wont to put Christians in the arena of the Colosseum yonder and turn the wild beasts in upon them for a show. It was for a lesson as well. It was to teach the people to abhor and fear the new doctrine the followers of Christ were teaching. The beasts tore the victims limb from limb and made poor mangled corpses of them in the twinkling of an eye. But when the Christians came into power, when the Holy Mother Church became mistress of the barbarians, she taught them the error of their ways by no such means. No, she put them in this pleasant inquisition and pointed to the blessed Redeemer who was so gentle and so merciful towards all men, and they urged the barbarians to love him, and they did all they could to persuade him to love and honor him, first by twisting their thumbs out of joint with a screw, and then by nipping their flesh with pincers, red hot ones because they are the most comfortable in cold weather, then by skinning them alive a little, and finally by roasting them in public. They always convinced those barbarians. The true religion, properly administered, as the good Mother Church used to administer it, is very, very soothing. It is wonderfully persuasive also. There's a great difference between feeding parties to wild beasts and stirring up their finer feelings in an inquisition. One is the system of degraded barbarians, the other of enlightened, civilized people. It is a great pity the playful Inquisition is no more. I prefer not to describe St. Peter's. It's been done before. The ashes of Peter, the disciple of the Savior, repose in a crypt under the baldacchino. We stood reverently in that place. So did we also in the Mamertine prison where he was confined, where he converted the soldiers, and where tradition says he caused a spring of water to flow in order that he might baptize them. But when they showed us a print of Peter's face in the hard stone of the prison wall, and said he made that by falling up against it, we doubted. And when also the monk at the church of San Sebastian showed us a paving stone with two great footprints in it, and said that Peter's feet made those, we lacked confidence again. Such things do not impress one. The monk said that angels came and liberated Peter from prison by night, and he started away from Rome by the Appian Way. The Savior met him and told him to go back, which he did. Peter left those footprints in the stone upon which he stood at the time. It was not stated how it was ever discovered whose footprints they were, seeing the interview occurred secretly and at night. The print of the face in the prison was that of a man of common size. The footprints were those of a man 10 or 12 feet high. The discrepancy confirmed our unbelief. We necessarily visited the Forum, where Caesar was assassinated, and also the Tarpeian Rock. We saw the dying gladiator at the Capitol, and I think that even we appreciated the wonder of art as such, perhaps, as we did that fearful story wrought in marble in the Vatican, the Laocoon. And then the Colosseum. Everybody knows the picture of the Colosseum. Everybody recognizes at once that looped and windowed bandbox with a side bitten out. Being rather isolated, it shows to better advantage than other of the monuments of ancient Rome, even the beautiful Pantheon, whose pagan altars uphold the cross now, and whose Venus, tricked out in consecrated gimcracks, does reluctant duty as a Virgin Mary today, and is built about with shabby houses, and its stateliness sadly marred. But the monarch of all European ruins, the Colosseum, maintains that reserve, that royal seclusion which is proper to majesty. Weeds and flowers spring from its massy arches and its circling seats, and vines hang their fringes from its lofty walls. An impressive silence broods over the monstrous structure where such multitudes of men and women were wont to assemble in other days. The butterflies have taken the places of the queens of fashion and beauty of 18 centuries ago, and the lizards sun themselves in the sacred seat of the emperor. More vividly than all the written histories, the Colosseum tells the story of Rome's grandeur and Rome's decay. It is the worthiest type of both that exists. Moving about Rome of today, we find it hard to believe in her old magnificence and her millions of population. But with this stubborn evidence before us that she was obliged to have a theater with sitting room for 80,000 persons and standing room for 20,000 more, to accommodate such of her citizens as required amusement, we find belief less difficult. The Colosseum is over 1,600 feet long, 750 feet wide, and 165 high. Its shape is oval. In America, we make convicts useful at the same time that we punish them for their crimes. We farm them out and compel them to earn money for the state by making barrels and building roads. This we combine business with retribution, and all things are lovely. But in ancient Rome they combined religious duty with pleasure. Since it was necessary that the new sect called Christians should be exterminated, the people judged it was wise to make this work profitable to the state at the same time and entertaining to the public. In addition to the gladiatorial combats and other shows, they sometimes threw members of the hated sect into the arena of the Colosseum and turned wild beasts in upon them. It is estimated that 70,000 Christians suffered martyrdom in this place. This has made the Colosseum holy ground in the eyes of the followers of the Savior. And well it might, for if the chain that bound a saint and the footprints a saint has left upon a stone he chanced to stand upon be holy, surely the spot where a man gave up his life for his faith is holy. 17 or 18 centuries ago, this Colosseum was the theater of Rome, and Rome was mistress of the world. Splendid pageants were exhibited here in presence of the emperor, the great ministers of state, the nobles, and vast audiences of citizens of smaller consequence. Gladiators fought with gladiators, and at times with warrior prisoners from many a distant land. It was the theater of Rome, of the world, and the man of fashion who could not let fall in a casual and unintentional manner something about my private box at the Colosseum could not move in the first circles. When the clothing store merchant wished to consume the corner grocery man with envy, he bought secured seats in the front row and let the thing be known. When the irresistible dry goods clerk wished to blight and destroy according to his native instinct, he got himself up regardless of expense and took some other fellow's young lady to the Colosseum, and then accented the affront by cramming her with ice cream between the acts, or by approaching the cage and stirring up the martyrs with his whalebone cane for her edification. The Roman swell was in his true element only when he stood up against a pillar and fingered his mustache, unconscious of the ladies. when he viewed the bloody combats through an opera glass 2 inches long, when he excited the envy of provincials by criticisms which showed that he had been to the Coliseum many and many a time and was long ago over the novelty of it, when he turned away with a yawn at last and said, "He a star handles his sword like an apprentice brigand. He'll do for the country, maybe, but he don't answer for the metropolis." Glad was the contraband that had a seat in the pit at the Saturday matinee, and happy the Roman street boy who ate his peanuts and guyed the gladiators from the dizzy gallery. For me was reserved the high honor of discovering among the rubbish of the ruined Coliseum the only playbill of that establishment now extant. There was a suggestive smell of mint drops about it still. A corner of it had evidently been chewed, and on the margin, in choice Latin, these words were written in a delicate female hand: "Meet me at the Tarpeian Rock tomorrow evening, dear, at 7 sharp. Mother will be absent on a visit to her friends to the Sabine Hills. Claudia." Ah, where is that lucky youth today, and where the little hand that wrote those dainty lines? Dust and ashes these 1700 years. Thus reads the bill: Roman Coliseum, unparalleled attraction, new properties, new lions, new gladiators, engagement of the renowned Marcus Marcellus Valerian for 6 nights only. The management beg leave to offer to the public an entertainment surpassing in magnificence anything that has heretofore been attempted on any stage. No expense has been spared to make the opening season one which shall be worthy the generous patronage which the management feels sure will crown their efforts. The management beg leave to state that they have succeeded in securing the services of a galaxy of talent, such as has not been beheld in Rome before. The performance will commence this evening with a grand broadsword combat between 2 young and promising amateurs and a celebrated Parthian, a gladiator who has just arrived a prisoner from the camp of Venus. This will be followed by a grand moral battle axe engagement between the renowned Valerian, with one hand tied behind him, and 2 gigantic savages from Britain. After which the renowned Valerian, if he survive, will fight with a broadsword, left-handed, against 6 sophomores and a freshman from the gladiatorial college. A long series of brilliant engagements will follow, in which the finest talent of the empire will take part. After which the celebrated infant prodigy known as the young Achilles will engage 4 tiger whelps in combat, armed with no other weapon than his little spear, the whole to conclude with a chaste and elegant general slaughter, in which 13 African lions and 22 barbarian prisoners will war with each other until all are exterminated. Box office now open. Dress circle $1, children and servants half price. An efficient police force will be on hand to preserve order and keep the wild beasts from leaping the railings and discommoding the audience. Doors open at 7. Performance begins at 8. Positively no free list. Diodorus Job Press. It was as singular as it was gratifying that I was also so fortunate as to find among the rubbish of the arena a stained and mutilated copy of the Roman daily battle axe, containing a critique upon this very performance. It comes to hand too late by many centuries to rank as news, and therefore I translate and publish it simply to show how very little the general style and phraseology of dramatic criticism has altered in the ages that have dragged their slow length along since the carriers laid this one damp and fresh before the Roman patrons. The opening season, Coliseum. Notwithstanding the inclemency of the weather, quite a respectable number of the rank and fashion of the city assembled last night to witness the debut upon metropolitan boards of the young tragedian who has of late been winning such golden opinions in the amphitheaters of the provinces. Some 60,000 persons were present, and but for the fact that the streets were almost impassable, it is fair to presume that the house would have been full. His August Majesty, the Emperor Aurelius, occupied the imperial box, and was the cynosure of all eyes. Many illustrious nobles and generals of the empire graced the occasion with their presence, and not the least among them was the young patrician lieutenant whose laurels, won in the ranks of the thundering legion, are still so green upon his brow. The cheer which greeted the entrance was heard beyond the Tiber. The late repairs and decorations add both to the comeliness and the comfort of the Coliseum. The new cushions are a great improvement upon the hard marble seats we have been so long accustomed to. The present management deserve well of the public. They have restored to the Coliseum the gilding, the rich upholstery, and the uniform magnificence which old Coliseum frequenters tell us Rome was so proud of 50 years ago. The opening scene last night, the broadsword combat between two young amateurs and a famous Parthian gladiator who was sent here a prisoner, was very fine. The elder of the two young gentlemen handled his weapon with a grace that marked the possession of extraordinary talent. His feint of thrusting, followed instantly by a happily delivered blow which unhelmeted the Parthian, was received with hearty applause. He was not thoroughly up to the backhanded stroke, but it was very gratifying to his numerous friends to know that, in time, practice would have overcome this defect. However, he was killed. His sisters, who were present, expressed considerable regret. His mother left the Coliseum. The other youth maintained the contest with such spirit as to call forth enthusiastic bursts of applause. When at last he fell a corpse, his aged mother ran screaming, with hair disheveled and tears streaming from her eyes, and swooned away just as her hands were clutching at the railings of the arena. She was promptly removed by the police. Under the circumstances, the woman's conduct was pardonable, perhaps, but we suggest that such exhibitions interfere with the decorum which should be preserved during the performances, and are highly improper in the presence of the Emperor. The Parthian prisoner fought bravely and well he might, for he was fighting for both life and liberty. His wife and children were there to nerve his arm with their love and to remind him of the old home he should see again if he conquered. When his second assailant fell, the woman clasped her children to her breast and wept for joy. But it was only a transient happiness. The captive staggered toward her, and she saw that the liberty he had earned was earned too late. He was wounded unto death. Thus the first act closed in a manner which was entirely satisfactory. The manager was called before the curtain and returned his thanks for the honor done him in a speech which was replete with wit and humor, and closed by hoping that his humble efforts to afford cheerful and instructive entertainment would continue to meet with the approbation of the Roman public. The star now appeared and was received with vociferous applause and the simultaneous waving of 60,000 handkerchiefs. Marcus Aurelius Valerian, stage name, his real name is Smith, is a splendid specimen of physical development and an artist of rare merit. His management of the battle axe is wonderful. His gaiety and his playfulness are irresistible in his comic parts, and yet they are inferior to his sublime conceptions in the grave realm of tragedy. When his axe was describing fiery circles about the heads of the bewildered barbarians, in exact time with his springing body and his prancing legs, the audience gave way to uncontrollable bursts of laughter. But when the back of his weapon broke the skull of one, and almost in the same instant its edge clove the other's body in twain, the howl of enthusiastic applause that shook the building was the acknowledgment of a critical assemblage that he was a master of the noblest department of his profession. If he has a fault, and we are sorry to even intimate that he has, it is that of glancing at the audience in the midst of the most exciting moments of the performance, as if seeking admiration. The pausing in a fight to bow when bouquets are thrown to him is also in bad taste. In the great left-handed combat he appeared to be looking at the audience half the time instead of carving his adversaries. And when he had slain all the sophomores and was dallying with the freshmen, he stooped and snatched the bouquet as it fell and offered it to his adversary at a time when a blow was descending which promised favorably to be his death warrant. Such levity is proper enough in the provinces, we make no doubt, but it ill suits the dignity of the metropolis. We trust our young friend will take these remarks in good part, for we mean them solely for his benefit. All who know us are aware that although we are at times justly severe upon tigers and martyrs, we never intentionally offend gladiators. The infant prodigy performed wonders. He overcame his 4 tiger whelps with ease, and with no other hurt than the loss of a portion of a scalp. The general slaughter was rendered with a faithfulness to details which reflects the highest credit upon the late participants in it. Upon the whole, last night's performance shed honor not only upon the management, but upon the city that encourages and sustains such wholesome and instructive entertainments. We would simply suggest that the practice of vulgar young boys in the gallery of shying peanuts and paper pellets at the tigers, and saying "Hi yi," and manifesting appropriation or dissatisfaction by such observations as "Bully for the lion," "Go it, Gladdy," "Boots," "Speech," "Take a walk around the block," and so on, are extremely reprehensible when the Emperor is present, and ought to be stopped by the police. Several times last night, when the supernumeraries entered the arena to drag out the bodies, the young ruffians in the gallery shouted "Soupe, soupe," and also, "Oh, what a coat!" and "Why don't you pad them shanks?" and made use of various other remarks expressive of derision. These things are very annoying to the audience. A matinee for the little folks is promised for this afternoon, on which occasion several martyrs will be eaten by the tigers. The regular performance will continue every night till further notice. Material change in program every evening. Benefit of Valerian, Tuesday, 29th, if he lives. Now, I've been a dramatic critic myself in my time, and I'm often surprised to notice how much more I knew about Hamlet than Forrest did, and it gratifies me to observe now how much better my brethren of ancient times knew how a broadsword battle ought to be fought than the gladiators.
End of chapter 26. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 27. The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
So far, good. If any man has a right to feel proud of himself and satisfied, surely it is I, for I have written about the Colosseum and the gladiators, the martyrs and the lions, and yet have never once used the phrase butchered to make a Roman holiday, and I'm the only free white man of mature age who has accomplished this since Byron originated the expression. Butchered to make a Roman holiday sounds well for the first 17 or 1800,000 times one sees it in print, but after that it begins to grow tiresome. I find it in all the books concerning Rome, and here latterly it reminds me of a Judge Oliver. Oliver was a young lawyer fresh from the schools. He had gone out to the deserts of Nevada to begin life. He found that country and our ways of life there in those early days different from life in New England or Paris. But he put on a woolen shirt and strapped a Navy revolver to his person, took to the bacon and beans of the country, and determined to do in Nevada as Nevada did. Oliver accepted the situation so completely that although he must have sorrowed over many of his trials, he never complained. That is, he never complained but once. He, two others, and myself started to the new silver mines in the Humboldt Mountains. He to be probate judge of Humboldt County, and we to mine. The distance was 200 miles. It was dead of winter. We bought a 2-horse wagon and put 1,800 pounds of bacon, flour, beans, blasting powder, picks, and shovels in it, and we bought 2 sorry-looking Mexican plugs with a hair turned the wrong way and more corners on their bodies than there are on the Mosque of Omar. We hitched up and started. It was a dreadful trip, but Oliver did not complain. The horses dragged the wagon 2 miles from town, then gave out, and we 3 pushed the wagon 7 miles, and Oliver moved ahead and pulled the horses after him by the bits. We complained, but Oliver did not. The ground was frozen, and it froze our backs while we slept. The wind swept across our faces and froze our noses. Oliver did not complain. 5 days of pushing the wagon by day and freezing by night brought us to the bad part of the journey, the 40-mile desert, or the Great American Desert, if you please. Still, this mildest mannered man that ever was had not complained. We started across at 8 in the morning and pushed through the sand that had no bottom, toiling all day long by the wrecks of 1,000 wagons, the skeletons of 10,000 oxen, by wagon tires enough to loop the Washington Monument to the top, ox chains enough to girdle Long Island, by human graves, with our throats parched always with thirst, lips bleeding from the alkali dust, hungry, perspiring, and very, very weary. So weary that when we dropped in the sand every 50 yards to rest the horses, we could hardly keep from going to sleep. No complaints from Oliver. None the next morning at 3 o'clock when we got across. tired to death. Awakened 2 or 3 nights afterwards at midnight in a narrow canyon by the snow falling on our faces, and appalled at the imminent danger of being snowed in, we harnessed up and pushed on till 8 in the morning, passed the divide, and we knew we were saved. No complaints. 15 days of hardship and fatigue brought us to the end of the 200 miles, and the judge had not complained. We wondered if anything could exasperate him. We built a Humboldt house. It is done in this way: you dig a square in the steep base of the mountain and set up 2 uprights and top them with 2 joists. Then you stretch a great sheet of cotton domestic from the point where the joists join the hillside down over the joists to the ground. This makes the roof and the front of the mansion. The sides and back are the dirt walls your digging has left. A chimney is easily made by turning up one corner of the roof. Oliver was sitting alone in this dismal den one night by a sagebrush fire, writing poetry. He was very fond of digging poetry out of himself or blasting it out when it came hard. He heard an animal's footsteps close to the roof. A stone or two and some dirt came through and fell by him. He grew uneasy and said, "Hi, clear out from there, can't you?" From time to time, but by and by he fell asleep where he sat, and pretty soon a mule fell down the chimney. The fire flew in every direction, and Oliver went over backwards. About 10 nights after that, he recovered confidence enough to go on writing poetry again. Again he dozed off to sleep, and again a mule fell down the chimney. This time about half of that side of the house came in with a mule. Struggling to get up, the mule kicked the candle out and smashed most of the kitchen furniture and raised considerable dust. These violent awakenings must have been annoying to Oliver, but he never complained. He moved to a mansion on the opposite side of the canyon because he had noticed the mules do not go there. One night about 8 o'clock he was endeavoring to finish his poem when a stone rolled in, and then a hoof appeared below the canvas, and then part of a cow, and after that part he leaned back in dread and shouted, "Hoi, hoi, get out of this!" And the cow struggled manfully, lost ground steadily, and dust streamed down, and before Oliver could get away, the entire cow crashed through onto the table and made a shapeless wreck of everything. Then, for the first time in his life, I think, Oliver complained. He said, "This thing is growing monotonous." Then he resigned his judgeship and left Humboldt County. Butchered to make a Roman holiday has grown monotonous to me. In this connection, I wish to say one word about Michelangelo Buonarroti. I used to worship the mighty genius of Michelangelo, that man who was great in poetry, painting, sculpture, architecture, great in everything he undertook. But I do not want Michelangelo for breakfast, for luncheon, for dinner, for tea, for supper, for between meals. I like a change occasionally. In Genoa he designed everything. In Milan his pupils designed everything. He designed the Lake of Como. In Padua, Verona, Venice, Bologna, who did we ever hear of from guides but Michelangelo? In Florence he painted everything, designed everything, and nearly what he did not design he used to sit on as a favorite stone and look at. And they showed us the stone. In Pisa he designed everything but the old shot tower, and they would have attributed that to him if it had not been so awfully out of the perpendicular. He designed the piers of Leghorn and the custom house regulations of Civita Vecchia. But here it is frightful. The design of St. Peter's. He designed the Pope. He designed the Pantheon, the uniform of the Pope's soldiers, the Tiber, the Vatican, the Colosseum, the Capitol, the Tarpeian Rock, the Barberini Palace, St. John Lateran, the Campagna, the Appian Way, the Seven Hills, the Baths of Caracalla, the Claudian Aqueduct, the Cloaca Maxima. The eternal boar designed the eternal city, and unless all men and books do lie, he painted everything in it. Dan said the other day to the guide, enough, enough, enough. Say no more. Lump the whole thing, and say the Creator made Italy from designs by Michelangelo. I never felt so fervently thankful, so soothed, so tranquil, so filled with a blessed peace as I did yesterday when I learned that Michelangelo was dead. But we have taken it out of this guide. He has marched us through miles of pictures and sculptures in the vast corridors of the Vatican, and through miles of pictures and sculpture in 20 other palaces. He has shown us the great picture in the Sistine Chapel, and the frescoes enough to fresco the heavens, pretty much all done by Michelangelo. So with him we have played that game which has vanquished so many guides for us, imbecility and idiotic questions. These creatures never suspect. They have no idea of a sarcasm. He shows us a figure and says, "Statu Brunzo," bronze statue. We look at it indifferently, and the doctor asks, "By Michelangelo?" "No, no, not know who." Then he shows us the ancient Roman Forum, and the doctor asks, "Michelangelo?" A stare from the guide. "No, 1,000 year before he is born." Then an Egyptian obelisk again. "Michelangelo?" "Oh, mon Dieu, gentlemen, this is 2,000 year before he is born." He grows so tired of that unceasing question sometimes that he dreads to show us anything at all. The wretch has tried all the ways he can think of to make us comprehend that Michelangelo is only responsible for the creation of a part of the world, but somehow he has not succeeded yet. Relief over overtasked eyes and brains from study and sightseeing is necessary, or we shall become idiotic sure enough. Therefore this guide must continue to suffer. If he does not enjoy it, so much the worse for him. We do. In this place I may as well jot down a chapter concerning those necessary nuisances, European guides. Many a man has wished in his heart he could do without his guide, but knowing he could not, has wished he could get some amusement out of him as a remuneration for the affliction of his society. We accomplish this latter matter, and if our experience can be made useful to others, they are welcome to it. Guides know about enough English to tangle everything up so that a man can make neither head nor tail of it. They know their story by heart, the history of every statue, painting, cathedral, or other wonder they show you. They know it and tell it as a parrot would, and if you interrupt and throw them off the track, they have to go back and begin over again. All their long lives they are employed in showing strange things to foreigners and listening to their bursts of admiration. It is human nature to take delight in exciting admiration. It is what prompts children to say smart things and do absurd ones, and in other ways show off when company is present. It is what makes gossips turn out in rain and storm to go and be the first to tell a startling bit of news. Think, then, what a passion it becomes with a guide whose privilege it is every day to show to strangers wonders that throw them into perfect ecstasies of admiration. He gets so that he could not by any possibility live in a soberer atmosphere. After we discovered this, he never went into ecstasies any more. We never admired anything. We never showed any but impassible faces and stupid indifference in the presence of the sublimest wonders the guide had to display. We had found their weak point. We had made good use of it ever since. We have made some of those people savage at times, but we have never lost our own serenity. The doctor asks the questions generally because he can keep his countenance and look more like an inspired idiot and throw more imbecility into the tone of his voice than any man that lives. It comes natural to him. The guides in Genoa are delighted to secure an American party because Americans so much wonder and deal so much in sentiment and emotion before any relics of Columbus. Our guide there fidgeted about as if he had swallowed a spring mattress. He was full of animation, full of impatience. He said, "Come with me, gentlemen, come. I show you ze letter written by Christopher Colombo. Write it himself. Write it with his own hand. Come." He took us to the municipal palace, and after much impressive fumbling of keys and opening of locks, the stained and aged document was spread before us. The guide's eyes sparkled. He danced about us and tapped the parchment with his finger. "What I tell you, gentlemen, is it not so? See, handwriting, Christopher Colombo. Write it himself." We looked indifferent, unconcerned. The doctor examined the document very deliberately during a painful pause. Then he said, without any show of interest, "Ah, Ferguson, what did you say was the name of the party who wrote this?" "Christopher Colombo, the great Christopher Colombo." Another deliberate examination. "Ah, did he write it himself, or how?" "He write it himself. Christopher Colombo, his own handwriting, write by himself." Then the doctor laid the document down and said, "Well, I've seen boys in America only 14 years old that could write better than that. But this is the great Christo. I don't care who it is, it's the worst writing I ever saw. Now, you mustn't think you can impose on us because we are strangers. We are not fools by a good deal. If you've got any specimen of penmanship of real merit, trot them out, and if you ain't, drive on." We drove on. The guide was considerably shaken up, but he made one more venture. He had something which he thought would overcome us. He said, "Ah, gentlemen, you come with me. I show you beautiful, oh, magnificent bust, Christopher Colombo. Splendid, grand, magnificent." He brought us before the beautiful bust, for it was beautiful, and sprang back and struck an attitude. "Oh, look, gentlemen, beautiful, grand bust, Christopher Colombo, beautiful bust, beautiful pedestal." The doctor put up his eyeglass, procured for such occasions. "Ah, what did you say this gentleman's name was?" "Christopher Colombo, the great Christopher Colombo." "Christopher Colombo, the great Christopher Colombo. Well, what did he do?" "Discover America. Discover America, oh the devil! Discover America? No, that statement will hardly wash. We are just from America ourselves. We heard nothing about it. Christopher Colombo, pleasant name. Is he dead? Oh, corpo di Bacco, 300 year. What did he die of? I do not know. I cannot tell. Smallpox, I think. I do not know, gentlemen. I do not know what he died of. Measles, likely? Maybe. I do not know. I think he died of some things. Parents living? Impossible! Oh, which is the bust and which is the pedestal? Santa Maria, this is the bust, this is the pedestal. Ah, I see. I see. Happy combination. Very happy combination indeed. Is this the first time this gentleman was ever on a bust? The joke was lost on the foreigner. Guides cannot master the subtleties of the American joke. We have made it interesting for this Roman guide. Yesterday we spent 3 or 4 hours in the Vatican. Again, that wonderful world of curiosities. We came very near expressing interest, sometimes even admiration. It was very hard to keep from it. We succeeded, though. Nobody else ever did in the Vatican museums. The guide was bewildered, nonplussed. He walked his legs off nearly, hunting up extraordinary things, and exhausted all of his ingenuity on us. But it was a failure. We never showed any interest in anything. He had reserved what he considered to be his greatest wonder till the last, a royal Egyptian mummy, the best preserved in the world, perhaps. He took us there. He felt so sure that this time that some of his old enthusiasm came back to him. See, gentlemen, mummy. The eyeglass came up as calmly, as deliberately as ever. Oh, Ferguson, what did I understand you to say the gentleman's name was? Name? He got no name. Mummy. Egyptian mummy. Yes. Born here? No, Egyptian mummy. Ah, just so. Frenchman, I presume. No, not Frenchman, not Roman. Born in Egypta. Born in Egypta. Never heard of Egypta before. Foreign locality, likely. Mummy. How calm he is, how self-possessed. Is he dead? Oh, sacre bleu, been dead 3,000 year. The doctor turned on him savagely. Here now, what do you mean by such conduct as this? Playing us for Chinamen because we are strangers and trying to learn. Trying to impose your vile second-hand carcasses on us. Thunder and lightning. I've a notion to if you got a nice fresh corpse, fetch him out. Or by George, we'll brain you. We make it exceedingly interesting for this Frenchman. However, he has paid us back partly without knowing it. He came to the hotel this morning to ask if we were up, and he endeavored as well as he could to describe us to the landlord, so the landlord would know which persons he meant. He finished with a casual remark that we were lunatics. The observation was so innocent and so honest that it amounted to a very good thing for a guide to say. There is one remark already mentioned which never has failed to disgust these guides. We use it always when we can think of nothing else to say. After they have exhausted their enthusiasm pointing out to us and praising the beauties of some ancient bronze image or broken leg statue, we look at it stupidly and in silence for 5, 10, 15 minutes, as long as we can hold out, in fact, and then ask, Is he dead? That conquers the serenest of them. It is not what they are looking for, especially a new guide. Our Roman Ferguson is the most patient, unsuspecting, long suffering subject we have had yet. We shall be sorry to part with him. We have enjoyed his society very much. We trust he has enjoyed ours, but we are harassed with doubts. We have been in the catacombs. It was like going down into a very deep cellar, only it was a cellar which had no end to it. The narrow passages are roughly hewn in the rock, and on each hand as you pass along, the hollowed shelves are carved out from 3 to 14 deep. Each held a corpse once. There are names and Christian symbols and prayers or sentences expressive of Christian hopes carved upon nearly every sarcophagus. The dates belong way back in the dawn of the Christian era, of course. Here in these holes in the ground, the first Christians sometimes burrowed to escape persecution. They crawled out at night to get food, but remained under cover in the daytime. The priest told us that St. Sebastian lived underground for some time while he was being hunted. He went out one day, and the soldiery discovered and shot him to death with arrows. 5 or 6 of the early popes, those who reigned about 1,600 years ago, held their papal courts and advised with their clergy in the bowels of the earth. During 17 years, from A.D. 235 to A.D. 252, the popes did not appear above ground. 4 were raised to the great office during that period, 4 years apiece or thereabouts. It is very suggestive of the unhealthiness of underground graveyards as places of residence. One pope afterwards spent his entire pontificate in the catacombs, 8 years. Another was discovered in them and murdered in the episcopal chair. There was no satisfaction in being a pope in those days. There were too many annoyances. There are 160 catacombs under Rome, each with its maze of narrow passages, crossing and recrossing each other, and each passage walled to the top with scooped graves its entire length. A careful estimate makes the length of the passages of all the catacombs combined foot up 900 miles, and their graves number 7 millions. We did not go through all the passages of the catacombs. We were very anxious to do it and made the necessary arrangements, but our too limited time obliged us to give up the idea. So we only groped through the dismal labyrinth of St. Calixtus under the church of St. Sebastian. In the various catacombs are small chapels rudely hewn in the stones, and here the early Christians often held their religious services by dim, ghostly lights. Think of a mass and a sermon way down in those tangled caverns underground. In the catacombs were buried St. Cecilia, St. Agnes, and several others of the most celebrated of the saints. In the catacombs of St. Calixtus, St. Bridget used to remain long hours in holy contemplation, and St. Charles Borromeo was wont to spend whole nights in prayer there. It was also the scene of a very marvelous thing. Here the heart of St. Philip Neri was so inflamed with divine love as to burst his ribs. I find that grave statement in a book published in New York in 1808 and written by Reverend William H. Nelligan, LL.D., M.A., Trinity College, Dublin, member of the Archaeological Society of Great Britain. Therefore, I believe it. Otherwise, I could not. Under other circumstances, I should have felt a curiosity to know what Philip had for dinner. This author puts my credulity on its mettle every now and then. He tells of one other, St. Joseph Calasanctus, whose house in Rome he visited. He visited only the house. The priest had been dead 200 years. He says the Virgin Mary appeared to this saint. Then he continues, his tongue and his heart, which were found after nearly a century to be whole when the body was disinterred after his canonization, are still preserved in a glass case, and after 2 centuries the heart is still whole. When the French troops came to Rome, and when Pius VII was carried away prisoner, blood dropped from it. Oh, to read that in a book written by a monk far back in the Middle Ages would surprise no one. It would sound natural and proper. But when it is seriously stated in the middle of the 19th century by a man of finished education, an LL.D., M.A., and an archaeological magnate, it sounds strangely enough. Still, I would gladly change my unbelief for Nelligan's faith and let him make the conditions as hard as he pleased. The old gentleman's undoubting, unquestioning simplicity has a rare freshness about it, and in these matter-of-fact railroading and telegraphing days, hear him concerning the church of Ara Coeli. In the roof of the church, directly above the high altar, is engraved Regina Coeli Laetare, Alleluia. In the 6th century, Rome was visited by a fearful pestilence. Gregory the Great urged the people to do penance, and then a general procession was formed, and it was proceeded from Ara Coeli to St. Peter's. As it passed before the mole of Adrian, now the castle of St. Angelo, the sound of heavenly voices was heard singing. It was Easter morn. Regina Coeli Laetare, Hallelujah. Que quim merusti portrare, Hallelujah. Resurrexit secut, dixit, Hallelujah. The pontiff, carrying in his hands the portrait of the Virgin, which is over the high altar and is said to have been painted by St. Luke, answered with the astonished people, Ora pro nobis Deum, Alleluia. At the same time, an angel was seen to put up a sword in a scabbard, and the pestilence ceased on the same day. There are 4 circumstances which confirm this miracle: the annual procession which takes place in the Western Church on the feast of St. Mark, the statue of St. Michael placed on the mole of Adrian, which has since that time been called the Castle of St. Angelo, the antiphon Regina Coeli, which the Catholic Church sings during Paschal time, and the inscription in the church. End of chapter 27. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 28 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark TWAIN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the sanguinary sports of the Holy Inquisition, the slaughter of the Colosseum, and the dismal tombs of the catacombs, I naturally passed to the picturesque horrors of the Capuchin convent. We stopped a moment in a small chapel in the church to admire a picture of St. Michael vanquishing Satan, a picture which is so beautiful that I cannot but think it belongs to the reviled Renaissance, notwithstanding I believe they told us that one of the ancient old masters painted it, and then we descended into the vast vault underneath. Here was a spectacle for sensitive nerves. Evidently, the old masters had been at work in this place. There were 6 divisions in the apartment, and each division was ornamented with a style of decoration peculiar to itself. And these decorations were in every instance formed of human bones. There were shapely arches built wholly of thigh bones. There were startling pyramids built wholly of grinning skulls. There were quaint architectural structures of various kinds, built of shin bones and the bones of the arm. On the wall were elaborate frescoes whose curving vines were made of knotted human vertebrae, whose delicate tendrils were made of sinews and tendons, whose flowers were formed of kneecaps and toenails. Every lasting portion of the human frame was represented in these intricate designs. They were by Michelangelo, I think. And there was a careful finish about the work and an attention to details that betrayed the artist's love of his labors as well as his schooled ability. I asked the good natured monk who accompanied us who did this, and he said, "We did it," meaning himself and his brethren upstairs. I could see that the old friar took a high pride in this curious show. We made him talkative by exhibiting an interest we never betrayed to guides. Who were these people? We, upstairs, monks of the Capuchin order, my brethren. How many departed monks were required to upholster these 6 parlors? These are the bones of 4,000. Took a long time to get enough? Many, many centuries. Their different parts were well separated. Skulls in one room, legs in another, ribs in another. There would be stirring times here for a while if the last trump should blow. Some of the brethren might get hold of the wrong leg in the confusion, and the wrong skull, find themselves limping and looking through eyes that were wider apart or closer together than they were used to. You cannot tell any of these parties apart, I suppose. Oh, yes, I know many of them. Put his finger on a skull. This was Brother Anselmo, dead 300 years, a good man. He touched another. This is Brother Alexander, dead 280 years. This was Brother Carlo, dead about as long. Then he took a skull and held it in his hand and looked reflectively upon it after the manner of the grave digger when he discourses on Yorick. This, he said, was Brother Thomas. He was a young prince, the scion of a proud house that traced its lineage back to the grand old days of Rome, well nigh 2,000 years ago. He loved beneath his estate. His family persecuted him, persecuted the girl as well. They drove her from Rome. He followed. He sought her far and wide and found no trace of her. He came back and offered his broken heart at our altar and his weary life to the service of God. But look you, shortly his father died, and likewise his mother. The girl returned rejoicing. She sought everywhere for him whose eyes had used to look tenderly into hers out of his poor skull, but she could not find him. At last, in his coarse garb we wear, she recognized him in the street. He knew her. It was too late. He fell where he stood. They took him up and brought him here. He never spoke afterwards. Within the week he died. You can see the color of his hair faded somewhat by this thin shred that clings still to the temple. This, taking up a thigh bone, was his. The veins of this leaf and the decorations over your head were his finger joints 150 years ago. This businesslike way of illustrating a touching story of the heart by laying the several fragments of the lover before us and naming them was as grotesque a performance and as ghastly as any I ever witnessed. I hardly knew whether to smile or shudder. There are nerves and muscles in our frames whose functions and whose methods of working it seems a sort of sacrilege to describe by cold physiological names and surgical technicalities, and the monk's talk suggested to me something of this kind. Fancy a surgeon with his nippers lifting tendons, muscles, and such things into view out of the complex machinery of a corpse and observing, now this little nerve quivers, the vibration is imparted to this muscle, from here it is passed to this fibrous substance, here its ingredients are separated by the chemical action of the blood, one part goes to the heart and thrills it with what is popularly termed emotion, another part follows this nerve to the brain and communicates intelligence of a startling character. The third part glides along this passage and touches the spring connected with the fluid receptacles that lie in the rear of the eye. Thus, by this simple and beautiful process, the party is informed that his mother is dead and he weeps. Horrible! I asked the monk if all the brethren upstairs expected to be put in this place when they died. He answered quietly, "We must all lie here at last." See what one can accustom himself to. The reflection that he must some day be taken apart like an engine or a clock, or like a house whose owner is gone, and worked up into arches and pyramids and hideous frescoes, did not distress this monk in the least. I thought he even looked as if he were thinking with complacent vanity that his own skull would look well on top of the heap, and his own ribs had a charm to the frescoes which possibly they lacked at present. Here and there, in ornamental alcove, stretched upon beds of bones, lay dead and dried up monks, with lank frames dressed in the black robes one sees ordinarily upon priests. We examined one closely. The skinny hands were clasped upon the breast. Two lustreless tufts of hair stuck to the skull. The skin was brown and sunken. It stretched tightly over the cheekbones and made them stand out sharply. The crisp, dead eyes were deep in the sockets. The nostrils were painfully prominent. The end of the nose being gone, the lips had shriveled away from the yellow teeth and brought down to us through the circling ears, and petrified there was a weird laugh a full century old. It was the jolliest laugh, but yet the most dreadful that one can imagine. Surely, I thought, it must have been a most extraordinary joke this veteran produced with his latest breath, and that he has not got done laughing at it yet. At this moment I saw that the old instinct was still strong upon the boys, and I said we had better hurry to St. Peter's. They were trying to keep from asking, Is he dead? It makes me dizzy to think of the Vatican, of its wilderness of statues, paintings, and curiosities of every description and every age. The old masters, especially in sculpture, fairly swarm there. I cannot write about the Vatican. I think I shall never remember anything I saw there distinctly but the mummies and the Transfiguration by Raphael, and some other things that it is not necessary to mention now. I shall remember the Transfiguration partly because it was placed in a room almost by itself, partly because it is acknowledged by all to be the first oil painting in the world, and partly because it was wonderfully beautiful. The colors are fresh and rich. The expression, I am told, is fine. The feeling is lively, the tone is good, the depth is profound, and the width is about 4.5 feet, I should judge. It is a picture that really holds one's attention. Its beauty is fascinating. It is fine enough to be Renaissance. A remark I made a while ago suggests a thought and a hope. Is it not possible that the reason I find such charms in this picture is because it is out of the crazy chaos of the galleries? If some of the others were set apart, might not they be beautiful? If this were set in the midst of the tempest of pictures one finds in the vast galleries of the Roman palaces, would I think it so handsome? If, up to this time, I had seen only one old master in each palace, instead of acres and acres of walls and ceilings fairly papered with them, might I not have a more civilized opinion of the old masters than I have now? I think so. When I was a schoolboy and was to have a new knife, I could not make up my mind as to which was the prettiest in the showcase. I did not think any of them were particularly pretty, and so I chose with a heavy heart. But when I looked at my purchase at home, there were no glittering blades came into competition with it. I was astonished to see how handsome it was. To this day, my new hats look better out of the shop than they did with the other new hats. It begins to dawn upon me now that possibly what I've been taking for uniform ugliness in the galleries may be uniform beauty after all. I honestly hope it is to others, but certainly it is not to me. Perhaps the reason I used to enjoy going to the Academy of Fine Arts in New York was because there were but a few hundred paintings in it, and it did not surfeit me to go through the list. I suppose the Academy was bacon and beans in the 40-mile desert, and a European gallery is a state dinner of 13 courses. One leaves no sign after him of the one dish, but the 13 frighten away his appetite and give him no satisfaction. There is one thing I am certain of, though, with all the Michelangelos, the Raphaels, the Guidos, and the other old masters, the sublime history of Rome remains unpainted. They painted virgins enough, and popes enough, and saintly scarecrows enough to people paradise, almost. And these things are all they did paint. Nero fiddling over the burning of Rome, the assassination of Caesar, the stirring spectacle of 100,000 people bending forward with rapt interest in the Colosseum to see two skillful gladiators hacking away each other's lives, a tiger springing upon a kneeling martyr. These and 1,000 other matters which we read of with a living interest must be sought for only in books, not among the rubbish left by the old masters who are no more. I have the satisfaction of informing the public. They did paint and they did carve in marble one historical scene, and one only of any great historical consequence. And what was it, and why did they choose it particularly? It was the rape of the Sabines, and they chose it for the legs and the busts. I like to look at statues, however, and I like to look at pictures also, even of monks looking up in sacred ecstasy, and monks looking down in meditation, and monks skirmishing for something to eat. And therefore I drop ill nature to thank the papal government for so jealously guarding and so industriously gathering up these things, and for permitting me, a stranger, and not an entirely friendly one, to roam at will and unmolested among them, charging me nothing, and only requiring that I shall behave myself simply as well as I ought to behave in any other man's house. I thank the Holy Father right heartily, and I wish him long life and plenty of happiness. The popes have long been the patrons and preservers of art, just as our new practical republic is the encourager and upholder of mechanics. In their Vatican is stored up all that is curious and beautiful in art. In our patent office is hoarded all that is curious or useful in mechanics. When a man invents a new style of horse collar or discovers a new and superior method of telegraphing, our government issues a patent to him that is worth a fortune. When a man digs up an ancient statue in the Campagna, the Pope gives him a fortune in gold coin. We can make something of a guess at a man's character by the style of nose he carries on his face. The Vatican and the Patent Office are governmental noses, and they bear a deal of character about them. Well, the guide showed us a colossal statue of Jupiter in the Vatican, which he said looked so damaged and rusty, so like the god of the vagabonds, because it had but recently been dug up in the Campagna. He asked how much we supposed this Jupiter was worth. I replied with intelligent promptness that he was probably worth about $4 and maybe four and a half. $100,000, Ferguson said. Ferguson said further that the Pope permits no ancient work of this kind to leave his dominions. He appoints a commission to examine discoveries like this and report upon the value. Then the Pope pays the discoverer one half of that assessed value and takes the statue. He said this Jupiter was dug from a field which had just been bought for $36,000. So the first crop was a good one for the new farmer. I do not know whether Ferguson always tells the truth or not, but I suppose he does. I know that an exorbitant export duty is exacted upon all pictures painted by the old masters in order to discourage the sale of those in the private collections. I am satisfied also that genuine old masters hardly exist at all in America, because the cheapest and most insignificant of them are valued at the price of a fine farm. I proposed to buy a small trifle of a Raphael myself, but the price of it was $80,000. The export duty would have made it considerably over $100,000. So I studied on it a while and concluded not to take it. I wish here to mention an inscription I have seen, before I forget it. Glory to God in the highest, peace on earth to men of good will. It is not good scripture, but it is sound Catholic and human nature. This is in letters of gold around the apsis of a mosaic group at the side of the Scala Santa Church of St. John Lateran, the mother and mistress of all the Catholic churches of the world. The group represents the Savior, St. Peter, Pope Leo, St. Sylvester, Constantine, and Charlemagne. Peter is giving the pallium to the Pope and a standard to Charlemagne. The Savior is giving the keys to St. Sylvester and a standard to Constantine. No prayer is offered to the Savior, who seems to be of little importance anywhere in Rome, but an inscription below says, Blessed Peter, give life to Pope Leo and victory to King Charles. It does not say, Intercede for us through the Savior with the Father for this boon, but Blessed Peter, give it us. In all seriousness, without meaning to be frivolous, without meaning to be irreverent, and more than all, without meaning to be blasphemous, I state as my simple deduction from the things I have seen and the things I have heard, that the holy personages rank thus in Rome: first, the Mother of God, otherwise the Virgin Mary; Second, the Deity. Third, Peter. Fourth, some 12 or 15 canonized popes and martyrs. Fifth, Jesus Christ the Savior, but always as an infant in arms. I may be wrong in this. My judgment errs often, just as is the case with other men's, but it is my judgment, be it good or bad. Just here I will mention something that seems curious to me. There are no Christ's churches in Rome, and no churches of the Holy Ghost that I can discover. There are some 400 churches, but about a fourth of them seem to be named for the Madonna and St. Peter. There are so many named for Mary that they have to be distinguished by all sorts of affixes, if I understand the matter rightly. Then we have the churches of St. Louis, St. Augustine, St. Agnes, St. Calixtus, St. Lorenzo in Lucina, St. Lorenzo in Damasio, St. Cecilia, St. Athanasius, St. Philip Neri, St. Catherine, St. Domenico, and a multitude of lesser saints whose names are not familiar to the world. And way down, clear out of the list of these churches, comes a couple of hospitals. One of them is named for the Savior and the other for the Holy Ghost. Day after day and night after night we have wandered among the crumbling wonders of Rome. Day after day and night after night we have fed upon the dust and decay of 25 centuries, have brooded over them by day and dreamt of them by night, till sometimes we seemed moldering away ourselves and growing defaced and cornerless, and liable at any moment to fall a prey to some antiquary and be patched in the legs and restored with an unseemly nose, and labeled wrong and dated wrong, and set up in the Vatican for poets to drivel about and vandals to scribble their names on forever and forevermore. But the surest way to stop writing about Rome is to stop. I wished to write a real guidebook chapter on this fascinating city, but I could not do it, because I felt all the time like a boy in a candy shop. There was everything to choose from, and yet no choice. I have drifted along hopelessly for 100 pages of manuscript without knowing where to commence. I will not commence at all. Our passports have been examined. We will go to Naples.
End of chapter 28. Recording by bscottholmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 29 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The ship is lying here in the harbor of Naples, quarantined. She has been here several days and will remain several more. We that came by rail from Rome have escaped this misfortune. Of course, no one is allowed to go on board the ship or come ashore from her. She is a prison now. The passengers probably spend the long, blazing days looking out from under the awnings at Vesuvius and the beautiful city, and in swearing. Think of 10 days of this sort of pastime. We go out every day in a boat and request them to come ashore. It soothes them. We lie 10 steps from the ship and tell them how splendid the city is, and how much better the hotel fare is here than anywhere else in Europe, and how cool it is, and what frozen continents of ice cream there are, and what a time we are having cavorting about the country and sailing to the islands in the bay. This tranquilizes them. Ascent of Vesuvius. I shall remember our trip to Vesuvius for many a day, partly because of its sightseeing experiences, but chiefly on account of the fatigue of the journey. 2 or 3 of us had been resting ourselves upon the tranquil and beautiful scenery of the island of Ischia, 18 miles out in the harbor, for 2 days. We called it resting, but I do not remember now what the resting consisted of, for when we got back to Naples we had not slept for 48 hours. We were just about to go to bed early in the evening and catch up on some sleep we had lost, when we heard of this Vesuvius expedition. There was to be 8 of us in the party, and we were to leave Naples at midnight. We laid in some provisions for the trip, engaged carriages to take us to Annunciation, and then moved about the city to keep awake till 12. We got away punctually, and in the course of an hour and a half arrived at the town of Annunciation. Annunciation is the very last place under the sun. In other towns in Italy, the people lie around quietly and wait for you to ask them a question or do some overt act that can be charged for. But in Annunciation they have lost even that fragment of delicacy. They seize a lady's shawl from a chair and hand it to her and charge her a penny. They open a carriage door and charge for it. Shut it when you get out and charge for it. They help you take off a duster, 2 cents. Brush your clothes and make them worse than they were before, 2 cents. Smile upon you, 2 cents. Bow with a lick-spittle smirk, hat in hand, 2 cents. They volunteer all information, such as that the mules will arrive presently, 2 cents. Warm day, sir, 2 cents. Take you 4 hours to make the ascent, 2 cents. And so they go. They crowd you, infest you, swarm about you, and sweat and smell offensively, and look sneaking and mean and obsequious. There's no office too degrading for them to perform for money. I've had no opportunity to find out anything about the upper classes by my observations, but from what I hear said about them, I judge that what they lack in 1 or 2 of the bad traits of the Canali have, they make up for in 1 or 2 others that are worse. How the people beg! Many of them are well dressed, too. I said I knew nothing about the upper classes by personal observation. I must recall it. I had forgotten. What I saw their bravest and their fairest do last night, the lowest multitude that could be scraped up out of the purlieus of Christendom would blush to do, I think. They assembled by hundreds and even thousands in the great theater of San Carlo to do what? Why, simply to make fun of an old woman, to deride, to hiss, to jeer at an actress they once worshipped, but whose beauty is faded now and whose voice has lost its former richness. Everybody spoke of the rare sport there was to be. They said the theater would be crammed because Frizzolini was going to sing. It was said she could not sing well now, but then the people liked to see her anyhow. And so we went, and every time the woman sang, they hissed and laughed, the whole magnificent house, and as soon as she left the stage, they called her on again with applause. Once or twice she was encored, 5 or 6 times in succession, and received with hisses when she appeared, and discharged with hisses and laughter when she had finished, then instantly encored and insulted again. And how the high-born knaves enjoyed it! White-kidded gentlemen and ladies laughed till the tears came, and clapped their hands in very ecstasy when that unhappy old woman would come meekly out for the 6th time, with uncomplaining patience, to meet a storm of hisses. It was the cruelest exhibition, the most wanton, the most unfeeling. The singer would have conquered an audience of American rowdies by her brave, unflinching tranquillity, for she answered encore after encore, and smiled and bowed pleasantly, and sang the best she possibly could, and went bowing, through all the jeers and hisses, without ever losing her countenance or temper. And surely in any other land than Italy her sex and her helplessness must have been an ample protection to her. She could have needed no other. Think what a multitude of small souls were crowded into that theater last night. If the manager could have filled his theater with Neapolitan souls alone, without the bodies, he could not have cleared less than $90 millions. What traits of character must a man have to enable him to help 3,000 miscreants to hiss and jeer and laugh at one friendless old woman and shamefully humiliate her? He must have all the vile, mean traits there are. My observations persuades me. I do not like to venture beyond my own personal observations, that the upper classes of Naples possess those traits of character. Otherwise, they may be very good people. I cannot say. Ascent of Vesuvius continued. In this city of Naples, they believe in and support one of the wretchedest of all the religious impostures one can find in Italy, the miraculous liquefaction of the blood of St. Januarius. Twice a year the priests assemble all the people at the cathedral and get out this vial of clotted blood and let them see it slowly dissolve and become liquid. And every day for 8 days this dismal farce is repeated, while the priests go among the crowd and collect money for the exhibition. The first day the blood liquefies in 47 minutes. The church is crammed. Then, and time must be allowed the collectors to get around. After it liquefies a little quicker and a little quicker every day as the houses grow smaller, till on the 8th day, with only a few dozens present to see the miracle, it liquefies in 4 minutes. And here also they used to have a grand procession of priests, citizens, soldiers, sailors, and the high dignitaries of the city government, once a year, to shave the head of a made-up Madonna, a stuffed and painted image, like a milliner's dummy, whose hair miraculously grew and restored itself every 12 months. They still keep up this shaving procession as late as 4 or 5 years ago. It was a source of great profit to the church that possessed this remarkable effigy, and the ceremony of the public barbering of her was always carried out with the greatest possible eclat and display. The more the better, because the more excitement there was about it, the larger the crowds it drew and the heavier the revenues it produced. But at last the day came when the Pope and his servants were unpopular in Naples, and the city government stopped the Madonna's annual show. There we have 2 specimens of these Neapolitans, 2 of the silliest possible frauds which half the population religiously and faithfully believed, and the other half either believed also or else said nothing about, and thus lent themselves to the support of the imposture. I am very well satisfied to think that the whole population believed in those poor, cheap miracles. The people who want 2 cents every time they bow to you and who abuse a woman are capable of it, I think. The ascent of Vesuvius continued. These Neapolitans always ask 4 times as much money as they intend to take, but if you give them what they first demand, they feel ashamed of themselves for aiming so low, and immediately ask for more. When money is to be paid and received, there is always some vehement jawing and gesticulating about it. One cannot buy and pay for 2 cents worth of clams without trouble and a quarrel. 1 course in a 2-horse carriage costs a franc. That is law. But the hackman always demands more, on some pretense or other, and if he gets it, he makes a new demand. It is said that a stranger took a 1-horse carriage for a course, tariff half a franc. He gave the man 5 francs by way of experiment. He demanded more and received another franc. Again he demanded more and got a franc, demanded more, and it was refused. He grew vehement, was again refused, and became noisy. The stranger said, "Well, give me the 7 francs again, and I'll see what I can do." And when he got them, he handed the hackman half a franc, and he immediately asked for 2 cents to buy a drink with. It may be thought that I'm prejudiced. Perhaps I am. I would be ashamed of myself if I were not. Ascent of Vesuvius continued. Well, as I was saying, we got our mules and horses after an hour and a half of bargaining with the population of Annunciation, and started sleepily up the mountain, with a vagrant at each mule's tail, who pretended to be driving the brute along, but was really holding on and getting himself dragged up instead. I made slow headway at first, but I began to get dissatisfied at the idea of paying my minion 5 francs to hold my mule back by the tail and keep him from going up the hill, and so I discharged him, and I got along faster then. We had one magnificent picture of Naples from a high point on the mountainside. We saw nothing but the gas lamps, of course, 2/3 of a circle skirting the great bay, a necklace of diamonds glinting through the darkness from the remote distance. Less brilliant than the stars overhead, but more softly, richly beautiful over the great city, the lights crossed and recrossed each other in many and many a sparkling line and curve. And back of the town, far round, abroad over the miles of level Campagna, were scattered rows and circles and clusters of lights, all glowing like so many gems, and marking where a score of villages were sleeping. About this time, the fellow who was hanging on to the tail of the horse in front of me and practicing all sorts of unnecessary cruelty upon the animal got kicked some 14 rods, and this incident, together with the fairy spectacle of the lights far in the distance, made me serenely happy, and I was glad I started to Vesuvius. Ascent of Mount Vesuvius continued. This subject will be excellent matter for a chapter, and tomorrow or next day I will write it. End of chapter 29. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 30 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ascent of Vesuvius continued. See Naples and die. Well, I do not know that one would necessarily die after merely seeing it, but to attempt to live there might turn out a little differently. To see Naples as we saw it in the early dawn from far up on the side of Vesuvius is to see a picture of wonderful beauty. At that distance, its dingy buildings looked white, and so, rank on rank of balconies, windows, and roofs, they piled themselves up from the blue ocean till the colossal castle of St. Elmo topped the grand white pyramid and gave the picture symmetry, emphasis, and completeness. And when its lilies turned to roses, when it blushed under the sun's first kiss, it was beautiful beyond all description. One might well say, then, see Naples and die. The frame of the picture was charming. In front, the smooth sea, a vast mosaic of many colors, the lofty islands swimming in a dreamy haze in the distance. At our end of the city, the stately double peak of Vesuvius, and its strong black ribs and seams of lava stretching down to the limitless level Campagna. A green carpet that enchants the eye leads it on and on past clusters of trees and isolated houses and snowy villages until it shreds out in the fringe of mist and general vagueness far away. It is from the Hermitage, there on the side of Vesuvius, that one should see Naples and die. But do not go within the walls and look at it in detail. That takes away some of the romance of the thing. The people are filthy in their habits, and this makes filthy streets and breeds disagreeable sights and smells. There never was a community so prejudiced against the cholera as these Neapolitans are. But they have good reason to be. The cholera generally vanquishes a Neapolitan when it seizes him, because you understand, before the doctor can dig through the dirt and get at the disease, the man dies. The upper classes take a sea bath every day and are pretty decent. The streets are generally about wide enough for one wagon, and how they do swarm with people! It is Broadway repeated in every street, in every court, in every alley. Such masses, such throngs, such multitudes of hurrying, bustling, struggling humanity, we never saw the like of it, hardly even in New York, I think. There are seldom any sidewalks, and when there are, they are not often wide enough to pass a man on without caroming on him. So everybody walks in the street, and where the street is wide enough, carriages are forever dashing along. Why 1,000 people are not run over and crippled every day is a mystery that no man can solve. But if there is an eighth wonder in the world, it must be the dwelling houses of Naples. I honestly believe a good majority of them are 100 feet high, and the solid brick walls are 7 feet through. You go up 9 flights of stairs before you get to the first floor. No, not 9, but there or thereabouts. It's a little bird cage of an iron railing in front of every window, clear away up among the eternal clouds where the roof is, and there is always somebody looking out of every window, people of ordinary size looking out from the first floor, people a shade smaller from the second, people that look a little smaller yet from the third, and from thence upward they grow smaller and smaller by a regularly graduated diminution, till the folks in the topmost windows seem more like birds in an uncommonly tall martin box than anything else. The perspective of one of these narrow cracks of streets, with its rows of tall houses, stretching away till they come together in the distance like railroad tracks, its clotheslines crossing over at all altitudes and waving their bannered raggedness over the swarms of people below and the white-dressed women perched in balcony railings all the way from the pavement up to the heavens. A perspective like that is really worth going into Neapolitan details to see. Ascent of Vesuvius continued. Naples, with its immediate suburb, contains 625,000 inhabitants, but I am satisfied it covers no more ground than an American city of 150,000. It reaches up into the air infinitely higher than 3 American cities. There is where the secret of it lies. I will observe here, in passing, that the contrast between the opulence and poverty, and magnificence and misery, are more frequent and more striking in Naples than in Paris even. One must go to the Bois de Boulogne to see fashionable dressing, splendid equipages, and stunning liveries, and to the Faubourg St. Antoine to see vice, misery, hunger, rags, dirt. But in the thoroughfares of Naples these things are all mixed together. Naked boys of 9 years and the fancy-dressed children of luxury, shreds and tatters, and brilliant uniforms, jackass carts and state carriages, beggars, princes, and bishops jostle each other in every street. At 6 o'clock every evening, all Naples turns out to drive on the Riviera de Chigia, whatever that may mean, and for 2 hours one may stand there and see the motliest and the worst mixed procession go by that ever eyes beheld. Princes. There are more princes than policemen in Naples. The city is infested with them. Princes who live up 7 flights of stairs and don't own any principalities. Will keep a carriage and go hungry, and clerks and mechanics and milliners and strumpets will go without their dinners and squander the money on a hack ride in the Chiaja. And the ragtag and the rubbish of the city stack themselves up to the number of 20 or 30 on a rickety little go-cart hauled by a donkey not much bigger than a cat. And they drive in the Chiaja. Dukes and bankers in sumptuous carriages with gorgeous drivers and footmen turn out also, and so the furious procession goes. For 2 hours, rank and wealth and obscurity and poverty clatter along side by side in the wild procession, and then go home serene, happy, covered with glory. I was looking at the magnificent marble staircase in the King's Palace the other day, which it was said cost 5,000,000 francs, and I suppose it did cost half a million. Maybe. I felt as if it must be a fine thing to live in a country where there was such comfort and such luxury as this, and then I stepped out musing and almost walked over a vagabond who was eating his dinner on the curbstone, a piece of bread and a bunch of grapes. When I found this mustang was clerking in a fruit establishment, he had the establishment along with him in a basket at 2 cents a day. That he had no palace at home where he lived, I lost some of my enthusiasm concerning the happiness of living in Italy. This naturally suggests to me a thought about wages here. Lieutenants in the army get about $1 a day, and the common soldiers a couple of cents. I only know one clerk. He gets $4 a month. Printers get $6.50 a month, but I have heard of a foreman who gets 13. To be growing suddenly and violently rich as this man is naturally makes him a bloated aristocrat. The airs he puts on are insufferable. And speaking of wages reminds me of prices of merchandise. In Paris you pay $12 a dozen for Jovin's best kid gloves. Gloves of about as good a quality sell here at $3 or $4 a dozen. You pay $5 or $6 apiece for fine linen shirts in Paris. Here and in Leghorn you pay 2.50. In Marseilles you pay $40 for a first-class dress coat made by a good tailor. But in Leghorn you can get a full dress suit for the same money. Here you get a handsome business suits at from $10 to $20, and in Leghorn you can get an overcoat for $15 that would cost you $70 in New York. Fine kid boots are worth $8 in Marseilles and $4 here. Lyons velvets rank higher in America than those of Genoa, yet the bulk of Lyons velvets you buy in the States are made in Genoa and imported into Lyons, where they receive the Lyons stamp and are then exported to America. You can buy enough velvet in Genoa for $25 to make a $500 cloak in New York, so the ladies tell me. Of course, these things bring me back by a natural and easy transition to the ascent of Vesuvius continued. And thus The wonderful Blue Grotto was suggested to me. It is situated on the island of Capri, 22 miles from Naples. We chartered a little steamer and went out there. Of course, the police boarded us and put us through a health examination and inquired into our politics before they would let us land. The airs these little insect governments put on are in the last degree ridiculous. They even put a policeman on board of our boat to keep an eye on us as long as we were in the Capri dominions. They thought we wanted to steal the grotto, I suppose. It was worth stealing. The entrance to the cave is 4 feet high and 4 feet wide, and is in the face of a lofty perpendicular cliff, the sea wall. You enter in small boats, and a tight squeeze it is, too. You cannot go in at all when the tide is up. Once within, you find yourself in an arched cavern about 160 feet long, 120 feet wide, and about 70 high. How deep it is, no man knows. It goes down to the bottom of the ocean. The waters of this placid subterranean lake are the brightest, loveliest blue that can be imagined. They are as transparent as plate glass, and their coloring would shame the richest sky that ever bent over Italy. No tint could be made more ravishing, no luster more superb. Throw a stone in the water, and the myriad of tiny bubbles that are created flash out a brilliant glare like blue theatrical fires. Dip an oar, and its blade turns to splendid frosted silver tinted with blue. Let a man jump in, and instantly he is cased in an armor more gorgeous than ever kingly crusader wore. Then we went to Ischia, but I had already been to that island and tired myself to death, resting a couple of days and studying human villainy with the landlord of the Grande Sentinelle for a model. So we went to Procida, and thence to Puzzuli, where St. Paul landed after he sailed from Samos. I landed at precisely the same spot where St. Paul landed, and so did Dan and the others. It was a remarkable coincidence. St. Paul preached to these people 7 days before he started to Rome. Nero's baths, the ruins of Baiae, the temple of Serapis, Cumae, where the Cuman Sibyl interpreted the oracles, the lake Agnano, with its ancient submerged city still visible far down in its depths. These and 100 other points of interest we examined with critical imbecility, but the Grotto of the Dog claimed our chief attention, because we heard and read so much about it. Everybody has written about the Grotto del Cane and its poisonous vapors, from Pliny down to Smith, and every tourist has held a dog over its floor by the legs to test the capabilities of the place. The dog dies in a minute and a half, and a chicken instantly. As a general thing, strangers who crawl in there to sleep do not get up until they are called, and then they don't either. The stranger that ventures to sleep there takes a permanent contract. I longed to see this grotto. I resolved to take a dog and hold him myself, suffocate him a little, and time him, suffocate him some more, and then finish him. We reached the grotto at about 3 in the afternoon and proceeded at once to make the experiments, but now an important difficulty presented itself. We had no dog. Ascent of Vesuvius continued. At the Hermitage, we were about 1,500 or 1,800 feet above the sea, and thus far a portion of the ascent had been pretty abrupt. For the next 2 miles the road was a mixture. Sometimes the ascent was abrupt and sometimes it was not, but one characteristic it possessed all the time was, without failure, without modification, it was all uncompromisingly and unspeakably infamous. It was a rough, narrow trail and led over an old lava flow, a black ocean which was tumbled into 1,000 fantastic shapes, a wild chaos of ruin, desolation, and barrenness, a wilderness of billowy upheavals, of furious whirlpools, of miniature mountains rent asunder, of gnarled and knotted, wrinkled and twisted masses of blackness that mimicked branching roots, great vines, trunks of trees all interlaced and mingled together, and all these weird shapes, all these turbulent panorama, all this stormy, far-stretching waste of blackness, with its thrilling suggestiveness of life, of action, of boiling, surging, furious motion, was petrified, all stricken dead and cold in the instant of its maddest rioting, fettered, paralyzed, and left to glower at heaven in impotent rage forevermore. Finally, we stood in a level, narrow valley, a valley that had been created by the terrific march of some old-time eruption, and on either hand towered the two steep peaks of Vesuvius. The one we had to climb, the one that contains the active volcano, seemed about 800 or 1,000 feet high, and looked almost too straight up and down for any man to climb, and certainly no mule could climb it with a man on his back. 4 of these native pirates will carry you to the top in a sedan chair if you wish it. But suppose they were to slip and let you fall, is it likely you would ever stop rolling? Not this side of eternity, perhaps. We left the mules, sharpened our fingernails, and began the ascent. I've been writing about so long. At 20 minutes to 6 in the morning, the path led straight up a rugged sweep of loose chunks of pumice stone, and for about every 2 steps forward we took, we slid back 1. It was so excessively steep that we had to stop every 50 or 60 steps and rest a moment. To see our comrades, we had to look very nearly straight up at those above us and very nearly straight down at those below. We stood on the summit at last. It had taken an hour and 15 minutes to make the trip. What we saw there was simply a circular crater, a circular ditch, if you please, about 200 feet deep and 400 or 500 feet wide, whose inner wall was about half a mile in circumference. In the center of the great circus ring thus formed was a torn and ragged upheaval of 100 feet high, all snowed over with a sulphur crust of many and many a brilliant and beautiful color, and the ditch enclosed this like the moat of a castle, or surrounded it as a little river does a little island, if the simile is better. The sulphur coating of that island was gaudy in the extreme. All mingled together in the richest confusion were red, blue, brown, black, yellow, white. I do not know that there was a color or shade of color or combination of colors unrepresented. And when the sun burst through the morning mists and fired this tinted magnificence, it topped imperial Vesuvius like a jeweled crown. The crater itself, the ditch was not so variegated in coloring, but yet in its softness, richness, and unpretentious elegance it was more charming, more fascinating to the eye. There was nothing loud about its well-bred and well-creased look. Beautiful? One could stand and look down upon it for a week without getting tired of it. It had the semblance of a pleasant meadow whose slender grasses and whose velvety mosses were frosted with a shining dust and tinted with palest green that deepened gradually to the darkest hue of the orange leaf and deepened yet again into the gravest brown, then faded into orange, and then in the brightest gold, and culminated in the delicate pink of a new-blown rose. Where portions of the meadow had sunk, and where other portions had been broken up like an ice floe, the cavernous openings of the one and the ragged upturned edges exposed by the others were hung with a lacework of soft tinted crystals of sulphur that changed their deformities into quaint shapes and figures that were full of grace and beauty. The walls of the ditch were brilliant with yellow banks of sulphur, and the lava and pumice stone of many colors. No fire was visible anywhere, but gusts of sulphurous steam issued silently and invisibly from 1,000 little cracks and fissures in the crater, and were wafted up to our noses with every breeze. But so long as we kept our nostrils buried in our handkerchiefs, there was small danger of suffocation. Some of the boys thrust long slips of paper down into holes and set them on fire, and so achieved the glory of lighting their cigars by the flames of Vesuvius. And others cooked eggs over fissures in the rocks, and were happy. The view from the summit would have been superb but for the fact that the sun could only pierce the mists at long intervals. Thus the glimpses we had of the grand panorama below were only fitful and unsatisfactory. The descent. The descent of the mountain was a labor of only 4 minutes. Instead of stalking down the rugged path we ascended, we chose one which was bedded knee deep in loose ashes, and plowed our way with prodigious strides that would have almost have shamed the performance of him with the 7-league boots. The Vesuvius of today is a very poor affair compared with the mighty volcano of Kilauea in the Sandwich Islands, but I am glad I visited it. It was well worth it. It is said that during one of the grand eruptions of Vesuvius, it discharged massy rocks weighing many tons 1,000 feet into the air. Its vast jets of smoke and steam ascended 30 miles towards the firmament, and clouds of its ashes were wafted abroad and fell upon the decks of ships 750 miles at sea. I will take the ashes at a moderate discount, if anyone will take the 30 miles of smoke, but I do not feel able to take a commanding interest in the whole story by myself. End of chapter 30. Reading by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 31 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The buried city of Pompeii. They pronounce it Pompeii. I always had an idea that you went down into Pompeii with torches by the way of damp, dark stairways, just as you do in silver mines, and traversed gloomy tunnels with lava overhead, and something on either hand like dilapidated prisons gouged out of the solid earth that faintly resembled houses. But you do nothing of the kind. Fully one half of the buried city, perhaps, is completely exhumed and thrown open freely to the light of day, and there stand the long rows of solidly built brick houses, roofless, just as they stood 1,800 years ago, hot with the flaming sun. And there lie their floors, clean swept, and not a bright fragment tarnished or wanting of the labored mosaics that pictured them with the beasts and birds and flowers which we copy in perishable carpets today. And here are the Venuses and the Bacchuses and the Adonises making love and getting drunk in many-hued frescoes on the walls of saloon and bedchamber. And there are narrow streets and narrower sidewalks, paved with flags of good hard lava, the one deeply rutted with the chariot wheels, and the other with the passing feet of the Pompeians of bygone centuries. And there are the bake shops, the temples, the halls of justice, the baths, the theaters, all clean scraped and neat, and suggesting nothing of the nature of the silver mine way down in the bowels of the earth. The broken pillars lying about, the doorless doorways, and the crumbled tops of the wilderness of walls were wonderfully suggestive of the burnt district in one of our cities. And if there had been any charred timbers, shattered windows, heaps of debris, and general blackness and smokiness about the place, the resemblance would have been perfect. But no, the sun shines as brightly down on old Pompeii today as it did when Christ was born in Bethlehem, and its streets are cleaner 100 times than ever Pompeians saw them in their prime. I know whereof I speak, for in the great chief thoroughfares, Merchant Street and the Street of Fortune, have I not seen with my own eyes how for 200 years at least the pavements were not repaired, how ruts 5 and even 10 inches deep were worn into thick flagstones by the chariot wheels of generations of swindled taxpayers? And do I not know by these signs that the street commissioners of Pompeii never attended to their business, and that they never mended the pavements, they never cleaned them? And besides, it is not the inborn nature of street commissioners to avoid their duty whenever they get a chance. I wish I knew the name of the last one that held office in Pompeii, so that I could give him a blast. I speak with feeling on this subject because I caught my foot in one of those ruts, and the sadness that came over me when I saw the first poor skeleton with ashes and lava sticking to it was tempered by the reflection that maybe that party was the street commissioner. No, Pompeii is no longer a buried city. It is a city of hundreds and hundreds of roofless houses and a tangled maze of streets where one could easily get lost without a guide, and have to sleep in some ghostly palace that had known no living tenant since that awful November night of 18 centuries ago. We passed through the gate which faces the Mediterranean, called the Marine Gate, and by the rusty, broken image of Minerva, still keeping tireless watch and ward over the possessions it was powerless to save, and went up a long street and stood in the broad court of the Forum of Justice. The floor was level and clean, and up and down either side was a noble colonnade of broken pillars, with their beautiful Ionic and Corinthian columns scattered about them. At the upper end were the vacant seats of the judges. Behind them we descended into a dungeon where the ashes and cinders had found 2 prisoners chained on that memorable November night, and tortured them to death. How they must have tugged at the pitiless fetters as the fierce fires surged around them. Then we lounged through many and many a sumptuous private mansion which we could not have entered without a formal invitation in incomprehensible Latin in the olden time when the owners lived there, and we probably wouldn't have got in. These people built their houses a good deal alike. The floors were laid in fanciful figures, wrought in mosaics of many colored marbles. At the threshold your eyes fall upon a Latin sentence of welcome, sometimes, or a picture of a dog, with the legend, "Beware of the dog," and sometimes a picture of a bear or a fawn with no inscription at all. Then you enter a sort of vestibule where they used to keep the hat rack, I suppose. Next, a room with a large marble basin in the midst and the pipes of a fountain. On either side are bedrooms. Beyond the fountain is a reception room, then a little garden, dining room, and so forth and so on. The floors were all mosaic. The walls were stuccoed or frescoed or ornamented with bas reliefs, and here and there were statues, large and small, and little fish pools and cascades of sparkling water that sprang from secret places in the colonnade of handsome pillars that surrounded the court, and kept the flower beds fresh and the air cool. Those Pompeians were very luxurious in their tastes and habits. The most exquisite bronzes we have seen in Europe came from the exhumed cities of Herculaneum and Pompeii, and also the finest cameos and the most delicate engravings on precious stones. Their pictures, 18th or 19th centuries old, are often much more pleasing than the celebrated rubbish of the old masters of 3 centuries ago. They were well up in art. From the creation of these works of the first clear up to the 11th century, art seems hardly to have existed at all. At least no remnants of it are left, and it was curious to see how far, in some things at any rate, these old-time pagans excelled the remote generations of masters that came after them. The pride of the world in sculpture seemed to be the Laocoon and the Dying Gladiator in Rome. They are as old as Pompeii and were dug from the earth like Pompeii, but their exact age or who made them can only be conjectured. But worn and cracked without a history, and with the blemishing stains of numberless centuries upon them, they still mutely mock at all efforts to rival their perfections. It was a quaint and curious pastime, wandering through this old silent city of the dead, lounging through utterly deserted streets where thousands and thousands of human beings once bought and sold and walked and rode and made the place resound with the noise and confusion of traffic and pleasure. They were not lazy. They hurried in those days. We had evidence of that. There was a temple on one corner, and it was a shorter cut to go between the columns of that temple from one street to the other than to go around. And behold, that pathway had been worn deep into the heavy flagstone floor of the building by generations of time-saving feet. They would not go around when it was quicker to go through. We do that way in our cities. Everywhere you see things that make you wonder how old these old houses were before the night of destruction came. Things, too, which bring back those long dead inhabitants and place the living before your eyes. For instance, the steps, 2 feet thick, lava blocks, that lead up to this school, and the same kind of steps that lead up into the dress circle of the principal theater, are almost worn through. For ages the boys hurried out of that school, and for ages their parents hurried into that theater, and the nervous feet that had been dust and ashes for 18 centuries have left their record for us to read today. I imagined I could see crowds of gentlemen and ladies thronging into the theater, with tickets for secured seats in their hands, and on the wall I read the imaginary placard in infamous grammar: "Positively no free list except members of the press." Hanging about the doorway, I fancied, were slouchy Pompeian street boys uttering slang and profanity and keeping a wary eye out for checks. I entered the theater and sat down in one of the long rows of stone benches in the dress circle, and looked at the place for the orchestra and the ruined stage, and around the wide sweep of empty boxes, and thought to myself, this house won't pay. I tried to imagine the music in full blast, the leader of the orchestra beating time, and the versatile so and so who had just returned from a most successful tour in the provinces to play his last and farewell engagement of positively 6 nights only in Pompeii previous to his departure for Herculaneum, charging around the stage and piling the agony mountains high. But I could not do it with such a house as that. Those empty benches tied my fancy down to dull reality. I said, these people that ought to be here have been dead and still and moldering to dust for ages and ages, and will never care for the trifles and follies of life any more forever. Owing to circumstances, etc., etc., there will not be any performance tonight. Close down the curtain, put out the lights. And so I turned away and went through shop after shop and store after store, far down the long street of the merchants, and called for the wares of Rome and the East. But the tradesmen were gone, the marts were silent, and nothing was left but the broken jars, all set in cement of cinders and ashes. The wine and the oil that once had filled them were gone with their owners. In a bake shop was a mill for grinding the grain and the furnaces for baking the bread, and they say that here in the same furnaces the exhumers of Pompeii found nice, well baked loaves which the baker had not found time to remove from the ovens the last time he left his shop, because circumstances compelled him to leave in such a hurry. In one house, the only building in Pompeii which no woman is now allowed to enter, were the small rooms and short beds of solid masonry, just as they were in the old times, and on the walls were pictures which looked almost as fresh as if they were painted yesterday, but which no pen could have the hardihood to describe, and here and there were Latin inscriptions, obscene scintillations of wit, scratched by hands that possibly were uplifted to heaven for succor in the midst of a driving storm of fire before the night was done. In one of the principal streets was a ponderous stone tank, and a water spout that supplied it, and where the tired, heated toilers from the Campagna used to rest their right hands when they bent over to put their lips to the spout, the thick stone was worn down to a broad groove an inch or two deep. Think of the countless thousands of hands that had pressed that spot in the ages that are gone to so reduce a stone that is as hard as iron. They had a great public bulletin board in Pompeii, a place for announcements for gladiatorial combats, elections, and such things, were posted, not on perishable paper, but carved in enduring stone. One lady, who I take it was rich and well brought up, advertised a dwelling or so to rent, with baths and all the modern improvements, and several hundred shops stipulating that the dwelling should not be put to immoral purposes. You can find out who lived in many a house in Pompeii by the carved stone door plates affixed to them. And in the same way you can tell who they were that occupy these tombs. Everywhere around are things that reveal to you something of the customs and history of this forgotten people. But what would a volcano leave of an American city if it once rained its cinders on it? Hardly a sign or a symbol to tell its story. In one of these long Pompeian halls, the skeleton of a man was found, with 10 pieces of gold in one hand and a large key in the other. He had seized his money and started toward the door, but the fiery tempest caught him at the very threshold, and he sank down and died. One more minute of precious time would have saved him. I saw the skeletons of a man, a woman, and 2 young girls. The woman had her hands spread wide apart, as if in mortal terror, and I imagined I could still trace upon her shapeless face something of the expression of wild despair that distorted it when the heavens rained fire in these streets so many ages ago. The girls and the man lay with their faces upon their arms, as if they tried to shield them from the enveloping cinders. In one apartment 18 skeletons were found, all in sitting postures, and blackened places on the walls still mark their shapes and show their attitudes like shadows. One of them, a woman, still wore upon her skeleton throat a necklace with her name engraved upon it, Julie de Diomede. But perhaps the most poetical thing Pompeii has yielded to modern research was that grand figure of a Roman soldier, clad in complete armor, who, true to his duty, true to his proud name of a soldier of Rome, and full of the stern courage which had given to that name its glory, stood to his post by the city gate, erect and unflinching, till the hell that raged around him burned out the dauntless spirit it could not conquer. We never read of Pompey but we think of that soldier. We cannot write of Pompey without the natural impulse to grant to him the mention he so well deserves. Let us remember that he was a soldier, not a policeman, and so praise him. Being a soldier, he stayed, because the warrior instinct forbade him to fly. Had he been a policeman, he would have stayed also, because he would have been asleep. There are not half a dozen flights of stairs in Pompeii, and no other evidences that the houses were more than 1 story high. The people did not live in the clouds, as do the Venetians, the Genoese, and the Neapolitans of today. We came out from under the solemn mysteries of the city of the venerable past, this city which perished with all of its old ways and its quaint old fashions about it, remote centuries ago, when the disciples were preaching the new religion, which is as old as the hills to us now, and went dreaming among the trees that grow over acres and acres of its still buried streets and squares, till a shrill whistle and the cry of "All aboard! Last train for Naples!" woke me up and reminded me that I belonged in the 19th century and not a dusty mummy caked with ashes and cinders 1,800 years old. The transition was startling. The idea of a railroad train actually running to old dead Pompeii and whistling irreverently and calling for passengers in the most bustling and businesslike way was as strange a thing as one could imagine, and as unpoetical and disagreeable as it was strange. Compare the cheerful life and the sunshine of this day with the horrors the younger Pliny saw there, the 9th of November, A.D. 79, when he was so bravely striving to remove his mother out of reach of harm, while she begged him with all a mother's unselfishness to leave her to perish and save himself. By this time the murky darkness had so increased that one might have believed himself abroad in a black and moonless night, or in a chamber where all the lights had been extinguished. On every hand was heard the complaints of women, the wailing of children, and the cries of men. One called his father, another his son, and another his wife, and only their voices could they know each other. Many in their despair begged that death would come and end their distress. Some implored the gods to succor them, and some believed that this night was the last, the eternal night which should engulf the universe. Even so it seemed to me, and I consoled myself for the coming death with the reflection, behold, the world is passing away. After browsing among the stately ruins of Rome and Baiae and of Pompeii, and after glancing down the long marble ranks of battered and nameless imperial heads that stretch down the corridors of the Vatican, one thing strikes me with a force it had never before: the unsubstantial, unlasting character of fame. Men lived long lives in the olden times, and struggled feverishly through them, toiling like slaves in oratory, in generalship, or in literature, and then laid them down and died, happy in the possession of an enduring history and a deathless name. Well, 20 little centuries flutter away, and what is left of these things? A crazy inscription on a block of stone, which snuffy antiquarians bother over and tangle up and make nothing out of but a bare name which they spell wrong. No history, no tradition, no poetry, nothing that can give it even a passing interest. What may be left of General Grant's great name in 40 centuries hence? This in the encyclopedia for A.D. 5868, possibly. Uriah S. or Z. Grant, popular poet of ancient times in the Aztec provinces of the United States of British America. Some authors say flourished about A.D. 742, but the learned Fufu states that he was a cotemporary of Sharkspire, the English poet, and flourished about A.D. 1328, some 3 centuries after the Trojan War instead of before it. He wrote, "Rock me to sleep, mother." These thoughts sadden me. I will to bed. End of chapter 31. Recording by bscottholmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 32 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Home again! For the first time in many weeks, the ship's entire family met and shook hands on the quarterdeck. They had gathered from many points of the compass and from many lands, but not one was missing. There was no tale of sickness or death among the flock to dampen the pleasure of the reunion. Once more there was a full audience on deck to listen to the sailors' chorus as they got the anchor up, and to wave an adieu to the land as we sped away from Naples. The seats were full at dinner again, the domino parties were complete, and the life and bustle on the upper deck in the fine moonlight at night was like old times. Old times that had been gone weeks only, but yet they were weeks so crowded with incident, adventure, and excitement that they seemed almost like years. There was no lack of cheerfulness on board the Quaker City. For once her title was a misnomer. At 7 in the evening, with the western horizon all golden from the sunken sun and specked with distant ships, the full moon sailing high overhead, and the dark blue of the sea underfoot, and a strange sort of twilight affected by all these different lights and colors around us and about us, we sighted superb Stromboli. With what majesty the monarch held his lonely state above the level sea. Distance clothed him in a purple gloom, and added a veil of shimmering mist that so softened his rugged features that we seemed to see him through a web of silver gauze. His torch was out. His fires were smoldering. A tall column of smoke that rose up and lost itself in the growing moonlight was all the sign he gave that he was a living autocrat of the sea, and not the specter of a dead one. At 2 in the morning we swept through the Straits of Messina, and so bright was the moonlight that Italy on the one hand and Sicily on the other seemed almost as distinctly visible as though we looked at them from the middle of a street we were traversing. The city of Messina, milk white and starred and spangled all over with gas lights, was a fairy spectacle. A great party of us were on deck, smoking and making a noise and waiting to see the famous Scylla and Charybdis, and presently the Oracle stepped out with his eternal spyglass and squared himself on the deck like another Colossus of Rhodes. It was a surprise to see him abroad at such an hour. Nobody supposed he cared anything about an old fable like that of Scylla and Charybdis. One of the boys said, "Hello, Doctor. What are you doing up here at this time of night? What do you want to see this place for?" "What do I want to see this place for? Young man, little do you know me, or you wouldn't ask such a question. I wish to see all the places that's mentioned in the Bible." "Stuff! This place isn't mentioned in the Bible." "It ain't mentioned in the Bible? This place ain't. Well, now, what place is this, since you know so much about it?" "Why, it's Scylla and Charybdis." "Scylla and confound it, I thought it was Sodom and Gomorrah." And he closed up his glass and went below. The above is the ship's story. Its plausibility is marred a little by the fact that the Oracle was not a biblical student and did not spend much of his time instructing himself about scriptural localities. They say the Oracle complains in this hot weather lately that the only beverage in the ship that is passable is the butter. He did not mean butter, of course, but inasmuch as that article remains in a melted state now, since we are out of ice, it is fair to give him the credit of getting one long word in the right place, anyhow, for once in his life. He said, in Rome, that the Pope was a noble-looking old man, but he never did think much of his Iliad. We spent one pleasant day skirting along the Isles of Greece. They are very mountainous. Their prevailing tints are gray and brown, approaching to red. Little white villages surrounded by trees nestle in the valleys or roost upon the lofty, perpendicular sea walls. We had one fine sunset, a rich carmine flush that suffused the western sky and cast a ruddy glow far over the sea. Fine sunsets seem to be rare in this part of the world, or at least striking ones. They are soft, sensuous, lovely. They are exquisite, refined, effeminate. But we have no sunsets here yet like the gorgeous conflagrations that flame in the track of a sinking sun in our high northern latitudes. But what were sunsets to us, with the wild excitement upon us of approaching the most renowned of cities? What cared we for outward visions when Agamemnon, Achilles, and 1,000 other heroes of the great past were marching in ghostly procession through our fancies? What were sunsets to us who were about to live and breathe and walk in actual Athens, yea, and go far down into the dead centuries and bid in person for the slaves, Diogenes and Plato, in the public marketplace, or gossip with the neighbors about the siege of Troy or the splendid deeds of Marathon? We scorn to consider sunsets. We arrived and entered the ancient harbor of the Piraeus at last. We dropped anchor within half a mile of the village. Away off, across the undulating plain of Attica, could be seen a little square-topped hill with something on it, which our glasses soon discovered to be the ruined edifices of the citadel of the Athenians, and most prominent among them loomed the venerable Parthenon. So exquisitely clear and pure is this wonderful atmosphere that every column of the noble structure was discernible through the telescope, and even the smaller ruins about it assumed some semblance of shape. This at a distance of 5 or 6 miles. In the valley, near the Acropolis, the square-topped hill before spoken of, Athens itself could be vaguely made out with an ordinary lorgnette. Everybody was anxious to get ashore and visit these classic localities as quickly as possible. No land we had yet seen had aroused such universal interest among the passengers. But bad news came. The commandant of the Piraeus came in his boat and said we must either depart or else get outside the harbor and remain imprisoned in our ship under rigid quarantine for 11 days. So we took up the anchor and moved outside to lie a dozen hours or so, taking in supplies, and then sail for Constantinople. It was the bitterest disappointment we had yet experienced. To lie a whole day in sight of the Acropolis and yet be obliged to go away without visiting Athens. Disappointment was hardly a strong enough word to describe the circumstances. All hands were on deck all the afternoon with books and maps and glasses, trying to determine which narrow rocky ridge was the Areopagus, which sloping hill the Sphinx, which elevation the Museum Hill, and so on. And we got things confused. Discussion became heated, and party spirit ran high. Church members were gazing with emotion upon a hill which they said was the one that St. Paul preached from, and another faction claimed that that hill was Hymettus, and another that it was Pentelicon, and after all the trouble we could be certain of only one thing: the square-topped hill was the Acropolis, and the grand ruin that crowned it was the Parthenon, whose picture we knew in infancy in the school books. We inquired of everybody who came near the ship whether there were guards in the Piraeus, whether they were strict, and what the chances were of capture should any of us slip ashore, and in case any of us made the venture and were caught, what would probably be done to us. The answers were discouraging. There was a strong guard or police force. The Piraeus was a small town, and any stranger seen in it would surely attract attention. Capture would be certain. The commandant said the punishment would be heavy. When asked how heavy, he said it would be very severe, and that was all we could get out of him. At 11 o'clock at night, when most of the ship's company were abed, 4 of us stole softly ashore in a small boat. A clouded moon favored the enterprise, and started 2 and 2 and far apart over a low hill, intending to go clear around the Piraeus, out of the range of its police, picking our way stealthily over that rocky, nettle-grown eminence. It made me feel a good deal as if I were on my way somewhere to steal something. My immediate comrade and I talked in an undertone about quarantine laws and their penalties, but we found nothing cheering in the subject. I was posted. Only a few days before, I was talking with our captain, and he mentioned the case of a man who had swam ashore from a quarantined ship somewhere and got imprisoned 6 months for it. And when he was in Genoa a few years ago, a captain of a quarantine ship went in his boat to a departing ship which was already outside of the harbor and put a letter on board to be taken to his family, and the authorities imprisoned him 3 months for it, and then conducted him and his ship fairly to sea and warned him never to show himself in that port again while he lived. This kind of conversation did no good, further than to give a sort of dismal interest in our quarantine breaking expedition, and so we dropped it. We made the entire circuit of the town without seeing anybody but one man, who stared at us curiously but said nothing, and a dozen persons asleep on the ground before their doors, whom we walked among and never awoke. But we woke up dogs. In all conscience, we always had one or two barking at our heels, and several times we had as many as 10 and 12 at once. They made such a preposterous din that persons aboard our ship said they could tell how we were progressing for a long time, and where we were, by the barking of the dogs. The clouded moon still favored us. When we made the whole circuit and were passing among the houses on the further side of the town, the moon came out splendidly, but we no longer feared the light. As we approached a well near a house to get a drink, the owner merely glanced at us and went within. He left the quiet, slumbering town at our mercy. I record it here proudly that we didn't do anything to it. Seeing no road, we took a tall hill to the left of the distant Acropolis for a mark, and steered straight for it over all obstructions, and over a little rougher piece of country than exists anywhere else outside of the state of Nevada, perhaps. Part of the way it was covered with small, loose stones. We trod on 6 at a time, and they all rolled. Another part of it was dry, loose, newly plowed ground. Still another part of it was a long stretch of low grapevines, which were tanglesome and troublesome, and which we took to be brambles. The Attic plain, barring the grapevines, was a barren, desolate, unpoetical waste. I wonder what it was in Greece's age of glory, 500 years before Christ. In the neighborhood of 1 o'clock in the morning, when we were heated with fast walking and parched with thirst, Denny exclaimed, "Why, these weeds are grapevines!" And in 5 minutes we had scored a bunch of large, white, delicious grapes, and were reaching down for more when a dark shape rose mysteriously up out of the shadows beside us and said, "Ho!" And so we left. In 10 minutes more we struck into a beautiful road, and unlike some others we had stumbled upon at intervals, it led in the right direction, so we followed it. It was broad and smooth and white and handsome and in perfect repair, and shaded on both sides for a mile or so with single ranks of trees, and also with luxuriant vineyards. Twice we entered and stole grapes, and the second time somebody shouted at us from some invisible place, whereupon we left again. We speculated in grapes no more on that side of Athens. Shortly we came upon the ancient stone aqueduct built upon arches, and from that time forth we had ruins all about us. We were approaching our journey's end. We could not see the Acropolis now, or the high hill either. I wanted to follow the road till we were abreast of them, but the others overruled me, and we toiled laboriously up the stony hill immediately in our front, and from its summit saw another, climbed it, and saw another. It was an hour of exhausting work. Soon we came upon a row of open graves cut in the solid rock. For a while one of them served Socrates for a prison. We passed around the shoulder of the hill, and the citadel, in all its ruined magnificence, burst upon us. We hurried across the ravine and up a winding road, and stood on the old Acropolis, with the prodigious walls of the citadel towering above our heads. We did not stop to inspect their massive blocks of marble, or measure their heights, or guess at their extraordinary thickness, but passed at once through a great arched passageway like a railway tunnel, and went straight to the gate that leads to the ancient temples. It was locked. So, after all, it seemed that we were not to see the great Parthenon face to face. We sat down and held a council of war. Result: the gate was only a flimsy structure of wood. We would break it down. It seemed like desecration, but then we had traveled far, and our necessities were urgent. We could not hunt up guides and keepers. We must be on the ship before daylight. So we argued. This was all very fine, but when we came to break the gate, we could not do it. We moved around an angle of the wall and found a low bastion, 8 feet high without, 10 or 12 within. Denny prepared to scale it, and we got ready to follow. By dint of hard scrambling, he finally straddled the top, but some loose stones crumbled away and fell with a crash into the court within. There was instantly a banging of doors and a shout. Then he dropped from the wall in a twinkling, and we retreated in disorder to the gate. Xerxes took that mighty citadel 480 years before Christ, when his 5 millions of soldiers and camp followers followed him to Greece. And if we 4 Americans could have remained unmolested 5 minutes longer, we would have taken it too. The garrison had turned out 4 Greeks. We clamored at the gate, and they admitted us. Bribery and corruption. We crossed a large court, entered a great door, and stood upon a pavement of purest white marble, deeply worn by footprints. Before us, in the flooding moonlight, rose the noblest ruins we had ever looked upon. The Propylae, the small temple of Minerva, the temple of Hercules, and the grand Parthenon. We got these names from the Greek guide, who didn't seem to know more than 7 men ought to know. These edifices were all built of the whitest Pentelic marble, but have a pinkish stain upon them now. Where any part is broken, however, the fracture looks like fine loaf sugar. 6 caryatids, or marble women, clad in flowing robes, sport the portico of the Temple of Hercules, but the porticos and the colonnades of the other structures are formed of massive Doric and Ionic pillars. Those flutings and capitals are still measurably perfect, notwithstanding the centuries that have gone over them and the sieges they have suffered. The Parthenon originally was 226 feet long, 100 wide, and 70 high, and had 2 rows of great columns, 8 in each at either end, and a single rows of 17 each down the sides. It was one of the most graceful and beautiful edifices ever erected. Most of the Parthenon's imposing columns are still standing, but the roof is gone. It was a perfect building 250 years ago, when a shell dropped into the Venetian magazine stored there, and the explosion which followed wrecked and unroofed it. I remember but little about the Parthenon, and have put in 1 or 2 facts and figures for the use of other people with short memories. Got them from the guidebook. As we wandered thoughtfully down the marble-paved length of this stately temple, the scene about us was strangely impressive. Here and there, in lavish profusion, were gleaming white statues of men and women propped against blocks of marble, some of them armless, some without legs, others headless, but all looking mournful in the moonlight and startlingly human. They rose up and confronted the midnight intruder on every side. They stared at him with stony eyes from unlooked for nooks and recesses. They peered at him over fragmentary heaps far down the desolate corridors. They barred his way in the midst of the broad forum and solemnly pointed with handless arms the way from the sacred faun. And through the roofless temple the moon looked down and banded the floor and darkened the scattered fragments and broken statues with the slanting shadows of the columns. What a world of ruined sculpture was about us, set up in rows, stacked up in piles, scattered and broadcast over the wide area of the Acropolis were hundreds of crippled statues, of all sizes and of the most exquisite workmanship, and vast fragments of marble that once belonged to the entablatures, covered with bas reliefs representing battles and sieges, ships of war with 3 or 4 tiers of oars, pageants and processions, everything one could think of. History says that the temples of the Acropolis were filled with the noblest works of the Praxiteles, the Phaidas, and of many of the great master and sculpture besides, and surely these elegant fragments attest it. We walked out onto the grass-grown, fragment-strewn court beyond the Parthenon. It startled us every now and then to see a stony white face stare suddenly up at us out of the grass with its dead eyes. The place seemed alive with ghosts. I half expected to see the Athenian heroes of 20 centuries ago glide out of the shadows and steal into the old temple they knew so well and regarded with such boundless pride. Full moon was riding high in the cloudless heavens. We sauntered carelessly and unthinkingly to the edge of the lofty battlements of the citadel and looked down. A vision, and such a vision! Athens by moonlight! The prophet that thought the splendors of the New Jerusalem were revealed to him surely saw this instead. It lay in the level plain right under our feet, all spread abroad like a picture, and we looked down upon it as if we might have looked from a balloon. We saw no semblance of a street, but every house, every window, every clinging vine, every projection was as distinct and sharply marked as if the day were noonday, and yet there was no glare, no glitter, nothing harsh or repulsive. The noiseless city was flooded with the mellowest light that ever streamed from the moon, and seemed like some living creature wrapped in peaceful slumber. On its further side was a little temple, whose delicate pillars and ornate front glowed with a rich luster that chained the eye like a spell. And near by, the palace of the king reared its creamy walls out of the midst of a great garden of shrubbery that was flecked all over with a random shower of amber lights, a spray of golden sparks that lost their brightness in the glory of the moon, and glinted softly upon the sea of dark foliage like the pallid stars of the Milky Way. Overhead, the stately columns, majestic still in their ruin, underfoot the dreaming city, in the distance the silver sea. Not on the broad earth is there another picture half so beautiful. As we turned and moved again through the temple, I wished that the illustrious men who had sat in it in the remote ages could visit it again and reveal themselves to our curious eyes. Plato, Aristotle, Demosthenes, Socrates, Phocion, Pythagoras, Euclid, Pindar, Xenophon, Herodotus, Praxiteles, and Phidias, Zeuxis the painter. What a constellation of celebrated names! But more than all, I wish that old Diogenes, groping so patiently with his lantern, searching so zealously for one solitary honest man in all the world, might meander along and stumble on our party. I ought not to say it, but maybe, but still I suppose he would have put out his light. We left the Parthenon to keep its watch over old Athens, as it kept it for 2,300 years, and went and stood outside the walls of the citadel. In the distance was the ancient, but still almost perfect, Temple of Theseus, and close by, looking to the west, was the Bema, from whence Demosthenes thundered his Philippics and fired the wavering patriotism of his countrymen. To the right was Mars Hill, where the Areopagus sat in ancient times and where St. Paul defined his position, and below was the marketplace where he disputed daily with the gossip-loving Athenians. We climbed the stone steps St. Paul ascended, and stood in the square-cut place he stood in, and tried to recollect the Bible account of the matter, but for certain reasons I could not recall the words. I have found them since. Now while Paul waited for them at Athens, his spirit was stirred in him, and when he saw the city wholly given up to idolatry, therefore disputed he in the synagogue with the Jews, and with the devout persons, and in the market daily with them that met with him. And they took him and brought him under Ferragus, saying, May we know what this new doctrine whereof thou speakest is? Then Paul stood in the midst of Mars Hill, and said, Ye men of Athens, I perceive that in all things ye are too superstitious. For as I passed by and beheld your devotions, I found an altar with the inscription, To the unknown God, whom therefore ye ignorantly worship. Declare unto you, Acts chapter 17. It occurred to us after a while that if we wanted to get home before daylight betrayed us, we had better be moving. So we hurried away. When far on our road, we had a parting view of the Parthenon, with the moonlight streaming through its open colonnades and touching its capitals with silver. As it looked then, solemn, grand, and beautiful, it will always remain in our memories. As we marched along, we began to get over our fears and ceased to care much about quarantined scouts or anybody else. We grew bold and reckless, and once in a sudden burst of courage I even threw a stone at a dog. It was a pleasant reflection, though, that I did not hit him, because his master might just possibly have been a policeman. Inspired by this happy failure, my valor became utterly uncontrollable, and at intervals I absolutely whistled, though on a moderate key. But boldness breeds boldness, and shortly I plunged into a vineyard in the full light of the moon and captured a gallon of superb grapes, not even minding the presence of a peasant who rode by on a mule. Denny and Birch followed my example. Now I had grapes enough for a dozen, but then Jackson was all swollen up with courage, too, and he was obliged to enter a vineyard presently. The first bunch he seized brought trouble.
A frowsy, bearded brigand sprang into the road with a shout, and flourished a musket in the light of the moon. We sidled towards the Piraeus, not running, you understand, but only advancing with celerity. The brigand shouted again, but still we advanced. It was getting late, and we had no time to fool away on every ass that wanted to drivel Greek platitudes to us. We would just as soon have talked with him as not if we had not been in any hurry. Presently Denny said, "Those fellows are following us." We turned, and sure enough, there they were, 3 fantastic pirates armed with guns. We slackened our pace to let them come up, and in the meantime I got out my cargo of grapes and dropped them firmly but reluctantly into the shadows by the wayside. But I was not afraid. I only felt that it was not right to steal grapes, and all the more so when the owner was around, and not only around, but with his friends around also. The villains came up and searched a bundle Dr. Perch had in his hand and scowled upon him. When they found it had nothing in it but some holy rocks from Mars Hill, and these were not contraband, they evidently suspected him of playing some wretched fraud upon them, and seemed half inclined to scalp the party. But finally they dismissed us with a warning, couched in excellent Greek, I suppose, and dropped tranquilly in our wake. When they had gone 300 yards, they stopped, and we went on rejoiced. But behold, another armed rascal came out of the shadows and took their place, and followed us 200 yards. Then he delivered us over to another miscreant, who emerged from some mysterious place, and he in turn to another. For a mile and a half our rear was guarded all the while by armed men. I never traveled in so much state before in all my life. It was a good while after that before we ventured to steal any more grapes, and when we did, we stirred up another troublesome brigand, and then we ceased all further speculation in that line. I suppose that fellow that rode by on the mule posted all the sentinels from Athens to Piraeus about us. Every field on that long route was watched by an armed sentinel, some of whom had fallen asleep, no doubt, but were on hand nevertheless. This shows what sort of a country modern Attica is, a community of questionable characters. These men were not there to guard their possessions against strangers, but against each other. For strangers seldom visit Athens and the Piraeus, and when they do, they go in daylight, and can buy all the grapes they want for a trifle. The modern inhabitants are confiscators and falsifiers of high repute. If gossip speaks truly concerning them, and I freely believe it does. Just as the earliest tinges of the dawn flushed the eastern sky and turned the pillared Parthenon to a broken harp hung in the pearly horizon, we closed our 13th mile of weary roundabout marching and emerged upon the seashore abreast the ships, with our usual escort of 1,500 Piraean dogs howling at our heels. We hailed a boat that was 200 or 300 yards from shore, and discovered in a moment that it was a police boat on the lookout for any quarantine breakers that might chance to be abroad. So we dodged. We were used to that by this time, and when the scouts reached the spot we had so lately occupied, we were absent. They cruised along the shore, but in the wrong direction, and shortly our own boat issued from the gloom and took us aboard. They had heard our signal from the ship, and we rowed noiselessly away, and before the police boat came in sight again, we were safe at home once more. 4 more of our passengers were anxious to visit Athens, and started half an hour after we returned.
But they had not been ashore 5 minutes till the police discovered and chased them so hotly that they barely escaped to their boat again, and that was all. They pursued the enterprise no further. We set sail for Constantinople today, but some of us little care for that. We had seen all there was to see in the old city that had its birth 1,600 years before Christ was born, and was an old town before the foundations of Troy were laid, and saw it in its most attractive aspect. Wherefore, why should we worry? 2 other passengers ran the blockade successfully last night, so we learned this morning. They slipped away so quietly that they were not missed from the ship for several hours. They had the hardihood to march into the Piraeus in the early dusk and hire a carriage. They ran some danger of adding 2 or 3 months' imprisonment to the other novelties of their Holy Land pleasure excursion. I admire cheek. Quotation from the Pilgrims. But they went and came safely, and never walked a step. End of chapter 32. Recording by bscottholmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 33 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Athens, all through the islands of the Grecian archipelago, we saw little but forbidding sea walls and barren hills, and sometimes surmounted by 3 or 4 graceful columns of some ancient temple, lonely and deserted, a fitting symbol of the desolation that has come upon all Greece in these later ages. We saw no plowed fields, very few villages, no trees or grass or vegetation of any kind, scarcely and hardly ever an isolated house. Greece is a bleak, unsmiling desert without agriculture, manufactures, or commerce, apparently. What supports its poverty-stricken people or its government is a mystery. I suppose that ancient Greece and modern Greece compared furnish the most extravagant contrast to be found in history. George I, an infant of 18, and a scraggy nest of foreign office holders sit in the places of Themistocles and Pericles and the illustrious scholars and generals of the golden age of Greece. The fleets that were the wonder of the world when the Parthenon was new are a beggarly handful of fishing smacks now, and the manly people that performed such miracles of valor at Marathon are only a tribe of unconsidered slaves today. The classic Elysius has gone dry, and so have all the sources of Grecian wealth and greatness. The nation numbers only 800,000 souls, and there is poverty and misery and mendacity enough among them to furnish 40 millions and be liberal about it. Under King Otho, the revenues of the state were $5 millions, raised from a tax of 1/10 of all the agricultural products of the land, which tenth the farmer had to bring to the royal granaries on pack mules, any distance not exceeding 6 leagues, and from extravagant taxes on trade and commerce. Out of that 5 millions, the small tyrant tried to keep an army of 10,000 men, pay all the hundreds of useless grand equerries in waiting, first grooms of the bedchamber, Lord High Chancellor of the exploded Exchequer, and all the other absurdities which these puppy kingdoms indulge in, in imitation of the great monarchies. And in addition, he set about building a white marble palace to cost about $5 millions itself. The result was simply 10 into 5 goes no times and none over. All these things could not be done with $5 millions, and Otho fell into trouble. The Greek throne, with its unpromising adjuncts of a ragged population of ingenious rascals who were out of employment 8 months in the year because there was little for them to borrow and less to confiscate, and a waste of barren hills and weed-grown deserts, went begging for a good while. It was offered to one of Victoria's sons, and afterwards to various other younger sons of royalty who had no thrones and were out of business. But they all had the charity to decline the dreary honor, and veneration enough for Greece's ancient greatness to refuse to mock her sorrowful rags and dirt with a tinsel throne in this day of her humiliation, till they came upon this young Danish George, and he took it. He has finished the splendid palace I saw in the radiant moonlight the other night, and is doing many other things for the salvation of Greece, they say. We sailed through the barren archipelago and into the narrow channel they sometimes call the Dardanelles and sometimes the Hellespont. This part of the country is rich in historic reminiscences, and poor as Sahara in everything else. For instance, as we approached the Dardanelles, we coasted along the plains of Troy and past the mouth of the Scamander. We saw where Troy had stood in the distance, and where it does not stand now, a city that perished when the world was young. The poor Trojans are all dead now. They were born too late to see Noah's Ark and died too soon to see our menagerie. We saw where Agamemnon's fleet rendezvoused, and away inland a mountain which the map said was Mount Ida. Within the Hellespont we saw where the original first shoddy contract mentioned in history was carried out, and the parties of the second part gently rebuked by Xerxes. I speak of the famous bridge of boats which Xerxes ordered to be built over the narrowest part of the Hellespont, where it is only 2 or 3 miles wide. A moderate gale destroyed the flimsy structure, and the king, thinking that to publicly rebuke the contractors might have a good effect on the next set, called them out before the army and had them beheaded. In the next 10 minutes he let a new contract for the bridge. It has been observed by ancient writers that the second bridge was a very good bridge. Xerxes crossed his host of 5 millions of men on it, and if it had not been purposely destroyed, it would probably be there yet. If our government would rebuke some of our shoddy contractors occasionally, it might work much good. In the Hellespont we saw where Leander and Lord Byron swam across, the one to see her upon whom his soul's affections were fixed with a devotion that only death could impair, and the other merely for a flyer, as Jack says. We had 2 noted tombs near us, too. On one shore slept Ajax, and on the other Hecuba. We had water batteries and forts on both sides of the Hellespont, flying the crimson flag of Turkey with its white crescent, and occasionally a village and sometimes a train of camels. We had all these to look at till we entered the broad sea of the Marmora, and then the land soon fading from view, we resumed euchre and whist once more. We dropped anchor in the mouth of the Golden Horn at daylight in the morning. Only 3 or 4 of us were up to see the great Ottoman capital. The passengers do not turn out at unseasonable hours as they used to get the earliest possible glimpse of strange foreign cities. They are well over that. If it were lying in sight of the pyramids of Egypt, they would not come on deck until after breakfast, nowadays. The Golden Horn is a narrow arm of the sea which branches from the Bosphorus, a sort of broad river which connects the Marmora and Black Seas, and curving around divides the city in the middle. Galatia and Pera are on one side of the Bosphorus, and the Golden Horn, Stamboul, ancient Byzantium, is upon the other. On the other bank of the Bosphorus is Scutari and some other suburbs of Constantinople. This great city contains 1,000,000 inhabitants, but so narrow are its streets, and so crowded together are its houses, that it does not cover much more than half as much ground as New York City. Seen from the anchorage, or from a mile or so up the Bosphorus, it is by far the handsomest city we have seen. Its dense array of houses swells upward from the water's edge and spreads over the domes of many hills, and the gardens that peep out here and there, the great globes of the mosques, and the countless minarets that meet the eye everywhere, invest the metropolis with a quaint Oriental aspect one dreams of when he reads books of Eastern travel. Constantinople makes a noble picture, but its attractiveness begins and ends with its picturesqueness. From the time one starts ashore till he gets back again, he execrates it. The boat he goes in and is admirably miscalculated for the service it is built for. It is handsomely and neatly fitted up, but no man can handle it well in the turbulent currents that sweep down the Bosphorus from the Black Sea, and few men could row it satisfactorily even in still water. It is a long, light canoe, a caque, large at one end and tapering to a knife blade at the other. They make that long, sharp end the bow, and you can imagine how these boiling currents spin it about. It has 2 oars, sometimes 4, and no rudder. You start to go to a given point, and you run in 50 different directions before you get there. First one oar is back in water, and then the other. It is seldom that both are going ahead at once. This kind of boating is calculated to drive an impatient man mad in a week. The boatsmen are the awkwardest, the stupidest, and the most unscientific on earth, without question. Ashore it was, well, it was an eternal circus. People were thicker than bees in those narrow streets, and the men were dressed in all the outrageous, outlandish, idolatrous, extravagant, thunder and lightning costumes that ever a tailor with a delirium tremens and 7 devils could conceive of. There was no freak in dress too crazy to be indulged in, no absurdity too absurd to be tolerated, no frenzy and ragged diabolism too fantastic to be attempted. No 2 men were dressed alike. It was a wild masquerade of all imaginable costumes. Every struggling throng in every street was a dissolving view of stunning contrasts. Some patriarchs wore awful turbans, but the grand mass of the infidel horde wore the fiery red skull cap they call a fez. All the remainder of the raiment they indulged in was utterly indescribable. The shops here are mere coops, mere boxes, bathrooms, closets, anything you please to call them, on the first floor. Turks sit cross-legged in them and work and trade and smoke long pipes and smell like Turks. That covers the ground. Crowding the narrow streets in front of them are beggars who beg forever, yet never collect anything, and wonderful cripples, distorted out of all semblance of humanity almost, vagabonds driving laden asses, porters carrying dry goods boxes as large as cottages on their backs, peddlers of grapes, hot corn, pumpkin seeds, and 100 other things, yelling like fiends and sleeping happily, comfortably, serenely among the hurrying feet, are the famed dogs of Constantinople. Drifting noiselessly about are squads of Turkish women, draped from chin to feet in flowing robes, and with snowy veils bound about their heads that disclose only the eyes and a vague, shadowy notion of their features. Seen moving about, far away in the dim, arched aisle of the great bazaar, they look as the shrouded dead must have looked as they walked forth from their graves amid the storms and thunders and earthquakes that burst upon Calvary that awful night of the crucifixion. A street in Constantinople is a picture which one ought to see once, not oftener. And then there was the goose rancher, a fellow who drove 100 geese before him about the city and tried to sell them. He had a pole 10 feet long, with a crook in the end of it, and occasionally a goose would branch out from the flock and make a lively break around the corner with wings half lifted and neck stretched to its utmost. Did the goose merchant get excited? No. He took his pole and reached after that goose with an unspeakable sang-froid, took a hitch around his neck, and yanked him back to his place in the flock without an effort. He steered his geese with that stick as easily as another man would steer a yawl. A few hours afterward we saw him sitting on a stone at a corner in the midst of the turmoil, sound asleep in the sun, with his geese squatted around him or dodging out of the way of asses and men. We came by again within the hour, and he was taking account of his stock to see whether any of his flock had strayed or been stolen. The way he did this was unique. He put the end of his stick within 6 or 8 inches of a stone wall and made the geese march in single file between it and the wall. He counted them as they went by. There was no dodging that arrangement. Well, if you want dwarves, I mean just a few dwarves, for curiosity, go to Genoa. If you wish to buy them by the gross for retail, go to Milan. There are plenty of dwarves all over Italy, but it did seem to me that in Milan the crop was luxuriant. If you would see a fair average style of assorted cripples, go to Naples, or travel through the Roman states. But if you would see the very heart and home of cripples and human monsters, both, go straight to Constantinople. A beggar in Naples who can show a foot which has all run into one horrible toe, with one shapeless nail on it, has a fortune, but such an exhibition as that would not provoke any notice in Constantinople. The man would starve. Who would pay any attention to attractions like his among the rare monsters that throng the bridges of the Golden Horn and display their deformities in the gutters of Stamboul? O wretched impostor! How could he stand against the 3-legged woman and the man with the eye in his cheek? How would he blush in presence of the man with fingers on his elbow? Where would he hide himself when the dwarf with 7 fingers on each hand, no upper lip, and his underjaw gone, came down in his majesty. Bismillah! The cripples of Europe are a delusion and a fraud. The truly gifted flourish only in the byways of Pera and Stamboul. That three-legged woman lay on the bridge with her stock in trade so disposed as to command the most striking effect, one natural leg and two long, slender, twisted ones with feet on them like somebody else's forearm. Then there was a man further along who had no eyes and whose face was the color of fly-blown beefsteak and wrinkled and twisted like a lava flow, and verily so tumbled and distorted were his features that no man could tell the wart that served him for a nose from his cheekbones. In Stamboul was a man with a prodigious head, an uncommonly long body, legs 8 inches long, and feet like snowshoes. He traveled on those feet and his hands, and was as sway-backed as if the Colossus of Rhodes had been riding him. Ah, a beggar has to have exceedingly good points to make a living in Constantinople. A blue-faced man who had nothing to offer except that he had been blown up in a mine would be regarded as a rank impostor, and a mere damaged soldier on crutches would never make a cent. You would pay him to get a piece of his head taken off and cultivate a wen like a carpet sack. The Mosque of St. Sophia is the chief lion of Constantinople. You must get a firman and hurry there the first thing. We did that. We did not get a firman, but we took along 4 or 5 francs apiece, which is much the same thing. I do not think much of the Mosque of St. Sophia. I suppose I lack appreciation. We will let it go at that. It is the rustiest old barn in heathendom. I believe all the interest that attaches to it comes from the fact that it was built for a Christian church and then turned into a mosque without much alteration by the Mohammedan conquerors of the land. It made me take off my boots and walk into the place in my stocking feet. I caught cold and got myself so stuck up with a complication of gums, slime, and general corruption that I wore out more than 2,000 pair of bootjacks getting my boots off that night, and even then some Christian hide peeled off with them. I abate not a single bootjack. St. Sophia is a colossal church, 1,300 or 1,400 years old, and unsightly enough to be very, very much older. Its immense dome is said to be more wonderful than St. Peter's, but its dirt is much more wonderful than its dome, though they never mention it. The church has 170 pillars in it, each a single piece, and all of costly marbles of various kinds, but they came from ancient temples at Baalbek, Heliopolis, Athens, and Ephesus, and are battered, ugly, and repulsive. They were 1,000 years old when this church was new, and then the contrast must have been ghastly, if Justinian's architects did not trim in them any. The inside of the dome is figured all over with a monstrous inscription in Turkish characters wrought in gold mosaic that looks as glaring as a circus bill. The pavements and the marble balustrades are all battered and dirty. The perspective is marred everywhere by a web of ropes that depend from a dizzy height of the dome and suspend countless dingy, coarse oil lamps and ostrich eggs 6 or 7 feet above the floor. Squatting and sitting in groups here and there and far and near were ragged Turks reading books, hearing sermons, or receiving lessons like children. And in 50 places were more of the same sort of bowing and straightening up, bowing again, getting down to kiss the earth, muttering prayers the while and keeping up their gymnastics till they ought to have been tired if they were not. Everywhere was dirt and dust and dinginess and gloom. Everywhere were signs of a hoary antiquity, but with nothing touching or beautiful about it. Everywhere there were groups of fantastic pagans. Overhead, the gaudy mosaics and the web of lamp ropes. Nowhere was there anything to win one's love or challenge his admiration. The people who go into ecstasies over St. Sophia must surely get them out of the guidebook, where every church is spoken of as being considered by good judges to be the most marvelous structure in many respects that world has ever seen, or else they are those old connoisseurs from the wilds of New Jersey who laboriously learn the difference between a fresco and a fire plug, and from that day forward feel privileged to void their critical bathos on painting, sculpture, and architecture forevermore. We visited the dancing dervishes. There were 21 of them. They wore a long, light colored, loose robe that hung to their heels. Each in his turn went up to the priest. They were all within a large circular railing, and bowed profoundly, and then went spinning away deliriously and took his appointed place in the circle and continued to spin. When all had spun themselves to their places, they were about 5 or 6 feet apart, and so situated, the entire circle of spinning pagans spun itself 3 separate times around the room. It took 25 minutes to do it. They spun on the left foot and kept themselves going by passing the right rapidly before it and digging it against the waxed floor. Some of them made incredible time. Most of them spun around 40 times in a minute, and one artist averaged about 61 times a minute and kept it up during the whole 25. His robe filled with air and stood out all around him like a balloon. They made no noise of any kind, and most of them tilted their heads back and closed their eyes, entranced with a sort of devotional ecstasy. There was a rude kind of music part of the time, but the musicians were not visible. None but spinners were allowed within the circle. A man had either spin or stay outside. It was about as barbarous an exhibition as we have witnessed yet. Then sick persons came and lay down, and besides them women laid their sick children, one a babe at the breast, and the patriarch of the dervishes walked upon their bodies. He was supposed to cure their diseases by trampling upon their breasts or backs, or standing on the back of their necks. This is well enough for people who think all their affairs are made or marred by viewless spirits of the air, by giants, gnomes, and genii, and who still believe to this day all the wild tales in the Arabian Nights. Even so, an intelligent missionary tells me. We visited the 1,001 columns. I do not know what it was originally intended for, but they said it was built for a reservoir. It is situated in the center of Constantinople. You go down a flight of stone steps in the middle of a barren place, and there you are. You are 40 feet underground and in the midst of a perfect wilderness of tall, slender granite columns of Byzantine architecture. Stand where you would or change your position as often as you pleased, you were always a center from which radiated a dozen long archways and colonnades that lost themselves in distance and the somber twilight of the place. This old dried up reservoir is occupied by a few ghostly silk spinners now, and one of them showed me a cross cut high up in one of the pillars. I suppose he meant me to understand that the institution was there before the Turkish occupation, and I thought he made a remark to that effect, but he must have been an impediment in his speech, for I did not understand him. We took off our shoes and went into the marble mausoleum of the Sultan Mahmud, the neatest piece of architecture inside that I've seen lately. Mahmud's tomb was covered with a black velvet pall, which was elaborately embroidered with silver. It stood within a fancy silver railing. At the sides and corners were silver candlesticks that would weigh more than 100 pounds, and they supported candles as large as a man's leg. On the top of the sarcophagus was a fez with a handsome diamond ornament upon it, which an attendant said cost 100,000 pounds, and lied like a Turk when he said it. The Mahmud's whole family were comfortably planted around him. We went to the great bazaar in Stamboul, of course, and I shall not describe it further than to say it is a monstrous hive of little shops, thousands, I should say, all under one roof, and cut up into innumerable little blocks by narrow streets which are arched overhead. One street is devoted to a particular kind of merchandise, another to another, and so on. When you wish to buy a pair of shoes, you have the swing of the whole street. You do not have to walk yourself down, hunting stores in different localities. It is the same with silks, antiquities, shawls, etc. The place is crowded with people all the time, and as the gay colored Eastern fabrics are lavishly displayed before every shop, the great bazaar of Stamboul is one of the sights that are worth seeing. It is full of life and stir and business. Dirt, beggars, asses, yelling peddlers, porters, dervishes, high-born Turkish female shoppers, Greeks, and weird-looking and weirdly dressed Mohammedans from the mountains and the far provinces, and the only solitary thing one does not smell when he is in the great bazaar is something which smells good.
End of chapter 33. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 34 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Mosques are plenty, churches are plenty, graveyards are plenty, but morals and whiskey are scarce. The Koran does not permit Mohammedans to drink. Their natural instincts do not permit them to be moral. They say the Sultan has 800 wives. This almost amounts to bigamy. It makes our cheeks burn with shame to see such a thing permitted here in Turkey. We do not mind it so much in Salt Lake, however. Circassian and Georgian girls are still sold in Constantinople by their parents, but not publicly. Great slave marts we have all read so much about, where tender young girls are stripped for inspection and criticized and discussed just as if they were horses at an agricultural fair, no longer exist. The exhibition and the sales are private now. Stocks are up just at present, partly because of a brisk demand created by the recent return of the Sultan's suite from the courts of Europe, partly on account of an unusual abundance of breadstuff, which leaves holders untortured by hunger and enables them to hold back for high prices, and partly because buyers are too weak to bear the market, while sellers are amply prepared to bull it. Under these circumstances, if the American metropolitan newspapers were published here in Constantinople, their next commercial report would read about as follows, I suppose. Slave Girl Market Report. Best brand Circassians, crop of 1850, 200 pounds, 1852, 250 pounds, 1854, 300 pounds. Best brands Georgian, none in market, second quality, 1851, 180 pounds. 19 fair to middling Wallachian girls offered at 130 pounds, at 150, but no takers. 16 prime A1 sold in small lots to close out terms private. Sales of one lot Circassian, prime to good, 1852 to 1854, at 240 pounds, at 242, buyer 30. 149er, damaged at 23 pounds, seller 10, no deposit. Several Georgians, fancy brands, 1852, changed hands to fill orders. Georgians now on hand are mostly last year's crop, which was unusually poor. The new crop is a little backward, but will be coming in shortly. As regards its quantity and quality, the accounts are most encouraging. In this connection, we can safely say also that the new crop of Circassians is looking extremely well. His Majesty the Sultan has already sent in large orders for his new harem, which will be finished within a fortnight, and this has naturally strengthened the market and given Circassian stock a strong upward tendency. Taking advantage of the inflated market, many of our shrewdest operators are selling short. Here are hints of a corner on Wallachians. There's nothing new in Nubians, slow sale. Eunuchs, none offering. However, large cargoes are expected from Egypt today. I think the above would be about the style of the commercial report. Prices are pretty high now and holders firm, but 2 or 3 years ago, parents in a starving condition brought their young daughters down here and sold them for even $20 or $30 when they could do no better, simply to save themselves and the girls from dying of want. It is sad to think of so distressing a thing as this, and I, for one, am sincerely glad the prices are up again. Commercial morals, especially, are bad. There is no gainsaying that. Greek, Turkish, and Armenian morals consist only in attending church regularly on the appointed Sabbath, and in breaking the 10 Commandments all the balance of the week. It comes natural to them to lie and cheat in the first place, and then they go on and improve on nature until they arrive at perfection. In recommending his son to a merchant as a valuable salesman, a father does not say he is a nice, moral, upright boy and goes to Sunday school and is honest, but he says, "This boy is worth his weight in broad pieces of 100, for behold, he will cheat whomsoever hath dealings with him, and from the Euxine to the waters of the Armora there abideth not so gifted a liar." How is that for a recommendation? The missionaries tell me that they hear encomiums like that passed upon people every day. They say of a person they admire, "Ah, he's a charming swindler and a most exquisite liar." Everybody lies and cheats, everybody who is in business at any rate. Even foreigners soon have to come down to the custom of the country, and they do not buy and sell long in Constantinople till they lie and cheat like a Greek. I say like a Greek because the Greeks are called the worst transgressors in this line. Several Americans long resident in Constantinople contend that most Turks are pretty trustworthy, but few claim that the Greeks have any virtues that a man can discover, at least without a fire assay. I am half willing to believe that the celebrated dogs of Constantinople have been misrepresented, slandered. I've always been led to suppose that they were so thick in the streets that they blocked the way, that they moved about in organized companies, platoons, and regiments, and took what they wanted by determined and ferocious assault, and that at night they drowned all other sounds with their terrible howlings. The dogs I see here cannot be those I have read of. I find them everywhere, but not in strong force. The most I have found together has been about 10 or 20, and night or day a fair proportion of them were sound asleep. Those that were not asleep always looked as if they wanted to be. I never saw such utterly wretched, starving, sad-visaged, broken-hearted looking curs in my life. It seemed a grim satire to accuse such brutes as these of taking things by force of arms. They hardly seemed to have the strength enough or ambition enough to walk across the street. I do not know that I have seen one walk that far yet. They are mangy and bruised and mutilated, and often you see one with the hair singed off of him in such a wide and well defined tracks that he looks like a map of the new territories. They are the sorriest beasts that breathe, the most abject, the most pitiful. In their faces is a settled expression of melancholy, an air of hopeless despondency. The hairless patches on a scalded dog are preferred by the fleas of Constantinople to a wider range on a healthier dog, and the exposed places suit the fleas exactly. I saw a dog of this kind start to nibble at a flea. A fly attracted his attention and he made a snatch at him. The flea called for him once more, and that forever unsettled him. He looked sadly at his flea pasture, then sadly looked at the bald spot, then he heaved a sigh and dropped his head resignedly upon his paws. He was not equal to the situation. The dogs sleep in the streets all over the city. From one end of the street to the other, I suppose they will average about 8 or 10 to a block. Sometimes, of course, there are 15 or 20 to a block. They do not belong to anybody, and they seem to have no close personal friendships among each other. But they district a city themselves, and the dogs of each district, whether it be half a block in extent or 10 blocks, have to remain within its bounds. Woe to a dog if he crosses the line. His neighbors would snatch the balance of his hair off in a second, so it's said. But they don't look it. They sleep in the streets these days. They are my compass, my guide, and when I see the dogs sleeping placidly on, while men, sheep, geese, and all moving things turn out and go around them, I know I am not in Great Street where the hotel is, and must go further. On the Grand Rue, the dogs have a sort of air of being on the lookout, an air born of being obliged to get out of the way of many carriages every day, and that expression one recognizes in a moment. It does not exist upon the face of any dogs without the confines of that street. All others sleep placidly and keep no watch. They would not move though the Sultan himself passed by. In one narrow street, but none of them are wide, I saw 3 dogs lying coiled up about a foot or 2 apart. End to end they lay, and so they just bridged the street neatly from gutter to gutter. A drove of 100 sheep came along. They stepped right over the dogs, the rear crowding the front, impatient to get on. The dogs looked lazily up, flinched a little when the impatient feet of the sheep touched their raw backs, sighed, and lay peacefully down again. No talk could be plainer than that. So some of the sheep jumped over them, and others scrambled between, occasionally chipping a leg with their sharp hoofs. And when the whole flock had made the trip, the dogs sneezed a little in the cloud of dust, but never budged their bodies an inch. I thought I was lazy, but I'm a steam engine compared to a Constantinople dog. But was not that singular scene for a city at 1,000,000 inhabitants? These dogs are the scavengers of the city. That is their official position, and a hard one it is. However, it is their protection. But for their usefulness in partially cleansing these terrible streets, they would not be tolerated long. They eat anything and everything that comes in their way, from melon rinds and spoiled grapes up through all grades and species of dirt and refuse to their own dead friends and relatives. And yet they are always lean, always hungry, always despondent. The people are loath to kill them, do not kill them, in fact. The Turks have an innate antipathy to taking the life of any dumb animal, it is said. But they do worse. They hang and kick and stone and scald these creatures to the very verge of death, and then leave them to live and suffer. Once a sultan proposed to kill off all the dogs here and did begin the work, but the populace raised such a howl of horror about it that the massacre was stayed. After a while he proposed to remove them all to an island in the Sea of Marmora. No objection was offered, and a shipload or so was taken away. But when it came to be known that somehow or other the dogs never got to the island, but always fell overboard in the night and perished, another howl was raised and the transportation scheme was dropped. So the dogs remain in peaceable possession of the streets. I do not say that they do not howl at night, nor that they do not attack people who have not a red fez on their heads. I only say that it would be mean for me to accuse them of these unseemly things who have not seen them do them with my own eyes and heard them with my own ears. I was a little surprised to see Turks and Greeks playing newsboy right here in this mysterious land where the giants and genii of the Arabian Nights once dwelt, where winged horses and hydra-headed dragons guarded enchanted castles, where princes and princesses flew through the air on carpets that obeyed a mystic talisman, where cities whose houses were made of precious stones sprang up in the night under the hand of a magician, and where busy marts were suddenly stricken with a spell, and each citizen lay or sat or stood with a weapon raised or foot advanced just as he was, speechless and motionless, till time had told 100 years. It was curious to see newsboys selling papers in so dreamy a land as that. And to say truly, it is comparatively a new thing here. The selling of newspapers had its birth in Constantinople about a year ago. It was a child of the Prussian and Austrian War. There's one paper published here in the English language, the Levant Herald, and there are generally a number of Greek and a few French papers rising and falling, struggling up and falling again. Newspapers are not popular with the Sultan's government. They do not understand journalism. The proverb says the unknown is always great. To the court, the newspaper is a mysterious and rascally institution. They know what a pestilence is because they have one occasionally that thins the people out at the rate of 2,000 a day, and they regard a newspaper as a mild form of pestilence. When it goes astray, they suppress it, pounce upon it without warning, and throttle it. When it don't go astray for a long time, they get suspicious and throttle it anyhow, because they think it is hatching deviltry. Imagine the Grand Vizier in solemn council with the magnates of the realm, spelling his way through the hated newspaper, and finally delivering his profound decision. This thing means mischief. It is too darkly, too suspiciously inoffensive. Suppress it. Warn the publisher that he cannot have this sort of thing. Put the editor in prison. The newspaper business has its inconveniences in Constantinople. 2 Greek papers and 1 French one were suppressed here within a few days of each other. No victories of the Cretans are allowed to be printed. From time to time, the Grand Vizier sends a notice to the various editors that the Cretan insurrection is entirely suppressed. And although that editor knows better, he still has to print the notice. The Levant Herald is too fond of speaking praisefully of Americans to be popular with the Sultan, who does not relish our sympathy with the Cretans, and therefore that paper has to be particularly circumspect in order to keep out of trouble. Once the editor, forgetting the official notice in his paper that the Cretans were crushed out, printed a letter of a very different tenor from the American consul in Crete, and was fined $250 for it. Shortly he printed another from the same source and was imprisoned 3 months for his pains. I think I could get the assistant editorship of the Levant Herald, but I'm going to try to worry along without it. To suppress a paper here involves the ruin of the publisher, almost. But in Naples, I think they speculate on misfortunes of that kind. Papers are suppressed there every day and spring up the next day under a new name. During the 10 days or a fortnight we stayed there, 1 paper was murdered and resurrected twice. The newsboys are smart there, just as they are elsewhere. They take advantage of popular weaknesses. When they find they are not likely to sell out, they approach a citizen mysteriously and say in a low voice, "Last copy, sir, double price. Paper just been suppressed." The man buys it, of course, and finds nothing in it. They do say, I do not vouch for it, but they do say that men sometimes print a vast edition of a paper with a ferociously seditious article in it, distribute it quickly among the newsboys, and clear out till the government indignation cools. It pays well. Confiscation don't amount to anything. The type and presses are not worth taking care of. There's only 1 English newspaper in Naples. It has 70 subscribers. The publisher is getting rich very deliberately indeed. I never shall want another Turkish lunch. The cooking apparatus was in the little lunchroom near the bazaar, and it was all open to the street. The cook was slovenly, and so was the table. It had no cloth on it. The fellow took a mass of sausage meat and coated it round a wire and laid it on a charcoal fire to cook. When it was done, he laid it aside, and a dog walked sadly in and nipped it. He smelled it first, and probably recognized the remains of a friend. The cook took it away from him and laid it before us. Jack said, "I pass." He plays euchre sometimes, and we all passed in turn. Then the cook baked a broad, flat, wheaten cake, greased it well with the sausage, and started towards us with it. It dropped in the dirt, and he picked it up and polished it on his breeches. laid it before us. Jack said, "I pass." We all passed. He put some eggs in a frying pan and stood pensively prying slabs of meat from between his teeth with a fork. Then he used the fork to turn the eggs with and brought them along. Jack said, "Pass again," and all followed suit. We did not know what to do, so we ordered a new ration of sausage. The cook got out his wire, apportioned a proper amount of sausage meat, spat it on his hands, and fell to work. This time, with one accord, we all passed out. We paid and left. That's all I learned about Turkish lunches. A Turkish lunch is good, no doubt, but it has its little drawbacks. When I think how I've been swindled by books of Oriental travel, I want a tourist for breakfast. For years and years I've dreamed of the wonders of the Turkish bath. For years and years I fancied myself that I would yet enjoy one. Many and many a time, in fancy, I have lain in the marble bath and breathed the slumberous fragrance of Eastern spices that filled the air, and passed through a weird and complicated system of pulling and hauling and drenching and scrubbing by a gang of naked savages who loomed vast and vaguely through the steaming mists, like demons, then rested for a while on a divan fit for a king, then passed through another complex ordeal, and one more fearful than the first, and finally, swathed in soft fabrics, been conveyed to a princely salon and laid on a bed of eider down, where eunuchs, gorgeous of costume, fanned me while I drowsed and dreamed, or contentedly gazed at the rich hangings of the apartment, the soft carpets, the sumptuous furniture, the pictures, and drank delicious coffee, smoked the smoothing narghili, and dropped at the last into a tranquil repose, lulled by sensuous odors from unseen censers, by the gentle influence of the narghili's Persian tobacco, and by the music of fountains that counterfeited the pattering of summer rain. That was the picture, just as I got it from some incendiary books of travel. It was a poor, miserable imposture. The reality is no more like it than the 5 Points are like the Garden of Eden. They received me in a great court paved with marble slabs. Around it were broad galleries, one above another, carpeted with seedy matting, railed with unpainted balustrades, and furnished with huge rickety chairs, cushioned with rusty old mattresses, indented with impressions left by the forms of 9 successive generations of men who had reposed upon them. The place was a vast, naked, dreary, its court a barn, its galleries stalls for human horses. Its cadaverous, half nude varlets that appeared in the establishment had nothing of poetry in their appearance, nothing of romance, nothing of oriental splendor. They shed no entrancing odors, just the contrary. Their hungry eyes and their lank forms continually suggested one glaring, unsentimental fact. They wanted what they term in California a square meal. I went into one of the racks and undressed. An unclean starveling wrapped a gaudy tablecloth about his loins and hung a white rag over my shoulders. If I had had a tub then, it would have come natural to me to take in washing. I was then conducted downstairs into the wet, slippery court, and the first things that attracted my attention were my heels. My fall excited no comment. They expected it, no doubt. It belonged in the list of softening, sensuous influences peculiar to this home of Eastern luxury. It was softening enough, certainly, but its application was not happy. They now gave me a pair of wooden clogs, benches in miniature, with leather straps over them to confine my feet, which they would have done, only I do not wear number 13s. These things dangled uncomfortably by the straps when I lifted up my feet, and came down in awkward and unexpected places when I put them on the floor again, and sometimes turned sideways and wrenched my ankles out of joint. However, it was all Oriental luxury, and I did what I could to enjoy it. They put me in another part of the barn and laid me on a stuffy sort of pallet, which was not made of cloth of gold or Persian shawls, but was merely the unpretending sort of thing I have seen in the negro quarters of Arkansas. There was nothing whatever in this dim marble prison but 5 more of these biers. It was a very solemn place. I expected that the spiced odors of Araby were going to steal over my senses now, but they did not. A copper-colored skeleton with a rag about him brought me a glass decanter of water with a lighted tobacco pipe in the top of it, and a pliant stem a yard long, with a brass mouthpiece to it. It was the famous narghili of the East, the thing the Grand Turk smokes in the pictures. This began to look like luxury. I took one blast at it, and it was sufficient. The smoke went in great volume down into my stomach, my lungs, and even the uttermost parts of my frame. I exploded one mighty cough, and it was as if Vesuvius had let go. For the next 5 minutes I smoked at every pore, like a frame house that was on fire on the inside. Not any more narghili for me. The smoke had a vile taste, and the taste of 1,000 infidel tongues that remained on that brass mouthpiece was viler still. I was getting discouraged. Whenever, hereafter, I see the cross-legged Grand Turk smoking his narghili in pretended bliss on the outside of a paper of Connecticut tobacco, I shall know him for the shameless humbug he is. This prison was filled with hot air. When I had got warmed up sufficiently to prepare me for a still warmer temperature, they took me where it was, into a marble room, wet and slippery and steamy, and laid me out on a raised platform in the center. It was very warm. Presently my man sat down by a tank of hot water, drenched me well, and gloved his hand with a coarse mitten, and began to polish me all over with it. I began to smell disagreeably. The more he polished, the worse I smelt. It was alarming. I said to him, I perceive that I am pretty far gone. It is plain that I ought to be buried without any unnecessary delay. Perhaps you had better go after my friends at once, because the weather is warm and I cannot keep long. He went on scrubbing and paid no attention. I soon saw that he was reducing my size. He bore hard on his mitten, and from under it rolled little cylinders like macaroni. It could not be dirt, for it was too white. He pared me down in this way for a long time. Finally I said, it is a tedious process. It will take hours to trim me to the size you want. I will wait. Go and borrow a jack plane. He paid no attention at all. After a while he brought a basin, some soap, and something that seemed to be the tail of a horse. He made up a prodigious quantity of soap suds, deluged me with them from head to foot without warning to shut my eyes, and then swabbed me viciously with a horse tail. Then he left me there, a snowy statue of lather, and went away. When I got tired of waiting, I went and hunted him up. He was propped against the wall in another room, asleep. I awoke him. He was not disconcerted. He took me back and flooded me with hot water, then turbaned my head, swathed me with dry tablecloths, and conducted me to a latticed chicken coop in one of the galleries and pointed to one of those Arkansas beds. I mounted it and vaguely expected the odors of Araby to again. They did not come. The blank, unornamented coop had nothing about it of that oriental voluptuousness one reads of so much. It was more suggestive of the county hospital than anything else. The skinny servitor brought a narghili, and I got him to take it out again without wasting any time about it. Then he brought the world-renowned Turkish coffee that poets have sung so rapturously for many generations, and I seized upon it as the last hope that was left of my old dreams of Eastern luxury. It was another fraud. Of all the unchristian beverages that ever passed my lips, Turkish coffee is the worst. The cup is small, it is smeared with grounds. The coffee is black, thick, unsavory of smell, and execrable in taste. The bottom of the cup has a muddy sediment in it, half an inch deep. This goes down your throat, and portions of it lodge by the way and produce a tickling aggravation that keeps you barking and coughing for an hour. Here endeth my experience of the celebrated Turkish bath, and here also endeth my dream of the bliss the mortal revels in who passes through it. It is a malignant swindle. The man who enjoys it is qualified to enjoy anything that is repulsive to sight or sense, and he that can invest it with the charm of poetry is able to do the same with anything else in the world that is tedious and wretched and dismal and nasty.
End of chapter 34. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 35 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We left a dozen passengers in Constantinople and sailed through the beautiful Bosphorus and far up into the Black Sea. We left them in the clutches of the celebrated Turkish guide, Faraway Moses, who will seduce them into buying a shipload of ottar of roses, splendid Turkish vestments, and all manner of curious things they can never have any use for. Murray's and valuable guidebooks have mentioned Faraway Moses' name, and he is a made man. He rejoices daily in the fact that he is a recognized celebrity. However, we cannot alter our established customs to please the whims of guides. We cannot show partialities this late in the day. Therefore, ignoring this fellow's brilliant fame and ignoring the fanciful name he takes such pride in, we call him Ferguson, just as we have done with all other guides. It has kept him in a state of smothered exasperation all the time. Yet we meant him no harm. After he's gotten himself up, regardless of expense, in showy, baggy trousers, yellow pointed slippers, fiery fez, silken jacket of blue, voluminous waist sash of fancy Persian stuff, filled with a battery of silver mounted horse pistols, and
has strapped on his terrible scimitar. He considers it an unspeakable humiliation to be called Ferguson. It cannot be helped. All guides are Fergusons to us. We cannot master their dreadful foreign names. Sebastopol is probably the worst battered town in Russia or anywhere else, but we ought to be pleased with it nevertheless, for we have been in no country yet where we have been so kindly received, and where we felt that to be Americans was a sufficient visa for our passports. The moment the anchor was down, the governor of the town immediately dispatched an officer on board to inquire if he could be of any assistance to us, and to invite us to make ourselves at home in Sebastopol. If you know Russia, you know that this is a wild stretch of hospitality. They are usually so suspicious of strangers that they worry them excessively with the delays and aggravations incident to a complicated passport system. Had we come from any other country, we could not have had permission to enter Sebastopol and leave again under 3 days. But as it was, we were at liberty to go and come when and where we pleased. Everybody in Constantinople warned us to be very careful about our passports. See that they were strictly in regale, and never to mislay them for a moment. And they told us of numerous instances of Englishmen and others who were delayed days, weeks, and even months in Sebastopol on account of trifling informalities in their passports, and for which they were not to blame. I had lost my passport and was traveling under my roommates, who stayed behind in Constantinople to await our return. To read the description of him in that passport and then look at me, any man could see that I was no more like him than I am like Hercules. So I went into harbor Sebastopol with fear and trembling, full of vague, horrible apprehension that I was going to be found out and hanged. But all that time my true passport had been floating gallantly overhead, and behold, it was only our flag. They never asked us for any other. We have had a great many Russian and English gentlemen and ladies on board today, and the time has passed cheerfully away. They were all happy, spirited people, and I never heard our mother tongue sound so pleasantly as it did when it fell from those English lips in this far off land. I talked to the Russians a good deal, just to be friendly, and they talked to me from the same motive. I am sure that both enjoyed the conversation, but never a word of it either of us understood. I did most of my talking to those English people, though, and I'm sorry we cannot carry some of them along with us. We have gone whithersoever we choose today, and have met with nothing but the kindest attentions. Nobody inquired whether we had any passports or not. Several of the officers of the government have suggested that we take the ship to a little watering place 30 miles from here and pay the Emperor of Russia a visit. He is rusticating there. These officers said they would take it upon themselves to ensure us a cordial reception. They said if we would go, they would not only telegraph the Emperor, but send a special courier overland to announce our coming. Our time is so short, though, and more especially our coal is so nearly out, that we judged it best to forego the rare pleasure of holding social intercourse with an emperor. Ruined Pompeii is in good condition compared to Sebastopol. Here you may look in whatsoever direction you please, and your eye encounters scarcely anything but ruin, 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 fragments of houses, crumbled walls, torn and ragged hills, devastation everywhere. It is as if a mighty earthquake had spent all of its terrible forces upon this one little spot. For 18 long months the storms of war beat upon the helpless town and left it at last the saddest wreck that ever the sun has looked upon. Not one solitary house escaped unscathed. Not one remained habitable, even. Such utter and complete ruin one could hardly conceive of. The houses had all been solid, dressed stone structures. Most of them were plowed through and through by cannon balls, unroofed and sliced down from eaves to foundation, and now a row of them, half a mile long, looked merely like an endless procession of battered chimneys. No semblance of a house remained in such as these. Some of the larger buildings had corners knocked off, pillars cut in two, cornices smashed, holes driven straight through the walls. Many of these holes are as round and as cleanly cut as if they had been made with an auger. Others are half pierced through, and the clean impression is there in the rock, as smooth and as shapely as if it were in putty. Here and there a ball still sticks in the wall, and from it iron tears trickle down and discolor the stone. The battlefields are pretty close together. The Malakoff Tower is on a hill which is right in the edge of the town. The Redan was within rifle shot of the Malakoff. Inkerman was a mile away, and Balaklava removed from but an hour's ride. The French trenches by which they approached and invested the Malakoff were carried so close under its sloping sides that one might have stood by the Russian guns and tossed a stone into them. Repeatedly during 3 terrible days they swarmed up the little Malakoff hill and were beaten back with terrible slaughter. Finally they captured the place and drove the Russians out, who then tried to retreat into the town, but the English had taken the Redan and shut them off with a wall of flame. There was nothing for them to do but go back and retake the Malakoff or die under its guns. They did go back. They took the Malakoff and retook it 2 or 3 times, but their desperate valor could not avail, and they had to give up at last. These fearful fields, where such tempests of death used to rage, are peaceful enough now. No sound is heard. Hardly a living thing moves about them. They are lonely and silent. Their desolation is complete. There was nothing else to do, and so everybody went to hunting relics. They have stocked the ship with them. They have brought them from the Malakoff, from the Redan, Inkerman, Balaklava, everywhere. They have brought cannon balls, broken ramrods, fragments of shells, iron enough to freight a sloop. Some have even brought bones, brought them laboriously from great distances, and were grieved to hear the surgeon pronounce them only bones of mules and oxen. I knew Blucher would not lose an opportunity like this. He brought a sackful on board and was going for another. I prevailed upon him not to go. He has already turned his stateroom into a museum of worthless trumpery which he has gathered up in his travels. He is labeling his trophies now. I picked up one a while ago and found it marked "Fragment of a Russian General." I carried it out to get a better light upon it. It was nothing but a couple of teeth and part of a jawbone of a horse. I said with some asperity, "Fragment of a Russian general? This is absurd. Are you never going to learn any sense?" He only said, "Go slow. The old woman won't know any different." His aunt. This person gathers mementos with perfect recklessness, nowadays mixes them all up together, and then serenely labels them without any regard to truth, propriety, or even plausibility. I have found him in breaking a stone in two and labeling half of it "Chuck busted from the pulpit of Demosthenes," and the other half "Darnick from the tomb of Abelard and Eloise." I have known him to gather up a handful of pebbles by the roadside, bring them on board ship, and label them as coming from 20 celebrated localities 500 miles apart. I remonstrate against these outrages upon reason and truth, of course, but it does no good. I get the same tranquil, unanswerable reply every time: "It don't signify. The old woman won't know any different." Well, ever since we 3 or 4 fortunate ones made the midnight trip to Athens, it has afforded him genuine satisfaction to give everybody in the ship a pebble from the Mars Hill where St. Paul preached. He got all those pebbles on the seashore abreast the ship, but professes to have gathered them from one of our party. However, it is not of any use for me to expose the deception. It affords him pleasure, and does no harm to anybody. He says he never expects to run out of mementos of St. Paul as long as he's in reach of a sandbank. Well, he's no worse than others. I notice that all travelers supply deficiencies in their collections in the same way. I shall never have any confidence in such things again while I live.
End of chapter 35. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 36 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
We have got so far east now, 155 degrees of longitude from San Francisco, that my watch cannot keep the hang of a time any more. It has grown discouraged and stopped. I think it did a wise thing. The difference in time between Sebastopol and the Pacific coast is enormous. When it is 6 o'clock in the morning here, it is somewhere about a week before last in California. We are excusable for getting a little tangled as to time. These distractions and distresses about the time have worried me so much that I was afraid my mind was so much affected that I'd never have any appreciation of time again. But when I noticed how handy I was yet about comprehending when it was dinner time, a blessed tranquility settled down upon me, and I am tortured with doubts and fears no more. Odessa is about 20 hours' run from Sebastopol, and is the most northerly port in the Black Sea. We came here to get coal, principally. The city has a population of 133,000 and is growing faster than any other small city out of America. It is a free port and is the great grain mart of this particular part of the world. Its roadstead is full of ships. Engineers are at work now, turning the open roadstead into a spacious artificial harbor. It is to be almost enclosed by massive stone piers. one of which will extend into the sea over 3,000 feet in a straight line. I have not felt so much at home for a long time as I did when I raised the hill and stood in Odessa for the first time. It looked just like an American city, fine, broad streets and straight as well, low houses, 2 or 3 stories, wide, neat, and free from any quaintness of architectural ornamentation. Locust trees bordering the sidewalks, they called them acacias, a stirring business look about the streets and the stores, fast walkers, a familiar new look about the houses and everything, yea, and a driving and smoldering cloud of dust that was so like a message from our own dear land that I could hardly refrain from shedding a few grateful tears and execrations in the old time-honored American way. Look up the street or down the street, this way or that way, we saw only America. There was not one thing to remind us that we were in Russia. We walked for some little distance, reveling in this home vision, and then we came upon a church and a hack driver, and presto, the illusion vanished. The church had a slender spired dome that rounded inward at its base and looked like a turnip turned upside down, and the hackman seemed to be dressed in a long petticoat without any hoops. These things were essentially foreign, and so were the carriages, but everybody knows about these things, and there is no occasion for my describing them. We were only to stay here a day and a night and to take in coal. We consulted the guide books and were rejoiced to know that there were no sights in Odessa to see. So we had one good, untrammeled holiday on our hands, with nothing to do but idle about the city and enjoy ourselves. We sauntered through the markets and criticized the fearful and wonderful costumes from the back country, examined the populace as far as eyes could do it, closed the entertainment with an ice cream debauch. We do not get ice cream everywhere, and so when we do, we are apt to dissipate to excess. We never cared anything about ice cream at home, but we look upon it with a sort of idolatry now that it is so scarce in these red hot climates of the East. We only found 2 pieces of statuary, and this was another blessing. One was a bronze image of the Duc de Richelieu, grandnephew of the splendid Cardinal. It stood in a spacious, handsome promenade overlooking the sea, and from its base a vast flight of stone steps led down to the harbor, 200 of them, 50 feet long, and a wide landing at the bottom of every 20. It was a noble staircase, and from a distance the people toiling up it looked like insects. I mention this statue and this stairway because they have their story. Richelieu founded Odessa, watched over it with paternal care, labored with a fertile brain and a wise understanding for its best interests, spent his fortune freely to the same end, endowed it with a sound prosperity and one which will yet make it one of the great cities of the old world, built this noble stairway with money from his own private purse, and, well, the people for whom he had done so much let him walk down these same steps one day, unattended, old, poor, without a second coat to his back, and when years afterwards he died in Sebastopol in poverty and neglect, they called a meeting, subscribed liberally, and immediately erected this tasteful monument to his memory. and named a great street after him. It reminds me of what Robert Burns' mother said when they erected a stately monument to his memory. "Ah, Robbie, you asked them for bread, and they've given you a stone." The people of Odessa have warmly recommended us to go and call on the Emperor, as did the Sebastopolians. They have telegraphed His Majesty, and he has signified his willingness to grant us an audience. So we are getting up the anchors and preparing to sail to his watering place. What a scratching around there will be now! What a holding of important meetings and appointing of solemn committees! And what a furbishing up of claw hammer coats and white silk neckties! As this fearful ordeal we are about to pass through pictures itself to my fancy in all its dread sublimity, I begin to feel my fierce desire to converse with a genuine emperor cooling down and passing away. What am I to do with my hands? What am I to do with my feet? What in the world am I to do with myself? End of chapter 36. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com. Chapter 37 of The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We anchored here at Yalta, Russia, 2 or 3 days ago. To me, the place was a vision of the Sierras, the tall, gray mountains that back it, their sides bristling with pines, cloven with ravines, here and there a hoary rock towering into view, long, straight streaks sweeping down from the summit to the sea, marking the passage of some avalanche of former times, and all these were as like what one sees in the Sierras as if the one were a portrait of the other. The little village of Yalta nestles at the foot of an amphitheater which slopes backward and upward to the walls of the hills, and looks as if it might have sunk quietly down to its present position from a higher elevation. This depression is covered with great parks and gardens of noblemen, and through the mass of green foliage the bright colors of their palaces bud out here and there like flowers. It is a beautiful spot. We had the United States consul on board, the Odessa consul. We assembled in the cabin and commanded him to tell us what we must do to be saved, and tell us quickly. He made a speech. First thing he said fell like a blight on every hopeful spirit. He had never seen a court reception. 3 groans for the consul. But he said he had seen receptions at the Governor General's in Odessa, and had often listened to people's experiences of receptions at the Russian and other courts, and believed he knew very well what sort of ordeal we were about to essay. Hope budded again. He said we were many. The summer palace was small, a mere mansion. Doubtless we should be received in summer fashion in the garden. We would stand in a row, all the gentlemen in swallowtail coats, white kids, and white neckties, and the ladies in light colored silks or something of that kind. At the proper moment, 12 meridian, the Emperor, attended by his suite arrayed in splendid uniforms, would appear and walk slowly along the line, bowing to some and saying 2 or 3 words to others. At the moment his Majesty appeared, a universal delighted, enthusiastic smile ought to break out like a rash among the passengers, a smile of love, of gratification, of admiration, and with one accord the party must begin to bow, not obsequiously, but respectfully and with dignity. At the end of 15 minutes the Emperor would go in the house, and we could run along home again. We felt immensely relieved. It seemed, in a manner, easy. There was not a man in the party but believed that with a little practice he could stand in a row, especially if there were others along. There was not a man but believed he could bow without tripping on his coat tail and breaking his neck. In a word, we came to believe we were equal to any item in the performance except that complicated smile. The consul also said we ought to draft a little address to the Emperor and present it to one of his aides de camp, who would forward it to him at the proper time. Therefore, 5 gentlemen were appointed to prepare the document, and the 50 others went sadly smiling about the ship, practicing. During the next 12 hours we had the general appearance, somehow, of being at a funeral, where everybody was sorry the death had occurred, but glad it was over, and where everybody was smiling and yet broken-hearted. A committee went ashore to wait on His Excellency, the Governor General, and learn our fate. At the end of 3 hours of boding suspense, they came back and said the Emperor would receive us at noon the next day, would send carriages for us, and would hear the address in person. The Grand Duke Michael had sent to invite us to his palace also. Any man could see that there was an intention here to show that Russia's friendship for America was so genuine as to render even her private citizens objects worthy of kindly attentions. At the appointed hour we drove out 3 miles and assembled in the handsome garden in front of the Emperor's palace. We formed a circle under the trees before the door, for there was no one room in the house able to accommodate our 80 persons comfortably, and in a few minutes the imperial family came out, bowing and smiling, and stood in our midst. A number of great dignitaries of the empire in undress uniforms came with them. With every bow his Majesty said a word of welcome. I copy these speeches. There is character in them, Russian character, which is politeness itself, and the genuine article. The French are polite, but it is often mere ceremonious politeness. A Russian imbues his polite things with a heartiness both of phrase and expression that compels belief in their sincerity. As I was saying, the Czar punctuated his speeches with bows. Good morning. I am glad to see you. I am gratified. I am delighted. I am happy to receive you. All took off their hats, and the consul inflicted the address on him. He bore it with unflinching fortitude, and then took the rusty-looking document and handed it to some great officer or other, to be filed away among the archives of Russia in the stove. He thanked us for the address, and said he was very much pleased to see us, especially as such friendly relations existed between Russia and the United States. The Empress said the Americans were favorites in Russia, and she hoped the Russians were similarly regarded in America. These were all the speeches that were made, and I recommend them to parties who present policemen with gold watches as models of brevity and point. After this, the Empress went and talked sociably, or an empress, with various ladies around the circle. Several gentlemen entered into a disjointed general conversation with the Emperor. The dukes and princes, admirals and maids of honor, dropped into free and easy chat with first one and then another of our party, and whoever chose stepped forward and spoke with the modest little Grand Duchess Marie, the Czar's daughter. She was 14 years old, light haired, blue eyed, unassuming and pretty. Everybody talks English. The Emperor wore a cap, frock coat, and pantaloons, all of some kind of plain white drilling cotton or linen, sported no jewelry or any insignia whatever of rank. No costume could be less ostentatious. He is very tall and spare, and a determined looking man, though a very pleasant looking one nevertheless. It is easy to see that he is kind and affectionate. There is something very noble in his expression when his cap is off. There is none of that cunning in his eye that all of us noticed in Louis Napoleon's. The Empress and the little Grand Duchess wore simple suits of foulard or foulard silk, I don't know which is proper, with a small blue spot in it. The dresses were trimmed with blue. Both ladies wore broad blue sashes about their waists, linen collars, and clerical ties of muslin, low-crowned straw hats trimmed with blue velvet, parasols, and flesh-colored gloves. The Grand Duchess had no heels on her shoes. I do not know this of my own knowledge, but one of our ladies told me so. I was not looking at her shoes. I was glad to observe that she wore her own hair, plaited in thick braids against the back of her head, instead of that uncomely thing they call a waterfall, which is about as much like a waterfall as a canvas-covered ham is like a cataract. Taking the kind expression that is in the Emperor's face and the gentleness that is in his young daughters into consideration, I wondered if it would not tax the Czar's firmness to the utmost to condemn a supplicating wretch to misery in the wastes of Siberia if she pleaded for him. Every time their eyes met, I saw more and more what a tremendous power that weak, diffident schoolgirl could wield if she chose to do it. Many and many a time she might rule the autocrat of Russia, whose lightest word is law to 70 millions of human beings. She was only a girl, and she looked like 1,000 others I have seen, but never a girl provoked such a novel and peculiar interest in me before. A strange, new sensation is a rare thing in this humdrum life, and I had it here. There was nothing stale or worn out about the thoughts and feelings the situation and the circumstances created. It seems strange, stranger than I can tell, to think that the central figure in the cluster of men and women chatting here under the trees like the most ordinary individual in the land was a man who could open his lips and ships would fly through the waves, locomotives would speed over the plains, couriers would hurry from village to village, 100 telegraphs would flash the word to the four corners of an empire that stretches its vast proportions over a seventh part of the habitable globe, and a countless multitude of men would spring to do his bidding. I had a sort of vague desire to examine his hands to see if they were of flesh and blood like other men's. He was a man who could do this wonderful thing, and yet if I chose I could knock him down. The case was plain, but it seemed preposterous. Nevertheless, as preposterous as trying to knock down a mountain or wipe out a continent. If this man sprained his ankle, a million miles of telegraph would carry the news over mountains, valleys, uninhabited deserts, under the trackless sea, and 10,000 newspapers would prate of it. If he were grievously ill, all the nations would know it before the sun rose again. If he dropped lifeless where he stood, his fall might shake the thrones of half the world. If I could have stolen his coat, I would have done it. When I meet a man like that, I want something to remember him by. Well, as a general thing, we have been shown through palaces by some plush-legged, filigreed flunky or other who charged $1 for it, but after talking with the company half an hour, the Emperor of Russia and his family conducted us all through their mansion themselves. They made no charge. They seemed to take a real pleasure in it. We spent half an hour idling through the palace, admiring the cozy apartments and the rich but eminently homelike appointments of the place. And then the imperial family bade our party a kind good bye and proceeded to count the spoons. An invitation was extended to us to visit the palace of the eldest son, the crown prince of Russia, which was near at hand. The young man was absent, but the dukes and countesses and princes went over the premises with us as leisurely as was the case at the Emperor's, and conversation continued as lively as ever. It was a little after 1 o'clock now, and we drove to the Grand Duke Michael's, a mile away, in response to his invitation previously given. We arrived in 20 minutes from the Emperor's. It was a lovely place. The beautiful palace nestles among the grand old groves of the park. The park sits in the lap of the picturesque crags and hills, and both look out upon a breezy ocean. In the park are rustic seats here and there, and secluded nooks. There are dark with shade. There are rivulets of crystal water. There are lakelets with inviting grassy banks. There are glimpses of sparkling cascades through openings in the wilderness of foliage. There are streams of clear water gushing from mimic knots on the trunks of forest trees. There are miniature marble temples perched upon gray old crags. There are airy lookouts whence one might gaze upon a broad expanse of landscape and ocean. The palace is modeled after the choicest forms of Grecian architecture, and its wide colonnades surround a central court that is banked with rare flowers that fill the place with their fragrance, and in their midst springs a fountain that cools the summer air and may possibly breed mosquitoes, but I do not think it does. The Grand Duke and his Duchess came out, and the presentation ceremonies were as simple as they had been at the Emperor's. In a few minutes conversation was under way as before. The Empress appeared in the veranda, and the little Grand Duchess came out into the crowd. They had beaten us there. In a few minutes the Emperor came himself on horseback. It was very pleasant. You can appreciate it if you have ever visited royalty and felt occasionally that possibly you might be wearing out your welcome. Though as a general thing, I believe, royalty is not scrupulous about discharging you when it is done with you. Well, the Grand Duke is the third brother of the Emperor. He is about 37 years old, perhaps, and is the princeliest figure in Russia. He is even taller than the Czar. as straight as an Indian, and bears himself like one of those gorgeous knights we read about in the romances of the Crusades. He looks like a great hearted fellow who would pitch an enemy into the river in a moment and then jump in and risk his life fishing him out again. The stories they tell of him show him to be a brave and generous nature. He must have been desirous of proving that Americans were welcome guests in the imperial palaces of Russia, because he rode all the way from Yalta and escorted our procession to the Emperor's himself, and kept his aides scurrying about, clearing the road and offering assistance wherever it could be needed. We were rather familiar with him then, because we did not know who he was. We recognized him now, and appreciated the friendly spirit that prompted him to do us a favor that any other Grand Duke in the world would have doubtless declined to do. We had plenty of servitors whom he could have sent, but he chose to attend to the matter himself. Oh, the Grand Duke was dressed in the handsome and showy uniform of a Cossack officer. The Grand Duchess had on a white alpaca robe with the seams and gores trimmed with a black barb lace, and a little gray hat with a feather of the same color. She is young, rather pretty, modest, and unpretending, and full of winning politeness. Our party walked all through the house, and then the nobility escorted them all over the grounds and finally brought them back to the palace about half past 2 o'clock to breakfast. They called it breakfast, but we would have called it luncheon. It consisted of 2 kinds of wine, tea, bread, cheese, and cold meats, and was served on center tables in the reception room and the verandas, anywhere that was convenient. There was no ceremony. It was a sort of picnic. I had heard before that we were to breakfast there, but Blucher said he believed Baker's boy had suggested it to His Imperial Highness. I think not, though it would have been like him. Baker's boy is the famine breeder of the ship. He's always hungry. They say he goes about the staterooms when the passengers are out and eats up all the soap. They say he eats oakum. They say he will eat anything he can get between meals, but he prefers oakum. He does not like oakum for dinner, but he likes it for a lunch at odd hours or anything that way. It makes him very disagreeable because it makes his breath bad and keeps his teeth all stuck up with tar. Baker's boy may have suggested the breakfast, but I hope he did not. It went off well, anyway. The illustrious host moved about from place to place and helped to destroy the provisions and keep the conversation lively. And the Grand Duchess talked with the veranda parties and such as had satisfied their appetites, and straggled out from the reception room. The Grand Duke's tea was delicious. They give one a lemon to squeeze into it, or iced milk if he prefers it. The former is best. This tea is brought overland from China. It injures the article to transport it by sea. When it was time to go, we bade our distinguished hosts good bye, and they retired happy and contented to their apartments to count their spoons. We had spent the best part of half a day in the home of royalty, and had been as cheerful and comfortable all the time as we could have been in the ship. I would as soon have thought about being cheerful in Abraham's bosom as in the palace of an emperor. I supposed that emperors were terrible people. I thought they never did anything but wear magnificent crowns and red velvet dressing gowns with dabs of wool sewed on them in spots, and sit on thrones and scowl at the flunkies and the people in the parquette, and order dukes and duchesses off to execution. I find, however, that when one is so fortunate as to get behind the scenes and see them at home and in the privacy of their firesides, they are strangely like common mortals. They are pleasanter to look upon then than they are in their theatrical aspect. It seems to come as natural to them to dress and act like other people as it is to put a friend's cedar pencil in your pocket when you're done using it. But I can never have any confidence in the tinsel kings of the theater after this. It will be a great loss. I used to take such a thrilling pleasure in them, but hereafter I will turn me sadly away and say, this does not answer. This isn't the style of the king that I am acquainted with. When they swagger around the stage in jeweled crowns and splendid robes, I shall feel bound to observe that all the emperors that ever I was personally acquainted with wore the commonest sorts of clothes and did not swagger. And when they come on the stage attended by a vast bodyguard of supes and helmets and tin breastplates, it will be my duty as well as my pleasure to inform the ignorant that no crowned head of my acquaintance has a soldier anywhere about his house or his person. Possibly it may be thought that our party tarried too long or did other improper things, but such was not the case. The company felt that they were occupying an unusually responsible position and were representing the people of America, not the government, and therefore they were careful to do their best to perform their high mission with credit. On the other hand, the imperial families, no doubt, considered that in entertaining us they were more especially entertaining the people of America than they could by showering attentions on a whole platoon of ministers, plenipotentiaries, and therefore they gave to the event its fullest significance as an expression of goodwill and friendly feeling toward the entire country. We took the kindnesses we received as attentions thus directed, of course, and not to ourselves as a party. That we felt a personal pride in being received as the representatives of a nation, we do not deny. That we felt a national pride in the warm cordiality of that reception cannot be doubted. Our poet has been rigidly suppressed. From the time we let go the anchor, when it was announced that we were going to visit the Emperor of Russia, the fountains of his great deep were broken up and he rained ineffable bosh for 24 hours. Our original anxiety as to what we were going to do with ourselves was suddenly transformed into anxiety about what we were going to do with our poet. The problem was solved at last. Two alternatives were offered him. He must either swear a dreadful oath that he would not issue a line of his poetry while he was in the Czar's dominions, or else remain under guard on board the ship until we were safe at Constantinople again. He fought the dilemma long, but yielded at last. It was a great deliverance. Perhaps the savage reader would like a specimen of his style. I do not mean this term to be offensive. I only use it because the gentle reader has been used so often that any change from it cannot but be refreshing. Save us and sanctify us, and finally, then, we see good provisions we enjoy while we journey to Jerusalem. For so man proposes, which is most true, and time will wait for none nor for us too. Well, the sea has been unusually rough all day. However, we have had a lively time of it. We've had quite a run of visitors. The Governor General came, and we received him with a salute of 9 guns. He brought his family with him. I observed that carpets were spread from the pier head to his carriage for him to walk on, though I have seen him walk there without any carpet when he was not on business. I thought maybe he had what the accidental insurance people might call an extra hazardous policy joke, but not above mediocrity, on his boots, and wished to protect them. But I examined and could not see that they were blackened any better than usual. It may have been that he had forgotten his carpet before, but he did not have it with him, anyhow. He was an exceedingly pleasant old gentleman. We all liked him, especially Blucher. When he went away, Blucher invited him to come again and fetch his carpet along. Prince Dolgorouki and a Grand Admiral or two, whom we had seen yesterday at the reception, came on board also. I was a little distant with these parties at first, because when I have been visiting emperors I do not like to be too familiar with people I only know by reputation, whose moral characters and standing in society I can not be thoroughly acquainted with. I judged it best to be a little offish at first. I said to myself, princes and counts and grand admirals are all very well, but they are not emperors, and one cannot be too particular about who he associates with. Baron Wrangel came also. He used to be the Russian ambassador at Washington. I told him I had an uncle who fell down a shaft and broke himself in two as much as a year before that. That was a falsehood, but then I was not going to let any man eclipse me on surprising adventures, merely for the want of a little invention. The Baron is a fine man, and it is said to stand high in the Emperor's confidence and esteem. Baron Ungern Sternberg, a boisterous, whole-souled old nobleman, came with the rest. He is a man of progress and enterprise, a representative man of the age. He is the chief director of the railway system of Russia, a sort of railroad king. In his line, he is making things move along in this country as he traveled extensively in America. He says he has tried convict labor on his railroads, and with perfect success. He said the convicts work well and are quiet and peaceable. He observed that he employs nearly 10,000 of them now. This appeared to be another call on my resources. I was equal to the emergency. I said we had 80,000 convicts employed on the railways in America, and all of them under sentence of death for murder in the first degree. That closed him out. We had General Todtleben, the famous defender of Sebastopol during the siege, and many inferior army and also navy officers, and a number of unofficial Russian ladies and gentlemen. Naturally, a champagne luncheon was in order, and was accomplished without loss of life. Toasts and jokes were discharged freely, but no speeches were made save one, thanking the Emperor and the Grand Duke, through the Governor General, for our hospitable reception, and one by the Governor General in reply, in which he returned the Emperor's thanks for the speech, etc., etc.
End of chapter 37. Recording by B. Scott Holmes, bscottholmes.com.